Hello and welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. My name is Brendan Kane, and I thank you here for tuning on in on this fine day. May not be as fine if the Niners win this Super Bowl, but for the time being right now, it's a good day. As we've got the Super Bowl. Dun, 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 dun. We got our Super Bowl coverage going on today as the Chiefs and the 49ers will go head-to-head, a matchup where if you are not a Chiefs or a 49er fan, I don't know if there's anybody throughout the league who's been really pulling for one or the other on that one. But we've got what should be a really good game coming up here, and hopefully some back and forth and just a good overall game. Nonetheless, I thank you for watching it here with me as you take it in. I hope everyone is having a great day. And thank you for doing that. Maybe hit the like button if you get a chance coming on in here. No thoughts off the top. Hawks got our offensive line coach finalized today with the guy that Grubb was bringing from Alabama and Washington before that. So everything is really good to go with all of that. It seems like the staff is really rounding into shape. I'm sure we'll talk a lot of different Hawks other items here today as well. But just be kind of doing the coverage of the game and checking things out with that. Brian says Chiefs missing 3 key players. Not good if trying. Yeah, definitely it's going to hurt. I think Joe Thuney's one of those main injuries, and this game comes down to being very close anyway, and that could be the kind of final defining thing there. They've got Gronk out here sitting in a stupid helmet. Oh, jeez. You missed the kick. But Niners are pretty healthy for the most part, right? They got everybody going. C. Lord of Bravos just finished up listening to Brand's last stream. His absolute inability, despite his intentions to not be drawing the Geno talk, is so damn endearing. Best Hawk content creator there is. Thank you, C. Lord. I was trying like hell. I was fighting it. I was like Quinn going into the jaws of Jaws, and I couldn't stop sliding into it. I won't do it today though. I'm firm on it today. Today will be a no-go way. We will talk about everything under the sun. There's no more Geno. I hope it was at least entertaining though. That would be my bottom line hope on it. Bravos hopefully it doesn't come off too cringy when I'm in third hour of going off on my rants. MJ says, can't bring myself to root for the current division rival, so I will root for the old one. Go KC Swifties. I guess we're Team Swifty today. If you got to take a team, if you got to pick one, you got to take a straw, pull a straw. Come on. Maze Guru, hi from Montana. What's up, Maze? I hope you guys are getting not too crazy of a winter up there. Ours has been pretty all right on this side of things. Josh Sass, I see it as football analytics. Andy is old school, and Shanahan is modern analytics. We're going to see which wins football games. Good point. Definitely have a different schools of thought and how both of these teams go about their business on both sides of the ball. Niners are going to stay and do what they do. Trust their front four to generate the pressure. KC will be multiple defensively, and offensively, KC will do a variety of different things, but obviously leaning more probably to the passing attack than anything else. And on the counter side of that, Niners we know they're going to want to lock in the run game here. And they're doing the Lahaina Luna. That Garrett Tejada. I recognize him. High school football team. I've seen his face before. But Lahaina Luna, that's right near my territory. How about that? Are they having him out there because of the fire thing? That's cool. That's sweet. Addicted Hey 12s, hope this turns out to be a classic Super Bowl. I'm laughing at myself. I turned off the Paramount pregame coverage and have been listening to the B&B creating cap space. Hell yeah. That's my dog. Let's go. Bravo says, go Chiefs. All true born and bred Pacific Northwesters should be doing the same. I think we've got to lean this way. We do. I gotta go this direction with it. We're getting the opening flip of the coin here. Jamarcus, hello. Haley, what's up? Haley, you ever seen a shark's eyes? They're like Gino's eyes. They're all back of their head. It was Quint the Hunter in Jaws. That's right, Quint. Not Quinn, but Quint. Gotta give him that T. Or we got a Deadpool 3 trailer here. Okay. Well, it's not like I'm not going to see it. Don, how you doing? Givers, hello. I'm just here to see Pumpkin. Huh? She's in her spot, you know. She's in her. She knows where she needs to be. She's comfy. Flag Sabbath, hey. Ran the cut. What's up, Space? Let's go. Gaudy visuals. I hope both teams lose. I know. Can we get a tie? Does it have to be a tie? Is impossible in the Super Bowl? Good to see you too, Mays. Thomas says, who do you think Grubb and Mike McDonald will hire for the passing game coordinator and receivers coach? Kind of hard to say on that because when it comes to Grubb, you know, he was so aligned with DeBoer, and I don't know if DeBoer's really going to be happy with him taking the whole staff with him to Seattle. DeBoer might be like, okay, you get the line coach, bud. That's all you get. But it may be more of from a collection of different areas. I think the important hires have happened now where there's not as much the rush there for the other hires because of that. Oh, these commercials are going to be insane today. You guys are going to hear me go silent a couple times, I'm sure, for some of the visuals. Watching eagles flying. Oh, are they not going to get the Hawks in here? Where's the Hawks one? Here we go. Oh. Okay. Oh, jeez. I'm having a hard time with this one if it's going to be like this today. The commercials are hyped. They had Seahawks players in their pads flying like they're real birds. I wasn't ready for that. I hadn't prepared myself here. Hold on. Just a second. That one caught me off guard a little bit. Jamarcus says, what's up, Brandon? The Twitch stream conversation was amazing last night. Oh, thank you, Jamarcus. Definitely be streaming a lot more on the Twitch side in addition to what we're doing here. It's just kind of a combo deal. And yeah, it was some good discussion and talk, you know. Got a variety of different areas we could kind of pop over in that. And I think we were really bounced through some good items and got to some bottom line stuff. I think that, you know, it was a good conversation. Kept me on even after we did a long stream. Did another, like, I think we did 3 hours or something over on the Twitch last night. And I was like, oof, all right, let's see. I was kind of feeling it though. Like, let's go. Good to see you, Megan. Yeah, no Gino talk today. Cameron says, just drop some LSD so I can hallucinate that we are playing in this game. Just kidding. Go KC. Yeah. Who's Gino's going to be my answer today? Mace is off to a start scouting the 375 players I hope to get done for the draft. See you soon at the Hawks Nest 12. Sounds good, Megan. Han says, poor Matty F. Brown got to deal with all the Gino haters. He read a whole paper almost on why to keep Gino. No hater got to read it. Poor guy. I did think I saw that after I streamed that he was, you know, great minds think alike, I guess. And he had posted something, you know, similar to some of my thoughts in the stream yesterday. And it's as soon as I saw it, I was like, it's probably totally well written and probably well and exacted put together. And there's going to be that segment of the fan base that's still going to just absolutely recoil at the thought of it. And I was fighting up against that, but I think I finally learned my lesson last night. I can't fight against this tide any longer. I can't do it. And we got the opening kickoff here with the Chiefs sending this off here to the 49ers to begin this off. Let me get the scoreboard up here for you guys. Boom, boom. Super Bowl. Yeah, not today. Today is going to be, we'll talk about coordinators, we'll talk about offenses, we'll talk about defenses. Lord Boom, what's up? Addicted to, we got how much is the corporate America spending on commercials at the start of this game? Shaking my head. A lot. They are no doubt making a lot. All right, Niners take over here at the 25-yard line to start things off after the kick. A little bit of a heavy formation, 2 tight end, 1 fullback. Give his inside to McCaffrey. This is what you're expecting today. 6-yard gain inside. T-Lord says no Deadpool trailer here. We don't get the cool commercials up north of the border. That sucks. It was a tease. So, you know, it's him just mugging for the camera for most of it. It's him doing his thing. All right, we got 1st and 10 after the 6-yard run on first down by McCaffrey. Rollout pass here by Purdy. He finds Juszczyk underneath. Juszczyk leaps over a man for a nice gain there, showing off the old legs. Still got a little bit of pop and juice in him. Went right over the top there. How about that? Juszczyk pumped up, as he should be. 1st down and 10. 49-yard line in Niners territory. Christian, what's my game prediction? I'll go 27-24 Chiefs. Pass inside completed here to McCaffrey for a 1st down. Oh, I should maybe be already starting to think about changing this. I'll go with that. I think it'll be a pretty close game, but I'll lean into that one there. Misfit says, okay, we were late for kickoff. NFL had to make $17 million more dollars. You know, it's a poor time right now for the league. They're searching under couch cushions. They're breaking piggy banks. Shotgun look here now for Purdy. Hand off inside to McCaffrey. Already his 3rd touch in this drive, and that's what you knew they were going to do. And look at him still going. Showing off that unique power he has for a man of his build. Maybe 11 and 12-yard run there. Another 1st down. Roland says this is like watching the Dodgers versus Yankees. It is. Very apt. Very apt comparison. Sean Lee, what's up? Thomas, hey. Thomas says, what the F? Seahawks and Ravens commercial? That's what was throwing me off about it. I was going, wait, what's this? 1st and 10. Another give to McCaffrey. Oh, fumble! And the Niners might have it here, or the Chiefs might have it. Oh, mercy. Erismanus pumpkin is a rarity. Most orange cats are male. I've heard 4% of the population is female cats that are orange. The rest are all male normally with this. And it was an inside zone there, looks like, and just they got the hand on the ball. I don't know if did it come out before he got to the turf. I need a slow motion. Of course, we got to get to a commercial. Sheldon says, Niner fan here. You all want to join me for this game? It's going to be a tough sell to the Hawks right now on this one, Keldon. It's even for me. It's a hard one on this one. You know, maybe I should. Maybe it's the proper thing. You know, NFC West brothers and all that, brothers in arms. But there's just that sort of no-go territory you sometimes have where you just can't quite bring yourself over to the other side. Lord Bravos is my first Super Bowl watching in 4K. Wow, is all I can say. Oh man, it's nothing looks better on these screens that get better by the year, and the resolution that gets better by the year. It's almost like football puts it on its best display. Everything's just so crispy. Dicta says, I wonder how many people watching today's game have no idea who Vince Lombardi was or what type of coach he was. Probably many. Many. At least the Mac, how you doing? Yeah, CMC was looking like he's on his way for his Super Bowl MVP right there for that fumble. They're doing what you should do, Keldon, which is work him, work McCaffrey in this game, fumble or not. You know, I'd shoot for 30 touches to McCaffrey in this game. 30 touches. Addicted Hogs. 2024 49er trolls are already salivating. And remember, Keldon, as nice and cool as you are in here, we'll be having Niners City in here throughout the offseason, showing us the rings. Good fumble. Looks like it's legit. Wow. Leo Chanel in there. Chanel helped, but then it was also the defensive tackle. And then Karloftis on it with the effort. That's a big play. The Niners were steamrolling on that drive. All right, Mahomes and company are going to take over now. Try to give it inside. Bosa clogs that one on up. Doing good, Cobreeze. I think we're doing real good. All right, 2nd and 13 after the negative play there on first down. Too high safety look here from the 49ers. Bubble screen. Kelsey chopped down quickly on that note. This is where it gets tough with that Niner defense. You need third and 12, long developing routes to get to those markers and sticks. And they just don't give you the time to do that up front. We'll see how much Mahomes is able to utilize his tricky legs and scrambling ability. Right out the gate, the Niners were attacking him with the too high look. Yeah, he's trying to look around there to scramble a little bit. There's not enough of a route down there that's open. So 3rd down stop by the Niners. Nice job. Jonathan, thank you for the $2 donation. Says the Chiefs are the lesser of the two evils. Indeed, it is the way it is. Maybe Dodgers or Yankees, but you go, okay, I'll go with you got to pick the lesser. And I'm not going to like hearing dynasty talk with the Chiefs, but Lord have mercy. It'll be never ending this offseason with every stream we do. It's going to be, start the stopwatch until a Niner fan comes in and talks about 5 Lombardis or whatever they're at. Now we got to get one from the thumb. Oh, punt. Like Armstrong there on the punt return, Cloud on the punt return. Ray could have gotten a little bit more back there, but took the fair catch instead. Niner defense looked good out the gate there, Keldon. Get that in and get them into negative plays and get them out of those 3rd and shorts, 3rd and makeables. That's for this Niner defense that's so big, because what Niner defense can kind of do is what a lot of teams will do they get 3rd and 9, 3rd and 11, and then they'll bring up and try to blitz because they'll be having a free rusher to you by the time the route develops and opens up, where Niners can stay in that too high and then just allow for the front 4 to get it done up front and get there at kind of almost about the same speed at times. on this sad last game of the season, I'm going to try to enjoy. I think Hawks prefer to listen to Chiefs Dynasty trollers than 49er trollers at first regular season game in 2024. Oh my God. Yeah, Zero, they're probably pretty hyped. I mean, this is the biggest game you played in your life. You've been thinking about this since you were a kid. You're gonna I would be you would think I was probably juiced up if you watched me on the field playing this game. You know, every time my teammate did anything good, I'd be over there just like, yeah, yeah. You'd be over there like, relax, chill, it was a whole game. I don't care. Now is our time. Today is our day. They will not pass. Palestine, I'm excited for our offense next season too. Go Hawks. They looking good. Looking real good. Grubb, I think, is going to be a nice hire. Very good. If I got to hear the Discord online from Niner fans that they win, I'm going to be irritated. It comes down to that for me. I can't. That really puts me over the mark. I'm already a little bit. I don't know if I can go to that spot. Then I go, okay, yeah, I can't. Definitely can't go there. Niners have a mascot. Just found out. Yeah, what is he? Pan handling Harry or whatever they call those. Looks like he's got muff hair on his face for a beard. It's a muff hair faced beard right there. 1st and 10 from the 25. Throw over the middle there, completed to Brandon Ayuk. Nice 15-yard gain on an over route. Too high, stays too high. Oh, they play cover 2. They play cover 2 first down on Brock. Why would you do that? Fly sweep here out to Deebo Samuel. Nowhere to go there. Nice job by the Chiefs defense to rally up there on the fly sweep. Oh, yikes. Boy, Jerry Sneed's got to be careful there. That almost could have caused a stupid penalty. I'd be very surprised if the Chiefs are going to stay in cover 2 all game here. There we go. We get a little bit more of a single high look here. High formation kind of set up from the Niners. Sanchez, thank you for the $2 donation. He asked, is there any way that both teams can lose? That's what I was thinking about here. I feel like I got to dive in the playbook here or the rule book. And can we have a tie? Does it have to be what if it went on for just 7 hours and there was no winner? Would we just call it at that point? Young says over under Trent Williams starting a fight tonight. Line's at 1.5. And yeah, it's a hard struggle for me, Sanchez, to say, well, maybe I kind of slightly lean here to cheat. Even that I'm just kind of like, I'm just going to be a watcher here. 2nd and 17. Purdy, nowhere to go here at first. Breaks through. Got a little bit of a hold here, it looks like, on Trent Williams. Throw back to George Kittle. He'll make the catch and get drugged down for what would be a first down, but Purdy broke the outside part of the pocket. That's the hard thing for those guys that are mobile quarterbacks and for the tackles in particular is to know when you are by my shoulder because as far as the ref is concerned, I'm by the letter of the law, I have to release that man as soon as you're past my shoulder. And it's hard because the tackle's got his back turned to the quarterback. Now, trying to add a definite extra little bit of grip there. So I don't know how he can be mad about that because that looked pretty blatant on. You got a pull on that on as well. But you see a lot of that right at that point where the quarterback will break that pocket to the outside. Unless you got eyes in the back of your head, it's a hard thing to know when he's passed or when you're still needing to stay on your block. 2nd and 27 now here for the Niners. 8:22 to go in the first quarter. They're set up here on their 25-yard line. Bubble screen out to Christian McCaffrey. He'll take it and get takedown after a 4 or 5-yard gain. Nice job by Karlaftis out there in space. McCaffrey already 4 carries and a catch here in the first quarter. I think it's legit. He's definitely getting targeted 30 times in this game. And good for Shanahan. That's what you got to do. That's what you got to do. Third down and 20. Purdy throws it down quickly here to Deebo Samuel. Spins out of the first tackle. Deebo gets this pretty well here. Nice job by Deebo to fight through there. Turned into a pretty good game, but it'll still be short of the first down. It will be 4th down. Long live the King. Thank you for the $2 donation. Will we give life back to the fullback position this year? I didn't see much use of fullback in Washington's offense off the tape that I've seen. Long live the King. So probably not. It does seem to remain that the fullback position is one that just, at the moment at least, has gone away out of the sport. It'll have room to potentially come back in. If you really think about what's happened to the fullback position, there's not really another position in football that has been kind of bled out of the sport in that way. And that does lead me to believe that there's a good possibility at some point this thing does come back around. I don't know it for sure, but you feel like there'll be some athletic guy that can do everything and he can block like a beast. Then maybe you can start to utilize that. Run with it with the rock a little bit. It's such a specific hard skill set to find because you have to do so many different things. You got to run like a running back. You got to clear out a hole with a linebacker and be able to basically deplete them out of the hole and quickly so your back can get through there and pop through the hole fast. You need them in pass protection. You need them to be able to catch and not have stone hands. And I think that's part of why that's gone away as a position. It's just it's hard to find that and easier to just kind of put it together through a couple of other different players on the roster. Palestine says game goes until the Seahawks take the field. Exactly. D-Lord says this is where Purdy's weak-ass arm should be a factor. That's a little bit why I'm going to be surprised if the Chiefs stayed too much into that cover 2. Because what I would do with it is I wouldn't even necessarily do a lot of the cover 3 stuff, but just run the man on the outside and force him to beat you with a throw over the top. Try to take away the in-cutting routes, the short drags and the over route Brandon Ayuk ran on the last series. Hans says soon there will be spring and sun might help. These guys are funny. Haley says, look, all I'm saying is we've seen what happens when you piss off the Swifties. Can't let Tay-Tay lose this game. You know what they would do to the NFL. It could get very dark very fast. They'd go nuclear. You made her cry. Red A says, let's usher in a new era of Seahawks football and the remains of the current Niner empire. Let's watch it crumble. And they were born from the ash and the rubble. The blood on the ground forged a fertile situation for the team to rise. Texas is Brandon. Okay, we had 0-0 with 6 minutes left to go in the first. I did not see that one coming. Especially when Niner offense just first went with that first possession, where you would have thought they'll have their scripted plays they've been working on for 2 weeks, and it'll just be like, at least they'll get that first opening touchdown right out the way and roll. But so that fumble looms so big is you don't get that fumble, that's a touchdown drive right there, not just 3 points. They're banging that in. If Casey can score first, it is a big advantage, again, considering they have that possession at the half, too, here. So, and Pachenko with a nice carry on 1st and 10 there. Takes a nice lick from the safety position. It was Gibson, I think. But he'll give himself 10 yards. Boy, he stuck him. First and 10, Chiefs going hurry up. Empty look. Niners counter with a 4-man front, and Mahomes is going to get taken down. That's a bold choice going empty. Chase Young trying to make some money. Nice little hand swipe move off the Euro step there. No Orlando Brown this year at left tackle for the Chiefs. 2nd and 14. Bubble screen. Kind of a boring thing there by the Chiefs. They've come out with the same run to the bubble screen sequence of play callings the first couple of drives. Alex Rodriguez says, all of Seattle's rooting for you, KC. At least Swifty's got mad money. Be dumb not to quarterback that bag a little. I agree. I'm sure the NFL's expanded a ton thanks to that this year. Mahomes holding on to the ball there for a little while. Gets drugged down from behind. Gains a couple yards. Randy Gregory in there. Some of Niners' midseason acquisition showing up here on this drive. Chase Young, Randy Gregory pursuing Mahomes from behind. Again, the Niners are getting the Chiefs' offense just how they want them. 3rd and very, very long. You can see Mahomes back there having to kind of wait it out. Then he's got to be sure on those throws in his own territory when trying to convert a first down there, especially in an opening tight game like this. And Ray McLeod, he should have returned the ball last time and didn't. Returns this one when he should have probably called a fair catch. Punt returning is such a lost art. Kelton says, glad Chase has reappeared. He's been nothing. I've heard he's been doing a little bit of the thing that was going on with Washington that you'd hear about him. Sometimes he takes plays off. Did the Niners do something to Andy? I don't know. Running the ball on first down, then going to the bubble screen on 2nd and long. Let's not go back to that again this game, okay? Maybe this is the game you start to finally feel the lack of the Chiefs playmakers out on the outside able to win. Alstein, Kadarius Toney, MVP. Yeah, I long for the days Devin Hester with this stuff sometimes. Like, come on. This is why I would have hated to take the over-under on this game, because who knew if it was maybe going to break into being a high-scoring one or kind of turn into a defensive back and forth. Yeah, Haley, they've done the two bubble screens, which they did that in the Ravens game too, and to start off, and they found success with that. But that's the one where I don't know if I understand that much coming out in this game and doing it. I thought the reason you did it in the Ravens game was because you knew the Ravens were going to run the stack fronts, that maybe they were going to try to feature a little bit of some pressure looks on you, and you could offset that then by, catching them if they did so with the screens. But with the Niners, they're going to run a front four. They're going to stay in the two high safety look. They're going to have the bodies to the side to take care of the bubble screen and cover it up. So it's weird that they're going to it, and again, going to it on sort of in a predictable situation. We love pumpkin spices, Palestine. Oh, thanks, man. She loves y'all too. Why she loves being here. Right, Kitty? Say your hey to everybody. Can we get a what's up from the kitty cat? She's done talking. All right, we have another carrier to McCaffrey, another flag. Boy, the flags have been going definitely loose and free here to begin things off in this first quarter. Offsides on the Chiefs. Penalty declined. Second and short. Oh, they are taking the penalty. I think they showed a decline initially, and then they took it. Andy Reid looks lost. There's a little bit of a doddering feel to that where they're staying on him on the sideline. He's kind of doing that. First down and 5. Inside carry to McCaffrey. He'll fight hard, only get about 2 or 3 there. Nice job of rallying up by the Chiefs defense. And I think that's Willie Gay or one of their linebackers in there doing his job. Misfit says 49ers have signed or traded for every mercenary possible. Their window will shrink after this. I agree. I think that they do have one more year of real good plausibility to make a go, but some of that's also based on hope. The hope and and is it likely? Is Trent going to come back for another year? Does he want to do another season? Can they retain Brandon Ayuk? But it's definitely the window's, it's shrinking. Hand off inside to McCaffrey again. Wow. Well, they're taking I got to give Shanahan credit. He's taking my advice. That's the 5th carry to Christian McCaffrey. He also has 3 receptions already in this first quarter. So he's on pace for 72 touches in this game as it currently stands. Brandon says at least this Super Bowl won't be like the Pats-Rams Super Bowl. That one was boring. I don't know. Give it some time. Give it a minute here. Pitch outside to McCaffrey again. He's cut down there. 2nd and 10. Why is there like ice on the field? Somebody throw ice on the field? You guys see that? There's like a chunk of ice out there. Haley says Niners cap is better than ours next season. It's cope to think their window is small. Back to throw at 2nd and 9 for Purdy. And that ball will be dirted there. Couldn't quite get it in there to Deebo Samuel. Yeah, they're not in the worst of territory. I think they still have another year of being able to be okay with it. Once they get out of that, though, they have pushed some of that money down to where now the Bosa deal really clicks in. And now you're at a point of what you're doing with Kittle and some of those deals. But, you know, it's less about really their cap for me as much as some of the guys they've leaned on are definitely have a lot of mileage on those bodies taken off at this point. 3rd down and 9. Purdy and shotgun. Chiefs showing a 7-man front. 6-man front. They bring 5. Pressure bearing down on him. Completes the ball for 1st down. Is that Juwan Jennings there? Yeah, good job by the telecast showing some of the subtle pocket movement there by Purdy moving to his left. Just 2 steps to give himself a little time to get that throw off. 1st down and 10. Nice throw by Purdy. Drops back, lets it rip over the middle, feeling himself a little bit here after that last throw, and completes another one now up over the middle for 1st down. Ray McLeod there. Purdy going to some of his secondary targets. Boom, boom. Nice throw there. That was really nice. That's a dot right there. 1st down and 10. Back onto the Chiefs side of the field here at the 37-yard line. Back in shotgun. Fake bubble screen. Looks it back down up the field. Does Purdy. He's going down the field. And he will overthrow that one by a good mile there. 2nd and 10. Sanchez, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, I'm so glad we got D and not Creed. Yeah. The only nice part for me, Sanchez, is I get to go back to my draft videos occasionally and see myself sitting there chanting the name Creed, Creed, Creed. Oh, boy. Yeah. That was such a weird draft. We didn't have any picks, and then that pick. 2nd down and 10. Handoff inside. McCaffrey, he's swallowed up. Good job getting in the backfield there. Nicely done. Uzoma. Guy's not been the best of performers this year, but showing up when you need him in the big game. I think he's like their 2nd-round pick this past year out of, I believe it was Kansas. Was it Kansas State or was it TCU? I can't remember on that one. But let's go. Thank you, Sanchez. That one will always sting just a little bit. Brady says Andy Reid looks like he's not letting anything in the way of his post-game celebration cheeseburger. He's got the double stack ready, man. You know what I mean? This is not just a rookie deal, a 7th-round deal. They only lose the Ayuk this offseason. Their window's about 5 to 6 years right now if they draft competently. It is. There's a little bit of the uptick on the salary for performance the NFL has in their CBA. So he will be a bit past the 7th-round pick part of it, but not maybe far beyond it. We got some Christopher Walken. My coffee, please. Thank you. Are they all doing Walken impressions? I can't hear the volume. Oz loves some Christopher Walken. But yeah, they're not in awful shape, Haley. They do have some big contracts clicking and pretty big that are going to be something they have to deal with. But they're not in like hellacious shape. Brandon says, Steve Spagnuolo, what's up, my guy? Get your defense going. No way you're getting outdueled by Steve Wilkes. We got a walk-in commercial. Were they all doing impressions to him? Just let me eat. I'm here to get my nails done, please. I dig the Hawks, Brandon. Get ready for the AI Pacino commercial in the second quarter. Oh, I love my Hyundai. I drive it all the time. Here, to, fro, back and forth. All the time I drive. Oh. Watkins always a hit, y'all. Watkins always comes hard. I'm very popular. You put me on a Super Bowl commercial, Dune, the greatest movie on there, out now, biggest game in the U.S. Either way, I'm on both. I'm big time. 3rd down and 14 here for Brock Purdy and shotgun. Dropping back to pass under some early pressure, steps up in the pocket, tries to hit it up over the top, and a good play out there in coverage. Very nicely done out there by McDuffie, the UW cornerback. Makes a nice play. Going up and making a play on the ball there. Yeah. I think his arm, he got Deebo Samuel's arm kind of subtly pinned to him, but you're never going to get that call in the game. It just looked like their bodies are pressed together there to the ref. And he's making the play on the ball just to make sure that the call doesn't come in. All right, here's the field goal attempt from the Rook. 3rd round pick. About a 50-yarder there, somewhere in the neighborhood, and he hits it through. High visuals, amazing coverage. Yeah, that was great coverage. See, Lord, I've owned the Hyundai since 1992. That is my car. I said, this is going to be the future. You keep your Mercedes. You keep your BMW. I want for me, for my family, Hyundai. It's the way. Hooah! Olympic King says Moody's going to shank one late. It's coming. It's coming. Yeah, I'm digging the commercials so far. I can't hear the volume on them, but they look funny. Whatever that's worth. Oh, they're remaking Twister. I don't know how they expect that they're going to build upon perfect films. And who's going to outdo Paxton? Who's going to try to fill those shoes? There's no real Paxton working today. Maybe a my cat's over here snoring. definitely a good amount of ads. Yes. A healthy amount of commercials. Oh, Stan Brandon, do your Cat Williams impression. I don't do a good Cat Williams impression. It'd be cringy. That's how I can't do it. I can't do it. I'm working on it. I'm trying to get my cat down. He's a tough one though, because and that's what you got. Yeah, I just can't do it yet. It's in the works though. I'm trying to get a Cat Williams going. The Hawks will be a wonderful woman. Low scoring. You got your money on Mahomes and Reed. Says Breeze. I don't know who to go with if it's that way. I feel like you just don't want, if you're the Niners, to have this come down to a last drive with Mahomes. Trying to avoid that at all costs. Forefront. Red Ace says Coach Reed will get his cheeseburger. Big Doc's Pumpkin's exhausted. She was at the pregame party in Vegas last night. She was, man. She was doing Jello shots. She's in full-on just recovery mode today. Too much Vegas for her last night. Everybody in the bar was petting her. It's like that last shot was too much. I shouldn't have taken that last tequila shot. 25-yard line play action pass here from Mahomes. He'll come right down to a check down to Pachenko for a 6-7 yard gain. I love saying that last name. Pachenko. Hans says the more we see Swift today, the better for the Hawks and the bigger chance the Chiefs win. We all start getting the fourth quarter, and it's just like incessant slow motion after incessant slow motion close up on her. They just start really leaning on it for every bit. It's the last game of the year, boys. Get those slow-mo close-ups going. Come on. Coming off the commercial. Hand off inside to Pachenko, running hard, trying to get his way to the first down, getting close, but not quite there. Oh, yeah. She loves them Jello shots, man. MH edits, the Super Bowl is blah. Are there fans in the stadium? It's been a little tough sledding so far here. Kind of both teams feeling each other out maybe a bit here. 3rd down and 1. Split backfield look for the Chiefs with Mahomes under center. Hand off to Rashee Rice. He's going to get pulled down to the ground here by Dre Greenlaw. Fumble! Regained by the Chiefs. Yeah, protect that ball. That's what happens when you got a receiver running the ball sometimes. Greenlaw just pulled him down from the ground. Oh, he pitched it to him. Okay. Huh. 1st and 10. Ballsy. Play action rolling out to his left is Mahomes, and he's going to let the big dog hunt. Throws it down the field here, and that ball's complete for a 1st down to Hardman, Mecole Hardman. The Niners safety completely lost sight of the ball in the air. He was in a position to make a play, and he just completely lost track of it. There's a corner on the man, and then the safety is the underneath sort of defender here, and he gets on the man, but never finds the ball. It's one of those ones where Mahomes is throwing it so far and so deep. You ever been like an outfielder in baseball, and you're in deep in the outfield, and they hit something that far, and you're just that ball seemed to hang up there forever up in the air. And you go, man, is he throwing it? Is it going that far? But the defender just completely, Jair Brown, it looks like, lost track on the play as to what was going down. Pachenko out in front here on an outside zone run. He does fumble. And the Niners will recover. Some big swings of momentum here. Hargrave with the recovery. Pachenko fighting for every inch. Probably should have just wrapped up here. Chiefs were getting a little bit free and open with the ball on that drive. And the corner ripped it out. Corners have got to be willing to tackle in this modern NFL. It's now a prerequisite. Maybe it was nice to have 15, 20 years, 10 years ago. It's a prerequisite now, and you see just right there for why. You know, this is the man that has more left and right than any running back I've ever seen. He does. It's not the juking Barry Sanders type. It's the sidewinder snake type. Just hit the hole. Yeah, just stick it inside, get what you can get, and then it's first down. You know, you got 2 more downs. In a game like this, protecting the ball becomes even, I think, bigger than any other game because it can come down to truly be the difference when everything is this tight down the line. Gibson says, I'm enjoying 60 minutes of football and 3.5 hours of commercial. Life is awesome. Can't wait for the halftime show. Yeah, they're gonna bury these commercials as hard as they can. The talk says, Brandon, yes, 49er Trolls will be bombarding the chat room all year if they win. Shaking my head, yeah, they will. Lord, they will. Ooh. Dun, 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 dun. Christian says it's weird watching this game when you want neither side to win. I know. It is strange to watch a game like this that is so important, yet you are kind of like, I just want them both to fail. Wow, they put that Gronk commercial together fast. They were using footage for them earlier on that one. That's smart. A lot of Gronk. Why does Arnold got to do State Farm commercials? Man made hundreds of millions. He's got to be almost a billionaire. You can't tell me that you love it for the acting. Maybe it just keeps you in the public eye. Dave the Geese Niners have been lucky all postseason. Man, that's a brutal, brutal fumble. He's trying hard. He's fighting, but get what you can get and then get down. Tough to ask Pachenko that because he's a guy that fights on every run like he's fighting for his life on every run. So it's like completely against the way he just does what he does mentally. That's a weak flag there. He didn't throw him to the ground. He just drug him. Oh, is it a horse collar they're getting him for? Horse collar. Yeah. Yeah. Can't really argue with that, can you? First down and 10. Pretty big penalty. That gets the Niners out of their own end zone there and up to the 32-yard line. Stack box here. Pitch play to Deebo Samuel. He gets hit and taken down here quickly. Chris Jones in there. Kelsey's in madman mode. He's like, my marriage is on the line for this tonight. I'm going to propose. Tackled there again by Chris Jones on a second down run. McCaffrey. I went right at Chris Jones. That's usually not a good idea. Twice in a row. Dang, he big mad at Andy. Yeah, he's screaming over to Andy Reid. Reid's like, Jesus. Yeah, Kelson yells, probably let him get down there and go. At least says Kelsey, mad Swifties are going to riot. You made her boyfriend mad. NFL. 3rd and 8. Purdy, under pressure, able to get around it and out of it, but not for long, brought down to the ground. Play like that shows a little bit of the escapability, and you saw a bit of that from Purdy on the 10-yard run he had, but you even see it there in the pocket with his ability to quickly get past the outside rusher who feels like he's probably got a clean path to him, Karlaftis, and it's like, nope, I'm right past you. He's got a little bit of that zip in the 10-yard split deal. Probably what we've talked about too with like McCarthy is that you wouldn't have that kind of zip from him in that short area burst movements if we're talking about him as a potential mover in this upcoming draft, where people want to call him mobile like that. Like he would have that ability to do that. I feel like these NFL defenses are just too fast anymore that you're going to be a guy that can really truly get away, and the Chiefs almost fumbled again here. Wow. Check that ball, Chiefs. Nice stop by the Chiefs defense, though. They definitely are holding things up for their offense. They can't say they're not doing their jobs. 9-16 through the second quarter. I think it's like the 4th possession. The Niners, they got 3 points. Lord Bravos, I like stacking the box and forcing Purdy to throw it. Me too. Definitely a little bit of what you're seeing from the Chiefs so far, helping them out. And they are making they're starting to get a little bit of pressure in there on him. Brothers, says everyone I talked to at work on Friday picked KC. I heard 70% of the money out of Vegas is on them in this game. So a lot of people are feeling the same thing. Daniel Renard, why can't anybody actually show the game? Because then YouTube copyright strikes you, Daniel, and you get your channel taken down, which isn't good for the channels, right? I'd do it if I could. But down goes Patty. Talking babies, man. They always go to the tried and true in this stuff. So what do we need? Let's get some animals. If we get talking babies, that always goes over really well. It just gains people's attention. Juan says the commentators are low-key glazing the Niners. Brandon, I do like Jason more than Travis. Me too, probably. Save the geese. Kelsey's dirty for pushing sweet old Andy Reid. He was like way over the top, man. It's like, it was first down. I ran the ball. We're going to get it to you. Chill, dude. Like, I had something scripted up for you on second down. Dre Greenlaw just hurt himself walking out onto the field? Like Dre Greenlaw was like, is it a oh man, well, I don't know what just happened to Dre Greenlaw. He was like walking out to the field and he just rolled down. Did you guys see that? Was that wasn't Warner, it was Greenlaw. Was it did did he injure him? What did he do there? I only saw it one time. He's trying to walk on it. That's a D. Eskridge thing to do. Why? Whoa. Boy, that's huge. That's a huge blow to the Niners. I didn't even see. Can you guys tell me in the chat what did Greenlaw did? What did Warner do? Did he step on him? First and 10. Mahomes dropping back to pass. Under pressure, evades it. Rolls out. Looking, trying to evade more. He's going to push it out of bounds. Hey, Chase Young showing up here with some pressure there again. Popped a hammy walking on the field. Yeah, I didn't see Fred Warner do anything. It just looked like his hammy just blew on him. Put a flag on the play. I think they're going to try to decide if this is intentional grounding or not. Yeah, Hans, I thought that's what it was. Like, I didn't see Fred step on him. He just looked like as he was going, he sort of stumbled coming out on the field. He was sort of like, I don't know. Wow, that was wild. I don't know if I've seen that. That's crazy. It happened in a Super Bowl. Second and 20 here, so they will call that intentional grounding. Brennan says refs are being fair. This sucks. Just popped the hammy walking on the field. Wow. That's brutal. Brutal. Second and 20. Handoff inside, going nowhere there. 4-yard gain, maybe. Hans, maybe Achilles. Ooh. Yeah, they do have him sitting down. If it was the hammy, he wouldn't be sitting down. He'd be laid out. It might just be the Achilles. That one's such a scary one, man. It's so random. 3rd and 16. Mahomes dropping back to pass. Bosa on him. Gets out of Bosa's grip. Can't get out of the grip of Eric Armstead, though. It'll be a 2-yard gain and 4th down. And this Niner defense is showing you why they were one of the best in the National Football League. Mahomes and crew just don't have any answer right now for him. That's a weak-ass chip block by Jared McKinnon there. You chipping Bosa, you need to chip him. Chief offense looks as bad as I've seen all year. Niners defense will do this to you, but maybe not to this extent, right? If Kelsey was pushing Reed last series, what's he doing to him now? They're gonna like flash over the sideline. He's like kicking Reed. Pass me the ball. Huh, kitty? Yeah. 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 Oh. Haley, why is grounding not a spot of the foul penalty? I don't know. I don't know why it's not, it probably could make this change, but I don't know why you don't just call it a sack. He's down at the spot to the nearest defender who was closest to him. If he's in the grasp, that defender gets the sack and then the ball's there. That seems more accurate if we're being fair to what we're trying with the intent of even having it be a penalty to have happen. Is a lot of UFO commercial stuff, huh? Are we getting disclosure after the game here? What's going on? But I like it. I wish it would be called that way instead. John says, this is why I'm glad we got McDonald. Me too. Dogs, anyone bet the over on the number of punts for this game? You got on the over, you're looking good. Don says, am I the only one, or is Tony Romo the most annoying ass caller? Called Nick Joey too. That's like something I would do. Yeah, he's not the most liked out there. I think certainly once Brady comes back into play to supposedly start doing this next year, that'll be probably a lot of fun. He seems to be very well equipped to be able to do it. Snap out of it says, Travis, leave the Quaker Oat man alone. Eris' Pumpkin wonders who you're talking to. Yeah, she probably spends half her time going, he just talks to himself. He just stares forward and talks to himself. I think he's crazy. Yeah, Mahomes not looking like the best quarterback in the league right now. He's got that Niner defense got it confused. Wilkes putting him in the wash. Fred A says, thoughts on Hall of Fame inductees, 2 players who had stints with the Hawks. Patrick Willis getting in gives me confidence in Cam 31 induction. Great question. Let me look at the full list. I had been hearing it on the side, but I hadn't. Pass underneath there. Incomplete on 1st and 10 there. Couldn't get it to Deebo Samuel. Dwight Freeney, Devin Hester, Andre Johnson, Patrick Willis, Steve McMichael. Yeah, McMichael long has been deserving to be there. Andre Johnson, you can't argue with that. I mean, 14-year career, over 1,000 receptions. Nice throw inside by Purdy, completed for a first down. Hester, most dynamic return man in NFL history. Dwight Freeney, a gazillion sacks in his career. Really good overall player anyway. Best spin move in NFL history. So they're all worthy of doing it. Willis is the interesting one, like you say. Maybe gives you a little more faith that Cam can get in at that point. If Willis is getting in on a 7-year deal like he did, and you could say Cam had every bit the impact Patrick Willis did, if not more so, what he did with his time in the league. Quick throw here to McCaffrey will bring up a 2nd down. Just a little bit of 5-yard gain there. So maybe it does open a little bit more of the door for a Cam now than might not have been there otherwise. And that would be pretty cool. NFL will make its exceptions where longevity doesn't have to be it. Boy, McCaffrey coming up screaming after that play. Jeez. Looked like maybe that hurt him a little bit there. All right, 2nd and 4. The give is to McCaffrey. Hits the hole hard there, goes right up the middle, and pushes forward for a gain of 5 or 6 yards. He's being worked hard here to begin things. The Kivers, thank you for the $20 donation, Kivers. Very, very, very kind of you, and I do appreciate it. I hope you're having a good day. Says, I had no intention of following this absolute drivel, but I haven't seen Pumpkin in a while, so here I am. Since we're here, I want to say thanks for your content, brother. Tip Brandon, fat tonight, folks. Tip Brandon, fat tonight, folks. Let's go. I like Kivers' thoughts on that. Well, appreciate you, Kivers, and she's always here, man. I start up these streams. Sometimes she's not on the deal. You know, she's up in the bedroom or she's out there eating something or trying to go get into some trouble, mess with her sister a little bit. But once I'm on these streams and live, she's always front and center up on the cat tree, ready to go. You know, she's my co-pilot out here, no doubt about it. She's a good co-pilot too, very cute. I know. Were you napping? Well, Kivers, give me a 20. I gotta give you some love from Kivers. This is some Kivers love right now. Not bad, huh? Niners got to drive working here a little bit. Given to Elijah Mitchell there. Chris Jones able to bring him down to the ground for a very short gain, a 3rd and 2. Another penalty flag? What happened there? Oh, KC lost their deal a little bit, huh? Snead's been playing kind of chippy and dumb today a little bit, a couple of times. He was on the line with it earlier in this game. Unnecessary and dumb, doesn't accomplish anything. The man has a helmet on. What are you going to do slapping him? What does slapping him do? Some of these guys out there with their dumb, tough guy antics crap. It's like, you're in the Super Bowl. Let it go. You didn't like that he's being blocked all late. You just cost your team 15 yards. You can't give up those free yards here in this game. Now with your offense not able to even find their feet. Chiefs dial up the pressure here, and Purdy gets licked in the pocket there on the blitz. Not able to complete the ball. Wouldn't mind seeing KC start to bring a little bit more heat up on and dial up some of these pressure looks on the 49ers a little bit more now at this point. There has been a little bit too much of that. They've done well with it. 3 points. Can't argue with the outcome and how they've done with it, but there's definitely been some underneath stuff opened up, middle of the field opened up. 2nd down and 10. Bubble screen here. Looks like a trick play to Juwan Jennings. He's going to throw this back to Christian McCaffrey. It looks well set up, and Christian McCaffrey is going to get a touchdown. Wow. Wonderful trick play there. It was looking like it was going to be a pass down the field. Instead, he threw it back across the formation to McCaffrey. Kind of a dangerous sort of throw you ask a receiver to make there in that situation. But if you complete it, it's probably not going to be any guys over there. It worked perfectly there. Niners blocked it up. What a well-executed play. Touchdown. Great drive by the Niners offense, and they're going to go up potentially here 10-0 now. Givers, thank you for the $20 donation. And you're not alone. There's a lot of people I know in Seahawks fandom who are like, yeah, I won't be watching that Super Bowl. Thank you. I totally get that 100%. I do. But appreciate the support and the donations, and as well as being a member of the channel. And Pumpkin appreciates the love as well. She's deep in the nap. She had a heavy dosage of salmon here before the stream today, so she's definitely she's in a little bit of a food coma. He says, I think most commentators dick ride one team too much, need to balance it out. Amen. Especially in this kind of game. You got to give both the props for the goods. And it's been a bit of the back and forth here with this. These commercials. I can't even say something because I don't even know what I'm watching. I'm Matt Damon and Affleck in a Dunkin' Donuts jumpsuits. What are we doing? Right on the cut, they're working CMC hard to be only up by 3. Shaky game plan. Well, I think the thing Shanahan probably wanted when he's looking at his game plan and setting this up and thinking about it is he said to himself, I do not want to walk out of this game having not given McCaffrey enough touches, given him enough opportunities to go out there and not win the game solely, but that, he's a big part of our offensive attack and anything of what we do. I can't come out of this game where he had 12 carries. He had 13 touches, because that's probably a game I'm going to lose. And I think if he's looking at it, he goes, look, if I get him 30 touches in this game, no matter how I got to do it, come hell or high water, force it or not, that we're likely to win that football game. And I kind of tend to agree with them on it. I don't think it's a strategy that you can employ on a weekly basis, but if you get down to the final game of the season in the Super Bowl, and you do have an offense that I think Casey's going to challenge Purdy in a lot of ways, not to allow him to be comfortable or just really take things on himself, then I think then going back to McCaffrey and saying that we're going to lean on this ain't the worst of ways to go. He's going to have bruises up and down his body and bloody by the end, but might have himself a Super Bowl ring. Ricardo Chiefs looking less disciplined than the Seahawks. Definitely some Seahawks. That Snead thing was definitely a Seahawky kind of thing we'd seen from this year. And Chris Jones gathering the troops to try to rally the guys up to talk to him here. Dick Doc says, Brandon, okay, who had the prop bet with Jenkins throwing a touchdown? And Jennings throwing a touchdown. Yeah. I don't think anyone's getting any good bettors on this one. I don't think so. It just as I tipped all my money last night. Sanchez is always awesome too, man. You've always been there on the support, so it's all good too, bro. Trick play is something you're going to get with the new offensive coordinator in Grubb. I think he averaged over a trick play a game there at UW, so it can be effective. Take advantage of those defenses that are too aggressive. All right, 1st and 10 here from Mahomes and the boys at the 25-yard line. Pitch play out to Pachenko. He'll take this up for a 7 or 8 yard gain on an outside run. Creed Humphrey launches a 49er player into the sideline. Mom in the house. What's up, Mom? Dropping a $20 dono for the son. Appreciate you, Mother. I love you. Hope you're having a good day and look forward to seeing you. We got 11 days away here now. I'll be out there in Hawaii. I look forward to it. Can't wait. Some go to Cabo. I go to Maui. And off inside to Pacheco, taken down for about a 4-yard gain. Hope you're doing well out there, Mom. Not working too hard there on the move. Feels like I'm playing watching the Hawks. Mahomes dropping back to pass, 1st and 10. Check down underneath here to Pachenko. I like getting Mahomes a couple of these throws right now because he does not seem kind of in sorts and comfortable in the pocket with what he's seen from the Niners. If I'm Reed, more than trying to do the bubble screen stuff, just get him some of the throws where it's just check down throws to the backs a little bit here. Start to get maybe a feel for things and then get back in your flow. Maybe it's some of those easy rollouts in space. You got a QB right now kind of trying to search and find himself a bit of Mahomes here. Getting some easier stuff when everything else is so hard can be helpful. Just he needs to find his rhythm, it seems like. Another handoff here on 2nd and 4. That's going to get swallowed up in the backfield by Fred Warner. Nothing doing. Haley says, quick, remind me what happened when Shanny was up at the half versus the Pats as an OC. That's true. That's true, Haley. I think we should start mentioning that. There is that background of sometimes getting a lead, not being able to maintain it with them in a couple of variety of places. Very good point. Looks like got an injury on the field. Yeah, looks like there was an injury on the field. The Chiefs offensive lineman was holding his arm. I think that might have been Creed. Byron Peace is J-Lo in her prime, way hotter than Swift. I would agree with that. I can see how Swift's like super pretty, but I also go like, I don't know. Yeah. D-Man says the script is going perfectly for a Mahomes comeback. Nicholas says, I'm really shocked that the Kansas City Swifties aren't winning by 10. This one got me off guard too a little bit. Good for them though. Humphrey out there showing the latitude flag. Dig to the Hawks says, Brandon, tip your cap to your mom. She raised a good son. She'll love hearing that out there, Dig to the Hawks. That'll put a smile on her face. She'll definitely appreciate that. Only commercials. Yeah, Mama Hawk's Nest. You guys might see a Mama Hawk's Nest soon enough here in the future. Here and there in the stream. Misfits says, where's Andy Reid's creativity? See some of these plays coming a mile away. Similar to me, I sit here and I'm kind of going, boy, this just feels kind of, it feels sort of a dusty version of the Chiefs offense, doesn't it? Doesn't quite feel like the one that we typically are normally accustomed to. I also feel like the run passes have been sort of predictable on the when he's running to when he's passing. Doesn't help when they're so far behind the sticks, I suppose. Yeah, I really like this thing that keeps coming on between the commercials. Addicted, who's the linebacker playing for Dre Greenlaw? It's Demetrius Flanagan Fowles. The most Irish name in the NFL. Who's that man you got down there at the tune? Oh, that's Demetrius Flanagan Fowles. He's a good man. Hell of a man and linebacker. He's the kind of linebacker that'll roll through a brick building for you. Herside says, oh, dude, Swift all day. J-Lo old. Yeah, but Herside, he said J-Lo in her prime. Even now, J-Lo's like, not, hard to look at. But J-Lo in her prime. That was a, Joe Thuney injured. Yeah, he came in here a little bit beat up. Probably already not at 100% as it is. Ugh, 3rd and 4, and we get a false start by the Chiefs. Boy, that's just not what you need. You've been in rare situations today if you're the Chiefs in 3rd and shorts, 3rd and makeables. You've been in a lot of situations at 3rd and 9, 3rd and 12, 3rd and 13. And your pass protection is not holding up enough for you to be able to get those routes and make it work at that point. Silly little mistakes here kind of plaguing this Chiefs team in this first half on both sides of the ball. And Niners are a good enough team already without giving them some of these unnecessary advantages here. And Bosa right there on top of him, cat quick. There we go. Mahomes finally finds a man underneath on 3rd down, just scrambling around back there. Bosa was all over him. We do have a flag. Let's see who this is on. Looks like it's going to be on the 49ers. Fred Warner there. And boy, Bosa just shows you how he can dip around an edge there, where he's basically on a knee, still sliding around, circling around Mahomes there. And Mahomes able to get away, but boy, is he a load to handle off the edge. Mahomes dropping back, puts it right in his receiver's arms, and it's a drop pass. There's been a lot of those from the Chiefs receivers this year. A little bit behind him, but that's where Mahomes has got to put that ball. And it's not bad. You got to catch that as a receiver. That's a catchable. You get both your hands on it. There's no defender hitting you. And I think Mahomes is putting that to throw it away from the leverage of the safety over the top. So yeah, see, he doesn't throw it into the safety there. So he's doing that on purpose to try to help his guy out. 2nd and 10. Mahomes, flip pass out to Pacheco there in the flat. Nice job. Reed doing a better job here this drive of starting to kind of dial up some stuff. It's a little bit more easier for Mahomes on it. And Mahomes starting to look a little bit more comfortable with it. J-Lo still putting it on. I'm not the only J-Lo. Oh, I got. Let's go. All right, 3rd and 2 for the Chiefs. Low snap. Little pick play there. On a slant route to Rashee Rice. He'll complete it. 1st down. A little bit more of, it's the 2-minute drill, but a little bit of this up-tempo-ness is helping out the Chiefs a bit, it looks like. There's a little bit of Geno at times, where he has a little bit of the first opening half, and you just give him in a 2-minute, and things start to kind of lock in a bit. Another low snap to Mahomes. Again, back to Rashee Rice on a quick little slant route from the slot. He's completed for a 1st down, clock ticking. Chiefs got 3 timeouts, 1:05 to go. Take some time here. Looks like we're going to get the first time out here taken at this moment. Black Sabbath, J-Lo's been in her prime since Living Color. Boy, has she ever. She was, yeah. Oh, shoot, my bad. I didn't realize my deal was doing that. Sorry, Kelly. Didn't know it was sometimes I'll spin the deal and it puts it off. So yeah. Lock it like that. No, it still does it if you lock it. Okay. I'll try to remember not to do that, Kelly. My bad. Sort of spin it out. Common says since Greenlaw's out, I would attack his side. I know Reed should know it. I would think he would as well. And Greenlaw is really good in the run game, so. Chiefs receivers are so bad. They are. Boy, they got it. That's, if I'm the Chiefs this offseason, offensive line and receiving core are definitely 2 places that I would look to address back into. Haley says, could you imagine for every drop percentage you forfeit the percentage of your salary? On defense, you forfeit your missed tackle percentage every year. That would be pretty crazy. That'd be crazy awesome. You'd see pass catching and tackling numbers go up quite substantially. What a coincidence there, huh? Right, Haley? Haley said we'd be in salary cap heaven if Adams had to give back his missed tackle percentage. Well, it would, Haley, because then we'd actually be getting back more cap. Because he'd be giving back his salary, then plus some more on top of it. So by that point, you're like $2 million in the black. I like Haley's idea on that too. Good luck getting the players to sign off on that one. Brandon, I wish I was alive for the Holmgren years. They were fun years, man. You were getting into legitimacy. You know, you felt like you're going from being a joke franchise to being actually now a legitimate franchise. It was a real clear sign of that. Sean chugging beers. Let's go. Swifty update. She chugged a beer. Oh, Lordy. It was probably apple juice. Exactly, Brandon. My JLo question's getting legs. No pun intended. It's a good question. Going JLo all day. Thomas is based off the line of scrimmage. Based off the Super Bowl, the line of scrimmage needs work. Use all the weapons Seattle has, and the defense needs to attack. I'm seeing a lot of the same here. The power of the lines of scrimmage. 49ers are able to get heat on Mahomes with the front four and drop guys into coverage, and Mahomes ain't loving that because he doesn't know where to throw it to. And on the other side, it's taking a little bit more for the Chiefs to get that pressure in. On top of the fact the Niners' ground game is finding a little bit of life at times. So an inside carry here. We'll go down to third down now. It looks like another timeout by the Chiefs with 29 seconds to go here. We're just trying to burn this clock, make sure the Niners don't get another opportunity here. Now the Chiefs, if they do get a very little minimum here, a field goal, do get the ball back at halftime. So an opportunity at that point to come back into this and tie this game up at half if you just get the points, which I'm sure is what Reed's telling him here a little bit of. Make sure we come out of this with the points. That's the most important thing. Catherine says, respond to this. Do you like 49ers or Kansas City? No, I'm a Seahawks fan, tried and true, Catherine. So I'm pretty heartily so in that lane of things myself. But probably a little more for Kansas City today. Because not a big fan. Niners winning it. But you know, Thomas, that's what I've been harping on for a while too, is that line of scrimmage, dealing with that line of scrimmage. Both sides of the ball, man. I just think that there's nothing but a benefit to doing so. Third down and 5. Mahomes in shotgun. Trips to the far side of the field. Mahomes scrambling up, and he is going to be sacked. He was looking to do a little improvisation there, but almost every time Mahomes is hitting to the back foot in the pocket there, he's feeling under duress. He's feeling like there's something bearing down on him. Like there, he had a pretty clean pocket, it seemed like, and he just decided to kind of prematurely step up there. Did the left end get off so fast on that? Was that Chase? I think he's gotten a little jumpy in the pocket in this half a bit. He had a chip going to that side. Chase got a little bit of a clear off the first couple steps into his pass rush. He was able to kind of swipe past that left tackle. That's obviously what Chase is doing today is the Euro step swipe move, and then he tries to come off and bend off of it. As you watch Chase today, that's what he's going to very often on that left tackle, and it's working. But they had the chip with the running back going to that side too. So Mahomes could have consciously had a little bit more time to know he had at least another beat of a second there to hold in there and hang in there. So 28-yard field goal attempt. This is a big kick in this game for the Chiefs, who do not want to get too far back in this one. The hold is down, the kick is up, and it is through. So the Chiefs will stay within one score, 20 seconds to go. Gotti says, I swear they're calling plays like they don't want to win. Left my ass off. Kind of conservative. There's not a lot of times I found myself in my life looking at Andy Reid's offenses saying, boy, so conservative. But you got 13 passes in this first half to 12 carries, and it's not like you're carrying the ball particularly well. You've got 12 rushing attempts for 39 yards in the first half for a 3.3 yard per carry average. I'd get it if you had a McCaffrey kind of side, a McCaffrey type of guy over on your hand the rock to, but you don't. Catherine says 49ers the best. Well, it's just tough. We're Hawk fans, so you know how it goes, Catherine, with that. Chiefs do get the ball at the half. Haley says, like, give Mahomes that Tyreek fella. Bet that'd go well. That'd be a hell of a combination. Could you imagine? And I agree, Misfit. I think Mahomes has been playing conservative. I think the offensive attack's been kind of conservative. Play calls and all. It's just been very strange. Maybe they're waiting until the second half to unveil all the magic. Brendan, didn't the Chiefs come back last year? Yeah, that sounds right. I think that's right. You think I'm actually going for Brock? Oh, there we go. Ooh, we got some fights there going on here between the two teams. Looks like Banks and Chris Jones getting into a little bit. Haley says, I hate the underdog narrative the Niners went into this with. Hope they get smacked in the mouth in the second half. Yeah, it's hard to put them as an underdog, Haley, when so many people at the start of the year had them as the favorite to go win the Super Bowl. You don't get to do that like everyone's counted us out. Everyone's doubted us. No, they haven't. No. What are you talking about? Oh, here comes the usher. Here comes the usher. All right. Do 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 do. Well, that was a half of football. That was a half. Mm. William Leonard, thank you for the $5 donation. I do appreciate you for that, man. And also thank you for being a member of the channel, William. Brandon, I don't get the entire fan base's let's effing go for the future of the Hawks. Is this what a perpetual gray skies does to a fan base? I'm pumped. I don't get that the entire Hawk fan base let's effing go for the future. Is this just what a perpetual gray skies does to a fan base? I'm pumped. Oh, I think you're talking a little bit, William, about just how excited everybody is right now. And the entire Hawk fan is let's effing go for the future. I think it's I've always felt like that, and it's part of at the heart of doing this channel, and I think it's been born out of what you've seen in the community we have there, and how many people are, I think, on this road with their outlook of things, and that they're very well attuned in, and I think that there was a lot of different fan types that you had at the end of this season and where people stood. There were those that said, hey, I want Coach, Coach Carroll's kind of starting to wear thin for me, but let's give him another year. To the others who would say Coach Carroll gets to coach as long as he wants, and then you just let him go. But then there was also the bigger other segments out there. I think there was the big segment of folks out there that was, I think, was more of an overriding majority saying, okay, look, it's time to move on. It's time for something new. Then you had the other people, like on the other side of that, William, where it gets even more parsed out, where you have the people that are not only, it's time for something new. This has gotten to thin. This isn't working anymore, to they're kind of completely out on the process. And a lot of those people that I can attest to, William, have been people that I've heard from even in my chat that, a couple of years ago might have been in the chat and said, look, I can't keep watching this Hawk team if we're going in this direction and they're not going to move anywhere off it. It's just not worthwhile to me. And they feel themselves now they're not doing that anymore. They've returned sort of back to the ranks, not in a bandwagon way, but just in a look, you're not fixing something that's inherently problematic and broken, and that's obvious. And I can't expect you're going to be able to push through if you don't deal with that thing. So you have all of those folks under the sun that I think have of course, there were people that already believe that didn't have to come to any peace about Coach Carroll, but I think even the folks that are pro Coach Carroll, for the most part, have made their peace with the fact that even if you didn't agree with it, you could understand why the decision had to be made. And then that does mean that there's an activeness to the ownership. There's an activeness to the front office. There's not we're satisfied with just sort of maintaining status quo. And I think, too, William, we can't, I think, ignore a little bit of the fact that the Seattle Mariners situation bleeds into this a little bit, where you have fans starting to get a little bit of that wonder, is the old Seattle mentality and thinking towards their sports franchises, thinking that, dripping in here, where our owner and our front office are just happy enough to keep us at 54%, are just happy enough to keep us at that consistent winning spot of things. And that's really the only thing that truly matters, that they're not trying to be great anymore, that it was more of a Paul Allen's thing was to try to be great, to aspire for that. And these kind of things you've seen them do this offseason, William, including making the strong move of a Carroll, are all indications that whether these moves work out or don't, you do have an ownership that's active. You do have an ownership that cares. You do have an ownership that wants to truly push for championships, and not just in sort of a political talk fashion, but or a PR fashion to make people, try to sell people on the organization. And that is what inspires fan bases. That is what brings them back into the fold. And you earn their trust back. Not only do you fill your gates up, but you earn the trust back of the fan base. And it can go both ways. You can have a guy like DePoto that hurts that trust with that comment he had about the 54%, and we're shaving salary, and we're having hard times while they're having ticket sales as good as any ball club in Major League Baseball. It doesn't add up to fans. They don't want to hear it. So I'm pumped. Everyone seems to be pumped by this, William. I think you're going to see the fan base in a unique place than they've been for about 6, 7, 8 years, where that spirit, that collective spirit of everybody on their toes and ready to see what we can do here next. What's the next chapter? Like you're reading a good book, and you can't go to bed and you're on your back and your back's sore because you've been reading for 4 hours straight. And it's like, I want to get through this next chapter, though. This is so good. It's the same thing I think that's going on with fans right now in Seattle. And I love to see it as well. Because I'd watch for a couple of years that slow dripping of folks that would drip away from this, where they just didn't feel like the right formula was being put into place. Not that it was all just purely bad, but that the right formula to be a contending team wasn't there. And now looks like maybe the potential of it is there. But thank you, William. I appreciate your donation. Thomas says, I feel Seattle isn't as far behind as us fans think. If Grubb gets the most out of Geno, gets the most out of the running backs, wide receivers, plus McDonald's defense improves each week, yet Seattle still has a way to go, but not far. I certainly think, Thomas, that there's going to be a nice jump you're going to get naturally from what both of these two guys are going to do on either side of the ball, because they're going to take advantage of things that aren't things that are going to require them to burn the midnight oil and, sit there, scratch their head into 4 a.m. to figure out a solution to the answer. It's, will we target the middle of the field? Will we be more diverse in our running attack? Defensively, will we be willing to run stack boxes and run some more maybe blitzes than we have in the past, to be more diverse on the back end, to be more schematically unpredictable, especially from a coverage standpoint in defense? I mean, all of these things are pretty straightforward, easy things to apply to the football team that aren't going to require a lot. And they should immediately bring those returns. Now, are they mighty returns? Are they, this is going to turn us around and make us, no, not on itself. Like you say, there's a ways to go there, where there's a lot of other things that will need to be done in addition to this. But it's a nice opening step to maximizing this team into next year. If you just look at it through that lens of how about for next year, being able to take advantage of those advantages, not leaving them on the table, and they're very easy to pick up and utilize. I think will help out McDonald, will help out all the coaches on the staff in a way that is unique here in Seattle that I don't think all coaches get when they walk into a situation. You could be walking from one modernized offense to another in a coaching change where, well, that other modernized offense just had a guy who couldn't sequence his plays together in his play calling, or couldn't coach up the young talent and get them to a stage where they were ready to develop and take off, but he had the right scheme in place. Ours is that. Ours isn't really as much of the others, just more of that. We got the talent, we got the guys ready to pop. We need the schemes on both sides of the ball to fully let it rip. Brian Kennicott says Usher will possess the mic longer than the Chiefs possess the ball in the first half. Very true. Very true. Prince halftime show was the best. Sean B. cheers from sunny Sedona, Arizona. Well, you're nice and warm down there, I bet you are right now. We're wet and cold up here, but thank you, Sean. Hope you're having a good one down there in Sedona. Fumble was brutal. The Kivers, thank you for another $10 donation. Kivers, very, very kind of you. Very kind of you, brother. He says, I am stoked about the move Schneider has made. Carroll was great. He'll be celebrated. But this new crew is as intriguing as any. So stoked. I'm really stoked as well on this, Kivers. I think that they've just done tremendous in this hiring process. And I think they've taken the right approach. It was a nice slow roll approach where you felt like they exhaustively went through every corridor, every path, opened every door, talked to every person, shook every hand, kissed every baby, and you got to the other side of it and you made your decision at that point. And I think you've done as much due diligence as you can to bring the situation to a point of being successful. There certainly is always going to be a little bit of always a risk with all these moves, especially going to a young coach like McDonald, but I think they're smart moves. I think that they're moves that make a lot of sense. And I just can see where the plan's going. I can see what they're attempting to try to do. And what you're attempting to do is you're attempting to have both sides of this ball roll at the same time. You're not trying to attempt to build the one side of the ball and then have the other side play sort of a protective role, or to just be in there as this general guide, but to be, hey, we're going to be our own lethal part. You will be a lethal part and we'll be a lethal part, and we'll work together to just crunch on teams. We're not just going to try to inch our way through football games and hope we can just barely pull it out through at the end of the game. We're gonna really try to drive down on both sides of the ball. And I love that thought process, right? Just go for it. Let's don't try to just squeeze your way through it. Don't try to just let's wait till the fourth quarter and make our move then. If you can win by 4 lap lengths, go win by 4 lap lengths. Why not at that point? But Carroll will always still be celebrated. We'll always still be looking back at him at this point in nothing but reverence. We had to talk about a lot of tough things there at the end with him in regards to why change needed to be implemented, why this wasn't something that needed to be, if it's convenient, but needed to be absolute. And it's happened now, and now we can move back into the role, I think, of Kivers, of celebrating him and appreciating what he brought, and best coach in Seahawks history, and got us our championship. And that is all. That's the way we're going to be looking at Carroll in the future. But change was good here. Change is going to be helpful. And the returns of change and how much this team can take some step forward even next year, I think is going to quickly get fans into understanding even more so why the change was made. Not because it's instantly guaranteed to be successful, but because you'll be able to see a little bit more of the vision and where this can go to being ultimately successful by the plan that they put together. I love it, man. Givers, I absolutely love it. And I'm thankful the fact the team made these moves. It's made this offseason for me personally too all that much more exciting and fun to be able to cover this team, talking about things that I truly do feel excited about and what I'm seeing, what they're doing. Haley says the big issue is they're getting pressure without a lot of blitzing. It's just one-on-ones. It's just winning one-on-ones. Yeah, they are. And winning quick with Haley, right? They're getting those quick pass rush wins. Kind of like we were talking about last night with some of the stuff that our line would create, where it's that in that under 2.5 seconds, you're making the quarterback move off his spot. Usher can't seem to really dance here on this turf. The turf's messing him up. Should have gotten him some spikes, man. rolling. Will there ever be a Christian, with Brandon, what's your favorite Super Bowl halftime show? I did like the Prince one. I mean, I know it's kind of a homer one, but I mean, it's Prince. And that's kind of like one last, Prince wasn't with us for a long time after that, right? So it's sort of almost like the last time you publicly remember Prince a little bit is in that Super Bowl halftime show. So he did awesome. I think Bruno Mars did great when he did his. I mean, that's just the kind of energy I think you want to kind of try to bring. And I thought that was really a good one as well. We've had some boring ones. We've had some ones in there that was kind of like, nah. But those would be my two favorite. Brendan says, I refuse to believe the NFL is letting the Chiefs lose in front of Taylor Swift. Sorry, I just can't see it. That's a lot of revenue right there. Yeah, I don't see it either, man. But they're only, as bad as those look for them in the first half, they are only down by a touchdown. If I'm the Chiefs, I feel pretty good about that. This would have been cool in 2003. Yeah. Well, yeah. You guys remember even like 10 years ago, 15 years ago, they'd go to like The Who. And that was the same thing they were saying to them. And it was like, why are you guys going for this is the best you got? They did try a couple of years ago to go more with the weekend they brought in. And that show was just weird. Big Docs, must be honest, though. I agree with Kelsey. Kind of odd pulling him out in the red zone. Just saying. It is a little bit strange. I mean, you don't have one feat. You have a couple of red zone appearances now. I don't think you have one Travis Kelsey target down there in the red zone at this point. That's kind of interesting. I mean, you went to that Ravens game and you're like, we're going to work Kelsey. In this game, you've thrown him one bubble screen for a yard. I think that's I can get a little bit of frustration from Kelsey if I'm him in that moment. David Adams, 49ers defense can be had. Chiefs just need to calm down and play smart. Well said. Well said. Lee says, get to the game. Why do we got to watch this halftime show? Haley had a friend who was part of the on-field at halftime crowd once. They hated it. You're under the stands the first half not seeing shit, and then herd out like cattle to jump around and then herded back. Yeah, that doesn't sound fun. And I'm guessing not really paid anything to do so either. So, yeah. Who's this guy? Man, who told you to wear that? You would not catch me dead in some of these outfits dudes wear now. Oh, Lordy. No. Herbicide says Usher is playing the Emerald Queen Casino next Friday. Is he really? I guess the Super Bowl bump ain't that great. I heard once that ours had to actually pay for the Super Bowl appearances because they get such a bump off the sales from doing it. Big the Hawks says, I'm sorry, no offense to Usher, but one guy singing and dancing just doesn't cut it for me. I need screaming guitars against her. And I know, I get it. It's kind of just like, okay, here we go. Haley says, I'm not that young, and Usher's a little too old school for me. I'll mess with Alicia, but Alicia Keys can sing and play like an instrument. Usher just gyrates back and forth and sweats. Haley says, I feel like this happens when your execs are 70 plus years old. I think so, probably too. I don't understand, like, this is the best you got is this. She's going to make us watch it for 20 minutes. Robert Jimenez, Christopher Walken commercial, your thoughts? Well, Robert, they paid me well first. I don't do commercials. I'm Hollywood, movies, stardom. That's me, Christopher Walken, movie star. But you want me to do your commercial, I'll do it. You're going to pay me, and you're going to need a CGI below my body. My head is all you get. That's what you're buying, my head. You get no more than that. And if you want that, you can have it. It's good. My head on top of another man's body. But that's the only way I do commercials. Otherwise, no. I see no reason. No, thank you. I don't think so. But it's good that I'm in the limelight again, as I always should be. This year, commercials, Super Bowl, Dune, the bad guy. No big deal. I'm going to be him. Still 80 years old. You're scared of me. You know you are. See you. Christopher's feeling the commercial, Robert. Next up is going to be Coke. They all want me now. Say, Christopher, can you come do another commercial? No, I can't do another commercial unless you're going to give me another $10 million. Jason Doucette says this halftime show absolutely blows. I'm not a halftime show fan, but this is terrible. I'm waiting for the Pepsi can to pop up because this is like a commercial. Yeah, this is... And now he's on roller skates. Tim Sully, I'm on a plane right now and trying to use the NFL app, and is an absolute hardship. I mean, real bad. B, your stream is so much clearer. No buffering, freezing. That's why I'm bouncing back here. Well, hell yeah, Tim. Sorry you ain't able to get a good stream going on that side of it. I mean, they got to get the internet on the planes going here, man. You know what I mean? But I'll try to give some scintillating play-by-play as I can the second half here. Hopefully get a little bit more of a livelier second half than that first one. It was kind of a... whew. Roland Connor. Katy Perry halftime was pretty great. Yeah, that wasn't bad. The Sharks part became kind of a thing. I wish Weird Al was playing. Weird Al would be more funner than this, I think. Michael Jackson danced better. Agreed. When's he going to do the thong song? That's Cisco. Haley, he couldn't catch worse for the Chiefs if he's the receiver. I'll say that. You know, maybe about the same footwork. He looks like he's so out of breath right now. I was just like, he's barely moved too. They've had him like on skates rolling around, and then he just sort of gyrates in the same spot. Spins the feet, does the little spin foot move. Oh, here comes Ludacris. Oh, Lord. Myron P. loves it. He says, Usher's killing this halftime show. It's your boy. The script is going to be wild. Chiefs win 21-17, and the Niners get screwed by the refs in the second half. Givers, thank you for another $2 donation and all your donations today. Get the triple no drop. I know where I'm going Friday. It's the casino night. If he's going to bring these kind of moves, He might be tired, tuckered out, all this sweating he's done in this performance. He might be toast for the muckleshoot there. I don't know if he's going to have anything left in the tank, Kivers. Sanchez, thank you for a $2 donation as well. I'd rather have Cisco and the Baja men than this. Dun, 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 dun. Little Cisco, little maybe DMX out there. That stage is about to collapse. That thing is like ready to drop. Nobody in the stadium's like dancing or anything. Like they just showed a shot of the whole stadium. Everybody's just sort of sitting there just. He's finished the performance. I don't even know if anybody was clapping. He went to the shirt off move. That's a power move there, Haley. That's what they know is the finisher move. Roland says everything fake from guitar to hair to breasts. Even had the fake abs there on his little football thing get up. Roller skating's back in a big way. The eyes, Brandon. Oh my God, Chris Walken feeling commercials. I never wanted to do it, but you pay me that much. It's such little work. Why not? Chance to remind everybody I'm him. I'm him. Walken is him. Little John. Okay. What? At least Usher was singing himself. No lip syncing like Rihanna. That's true. Lip syncing's weak when they got to do that. Like, I don't care if you guys don't like that. You got to sing it. Sing. Sing, mother effer. Yeah, I know DMX. He's dead. R.I.P. Cool Breeze says Sierra could do a halftime show and let Russ throw back bombs in the background. He'd do it too. She'd be like, okay, baby, I want you to do this. I'll be out in front, and then you're gonna be behind me. I just want you just throwing bombs behind me. He ain't doing any dances or anything. He's got all the dancers going, and Russ is just back there tossing moon balls behind her for aesthetic purposes. Ricardo says, I'm not the biggest fan of Usher, but I've seen worse halftime shows. Well, he gave it his all. Liz Garner says, beautiful cat. Well, thank you, Liz. She indeed is a really good girl. Always up here for all the shows. She's not feeling this Super Bowl, though, yet. You can see she's had to turn away from it. That's all she can take. I didn't see any Illuminati references, William. It was pretty straightforward on that one. Yeah, there'll never be any classic rock singers on there again. Or was that I give the halftime show 2 thumbs down? The dogs don't know about Usher, but I've been thunderstruck. Be the worst part of being in Pittsburgh for the first time, and my father-in-law puts on Super Bowl 40 after we're 20 drinks deep just to get me riled up. Then they reference that game at the start of the Super Bowl. Oh, yeah. The problem I have with Steeler fans is that they know it. And you play this cat and mouse game where they know it, but they don't want to admit it, but they know it. And they don't even play the game of like, no, it was evenly called. They'll just not respond and just kind of play it all quiet. And you just go, ugh. But that is a low key, that's like one of the worst moves you could pull. He could pull on you to do that, you know? That's like having a Raiders father-in-law who's like a Steelers fan. He's like, hey, remember the immaculate reception? Take a look at that. That was pretty cool, huh? For us. And that game in particular, Steeler fans, take your Lombardi, take your little trophy, have your little rings, count it for one for the thumb. But don't own it too hard on that one. Gift wrap that thing like it was a Bon Marché purchase, and you paid an extra 30% to get the thing wrapped right. Ricardo says the problem with rock Super Bowl halftime shows that we probably get Nickelback or Creed. That's true. Probably not a lot of Tool in the halftime shows. Space, I think Chase Young's having a really good game. Yeah, he's played solid for them, it seems like. That's cold-blooded, Tim. I'm going to call it. That's a bitch move by the father-in-law. Any NFL fan knows if there's a Super Bowl that's been stolen for you, you don't want to make any person after. I've never gone back and watched that whole game. I don't want to relive that crap. No. I've heard Creed's pretty bad in person. Yeah. Stapp's voice, I've heard, doesn't exactly hold up too well out of the studio. I still maintain Corey's idea with Weird Al is the way to go here. Come on, Weird Al would make it fun. He'd add some humor in there. He'd probably get a few of the pop stars to sing along with some of his stuff. Venetian in Vegas. Who else has been to Vegas? Yeah, Allison Chains will be a tough one. No Lane Staley will probably make that a rough one. AI says Chiefs need Tyler Lockett. How about we trade Tyler Lockett and our 2025 first round pick to the Chiefs for their 31st or 32nd? We draft Penix and some other quarterback falls to us for their first. Okay, so how about we trade Tyler Lockett on our 2025 first? I mean, it's a feasible trade, AI, because I guess you could see where both teams could see it as having a win in it. I certainly think that the Chiefs were smart. They would look to target. If it's not a Tyler Lockett, then maybe it's a Keenan Allen. But just a real professional receiver in this league that can give them some steadiness where so much of it is a question mark with them in this receiving core right now. So I guess it's possible. We could do a move like that. I mean, you're saving a little bit of money on the cap at that point, too, in addition. Venetian's the best. I think that's one I have to look at if I go next time. Roland, you have to decide ahead of time how much your limit is for losing in Vegas. It is. I'm not much of a gambler there. I just like to go for the sights and the sounds, and I don't go much. I gotta admit, when I have gone there, I've kind of been a bit of a fish out of water because I'm not a big gambler. Second bottle of tequila hitting y'all. My bad for the spell mistake. Lockett went to Kansas State. Okay, so there's some connection there. They do need some better receivers, man, AI. And they've drafted some young cats, Sky Moore, Rashid Rice, the trade for Kadarius Toney. You know, maybe a little bit more of going for some veteran blood in there can help out. We got the opening in the second half about to kick off here. Over the second bottle finished before second half start. I'm a true winner. You're the true winner today. I'm the same way. See, Lord, I just don't ever seem to win when I gamble, so it's never really enticed me to gamble. Haley says, you know what was fun? This will be the closest to a Super Bowl Tony Romo has or ever will be. Hans says, my colleagues were in Vegas for 1 month for work. They were sick of it after a week. Yeah, you can't do more than a couple days in Vegas. If you're in there, oh my gosh. But pitch play on 1st and 10. And Pachenko drops the ball. Pachenko having a tough game here. Well, Mahomes put that a little bit high. It's kind of an odd pitch there. They're trying to sell the fly sweep action, and it ends up causing the pitch to be a little bit late to get out to Pachenko. 2nd and 22. Man, the Chiefs just cannot stay ahead of the sticks on these drives. Everything is 2nd and deep, 3rd and deep. Let's see if they go to the bubble screen. That's what they've done here before now. Gets it underneath here. A little bit of it back. Kelsey's in the lineup. I think they've forgotten that he's on their team. Or Taylor Swift slapped Andy Reid last night. One of the two. Maybe that's what Kelsey was yelling at him about. It's like, she didn't know it was you. She thought it was the imposter Reid. He grabbed your butt. He didn't grab her butt. 3rd and 12. Got time. You got time, Patrick. That ball's intercepted. Patrick throws it over the top. Wow. That ball just looped up on Patrick. He did have Kelsey open, it seems like, underneath on the secondary route. Bam, right there. And he just throw it to the sideline, and he just looped it up. The ball carried on him a bit. Oh. Taylor's going to dump Kelsey. So I can turn over the game for the Chiefs, and the 49ers take over with a short field here. Quick pressure here on Brock Purdy, who throws it away. Somebody's asking if that's intentional grounding. He's outside the tackle box when he throws that. It's not going to be intentional. Too much money on KC, says Hans. That's what I was wondering with the 70% money on KC. I was like, yeah. You got your nerves going in a Super Bowl like that, and your Mahomes rolling out. You know, that blood's pumping, that adrenaline's pumping, and a little throw like that to Kelsey that can look simple and easy can kind of lift on you a little bit and just starts to elevate on you a little bit. Making the score is definitely right. Young says 49ers playoff run has been a cakewalk with teams blowing these games bad. Must be nice. They've definitely taken advantage of teams shooting themselves in the foot, and they've not shot themselves in the foot. And sometimes that's about winning or losing, is not making the mistake. The ball is knocked away. Nice job there by the Chiefs defense. Well, Valdez, the Niners need to do that premature victory pose like last time. Big Hawk says, damn, Mahomes looking more like a line cook than a chef. Drop back to pass, 3rd and 15. Pushed out of the pocket is Purdy. He's going to get taken to the ground. Good job in pursuit by Willie Gay. And boy, the Chiefs defense, you've got to give them so much credit in this game. Yes, the Niners have played fantastic on their side of the ball defensively, but Chiefs have been put on some short fields here with multiple turnovers. Offenses just had no real feel to it at all in this game, and they're holding strong. They're holding tough. And they're going to keep this with a punt by the Niners to within a one-score game. That's a huge stop. Huge stop by the Chiefs there. A field goal becomes a very big deal in a game like this when so much is so very tight. Oh, boy. Great job on the kick coverage unit. They'll down at the 2. Going the Niners' way here a little bit. Brennan says, football gods, do us a favor. Yeah, the defense is saving these guys. Yeah, he says you need an elite quarterback to win the Super Bowl. Meanwhile, this game exists. That's true, Gailey. So true. Almost like that whole rest of the supporting cast matters, right? It's almost like that makes the big difference a bit. I'll be right 1 second here. Be right back. Okay. Come on, Chiefs. What we got here? What in the hell do we got here? You're on your own 2-yard line. 12:31 to go in the third quarter. Down by 7 points. Is this a chance for Mahomes to start to just continue to grow this legend? Going with a 9 route over the top. Nowhere to be seen. Trying to get Marquez Valdez-Scantling and throws it out of bounds by 3 yards. Mahomes has looked as uncomfortable in this game as I've seen him. Just nothing looks or feels locked in. Everything feels just a little bit sloppy, a little bit unsure, a little bit tentative. Sylvia Aloha says, Aloio says, since Kelsey disrespected Coach Reed, I'm not watching the rest of the game. And it is a throw out in the flat to Kelsey. He might get himself 10 yards there or close to. Yeah, kind of a rough spot there by the officials. I think I got the first down. Yeah, you thought so too, Fleece? I thought that was a first, man. He got a yard short on that mark. I don't think you can challenge it. I hate that spot. I don't think he's calling the timeout because he doesn't like the run call and he thinks it's going to get stuffed. Mark Ruffner, you're so intelligent about the game in general. I appreciate you bringing the game to those of us without a television. My pleasure, Mark. I really do love doing the play-by-play on this stuff during the season, and this is a nice opportunity to still be able to do it one more time before the offseason, and I really enjoy doing it. So I'm glad that you guys like it and enjoy it too as well, because it's something I'm certainly wanting to make a very common part of the channel as we go forward, and I love doing it. But thank you, man. I do appreciate it. Very kind of you to say. Haley, that spot was real strange. Thing too is he made it a legit yard. Like it wasn't even a half yard, which you could maybe sell me on. He went a full yard on that thing. 3rd and 1. Niners tight splits with the defensive line. It is stacked up in there, and you are not getting the first up on that run. The mark is a bit short here. Yeah, that's definitely gonna be short. 4th down. The Niners tighten their splits, so they got all those defensive linemen in their alignment, shoulder to shoulder. No space, no gap space between what they were doing, right? And you put all of them up on that line, and you're basically telling KC, we're closing this up. You are not going to run up the middle on us. You might hit us with a pitch play, you might get us on play action, but we're essentially going to sell out to the A and the B gap. And that spot, yeah, the knee was probably down, Sanchez. You're right, where he probably was a little bit, it did look like he was a little healthy half yard extra back. And that half yard was the difference on that run to the 1st down. Fire Raven plays. Fire Raven plays. I can't put the real game up. I'm sorry. I'd be copyright stricken. I'd be stricken on down. That's why you're not able to see any on YouTube, is that they're all over them. If you start playing them and looking on YouTube, man, if they see any of that stuff running, they're just going to shut the stream down instantly. They won't let it run. Kind of weird. I still get requests on that Fire Play at Raven Plays. It's YouTube don't play, man. They don't let you do that. Nick says his knee was down and the ball was a half yard short. Yeah, I'm okay with that on that call. It looked a little bit at first like maybe they went back there. Chiefs, again, though, just conservative all game long here. We're not a running team, but we're going to try to bash Pachenko up the middle, especially with Thuney either not at 100% or... Well, Mr. T out there still getting it done. What's Mr. T at this point? He's got to be 70. 70, 73, 74? $71 years old. Man, I'm getting old. Sealords was that half yard. They were robbed on that spot. Could loom huge. Could loom huge. I'm okay with it being short. You could sign me up for that, Sanchez, with it. But I do think that half yard was a little bit off on the mark there. There was a little bit of a pull back on that one. Brandon says, I'm manifesting an INT. Cool Breeze says, Gino's better than Locke, who's better than Mahomes. First and 10 for the Niners, setting up from their 36-yard line, their own territory. Heavy kind of front look here, play action pass for Purdy. He's under a lot of pressure with Chris Jones, gets out of it, completes the pass. The Chiefs all over that play in a variety of levels. Multiple points of guys coming up to make a play. Leo Chanel coming up as well. He's coming up a little slow after that tackle, trying to shake it off a bit. He's going to step off the field. Chris Jones just kind of throwing the guard away there. Almost had Purdy wrapped up, but he's a quick little cat there in a phone booth and couldn't quite get his hand on him. But Karlaftis there providing some secondary pressure, and then Leo Chanel rallying up on the outlet pass there to the receiver. It's actually going to be a negative play. Both of these defenses have done such a great job today. The offenses have definitely not been able to quite get themselves going either, but they've both just done, on a lot of different levels, a good job. Quick little completion here to Christian McCaffrey. Will gain about 4 or 5 yards and turn this into about a 3rd and 13 or so. Again, pressure getting pushed back into the kitchen of Brock Purdy on that throw. Didn't allow him to really get that on McCaffrey the way he wanted to. Third down and 11. Chiefs are going to show a 2-high safety look. 3 wide receivers for Purdy and the boys. Blitz coming on Purdy, falling off his back foot. He throws it up. That ball is going to be thrown away, trying to get it to George Kittle. Purdy just sort of threw up a prayer on that one. He's thrown a couple of those in this game. And that's why you do that. That's why you bring the pressure. And this is what I've talked about. It's the same thing that essentially the Chiefs did to the Ravens with Lamar. You bring the pressure, you bring the stack fronts, you bring the blitzes, you take away the hot routes, and you force his read to be the 9 route. And then you force him to throw the 9 route. And Deebo Samuel goes down holding his leg at the end of that play. Niners, whoever the strength and conditioning staff was, both Dre Greenlaw and Deebo Samuel going down to non-contact injuries in this game alone. Perhaps me thinks maybe your strength and conditioning coach worked these guys a little too hard the last 2 weeks. Like, why are these guys going down without getting touched? But this is how we've got to play Purdy in the future. And this is why it went so wrong for us this year, because we would go to the 4-man boxes and then drop into coverage and let him eventually find the hole or scramble away from pressure. And you've got to take it to Brock to push him into his limitations. And we've seen he's had a couple of throws in this game where Chiefs have said, we don't think you can hit this throw over the top on us. We don't think you can hit it for a high percentage, certainly. And he's shown he can't. I dig the Hawks. Deebo Samuel went down with an injury. He was just running the route and then just suddenly fell down and started grabbing his leg. Yeah, it did look more knee, Haley. He was reaching more to the knee than the hamstring. These commercials are freaking wild. Oh, man. This commercial is stupid. The dumbest commercial I've ever seen in my life. New Blacks is probably 2 blown ACLs from 49er players. Yeah, I don't know if it's that, but it's definitely weird. You don't see a lot of non-contact injuries like this on the where wasn't even really running hard in the route. He's just kind of going and trying to set up the route a little bit, slow playing it, and just suddenly goes down. It's definitely going to hurt if you don't have Deebo on this, especially for a Niner offense that's not doing necessarily remarkably better than the Chiefs offense when it's all said and done. Ryan says never a great time for an injury, but the Super Bowl's the worst time for one. Absolutely it is. And Debo's up at least walking around a little bit. Chad Chavez says 2 drives and Kyle hasn't run the ball. The dude is killing me. Run the freaking ball. Yeah, he's kind of got a little way from it, huh? Just a little bit. And boy, Jawan Jennings is having an awesome day as a special teams player down there. He downed a punt at the 2-yard line earlier and then down there making a great tackle. Not Jawan, but Jawan Jennings, number 84 there for the Niners. Great tackle there. Boy, he almost got his hand in there to rip that ball out. Like he got his running full speed, got his hand in there. Well done, Conley. All right. Chiefs are going to take over at the 14-yard line. They're going to stack 3 wide receivers or 2 wide receivers and a tight end to one side of the field. Tighten the split with the receiver to the near side. 2 high safety look. Kelsey goes in motion. Mahomes from shotgun. Completes it over there to Travis. First down. Refresh my deal here. It might be good to feature a little bit of Travis here. Get him worked back into this offense. First and 10, 8:35 to go in the third quarter. Still plenty of time on the clock here. Go out there and make some headway. Niners staying in their 2 high safety look. Check down to Pachenko on first down. Not much there to be had. Inside carry to Pachenko. Just a couple yard gain there. Third down and 4. Niners just making everything for this Chiefs team hard. Nothing easy, nothing simple. We got trips again here to the far side of the field. Mahomes under pressure, rolling to his left. He's going to try to scramble for this one. Just puts his head down, and boy, he must just be sometimes bigger than he looks because he'll just lower that head down and not get those defenders in there to just kind of – you'd think the defender would come up and try to give him a little waylay there, just like, oh, you're going to try to run it. But you just feel the defenders almost have a tentative nature when they approach Mahomes, right? Like Armstead just kind of sets him down there. First down and 10. Chiefs on the 35-yard line in their own territory still. We've got a read option keeper for Mahomes. He's up the field, still on his feet. Takes it for about 23 yards. See what I'm saying? Like, it's the weirdest thing with Mahomes. It's like people just act like we can't go and tackle him. I don't know. It's the wildest thing, but he just doesn't. He gets ignored as a ball carrier all the time. It's so weird. He's not that fast, really, but he makes it work. 6-10. Chiefs with their best drive in quite a while here. Hand off inside to Pachenko. He's bouncing around looking for holes, but there ain't no holes. Just a couple yard gain there. Barry Soy Toro, thank you for the $20 donation, Barry. I appreciate you for that. Very kind of you, man. He says, is it me or does it feel like the Niners look like they're on Adderall and the Chiefs on Xanax? That's a good way of putting it. That's a great way of putting it. Certainly not that sense of urgency from this Chiefs team in the first half through at least the first drive here in the in the third quarter. And Mahomes still not liking what he's seeing on 2nd 8. Flushed from the pocket, and he's going to throw it away. Expecting his receiver to make a little bit of a different adjustment. But the body language, to your point, Barry, has just been a bit odd to watch. It's been hard to make much sense of it, really, where the Chiefs don't seem to be operating with a lot of confidence from a body language standpoint. The play calling's been a tad conservative in the nature of things. The center can't seem to get a snap that doesn't end up at Mahomes' ankles, which is strange. I don't know why Creed suddenly can't snap the football. But, yeah, that's a good way of putting it. Niners certainly a little faster on things. And Niners bring a rare blitz there, force Mahomes to have to check it down on a 3rd and 8. And we got some discussion going on here. Mahomes was gesturing to the Chiefs are going to go with the field goal attempt here. This is a hardy attempt. Hardy attempt. But I suppose you don't trust your ability to convert at this point. 57-yard field goal. This would be the longest field goal in Super Bowl history if he can hit this. Snap is down. It's high, but he gets it down. Kick is up. Oh, he just got it through. What an amazing kick there by him. That snap was late because it was a high snap to get it down. And he had to get that on a low trajectory to get that 57-yarder in there. And he had the perfect trajectory chosen for the way he kicked that. You know, if he kicks that with any extra air, that thing's going to be short. He's got to put it on just that line to punch it through. Big time field goal there. Ballsy as hell of Reed to attempt the field goal when you're on the Niners side of the field and you've got Mahomes, but again speaks to their difficulty in converting 3rd downs today, where they just haven't been able to do it, have the Chiefs. It's been an issue. They are 4 of 11 technically on 3rd down, so I guess they have converted a couple, but it just has felt harder than that, than just what the stats say on that. It has felt like just fighting and scratching and clawing. But your way of putting it too, Barry's right. I mean, Niners on defense just flying around with that Adderall ferocity, and Chiefs definitely a little bit more of they're sort of kind of feeling their way. Like the lights are out and you're in your room and you're trying to find the light switch and your hands are searching up and down the walls and you can't find it. And you feel blind. That's a little bit like what the Chiefs have been offensively today. And it's so strange because even in games where they're not rolling right or doing well, which has happened times throughout this year with what they've had from the play from their receiving core, they still haven't had these moments where it's felt this disjointed and out of sorts. But Barry, thank you for the $20 donation, all of your support here to the channel, man. And remember, another member of the channel here. Really, really, really appreciated. Insane donation, insanely awesome. Insanely awesome and right on the button. They have Mahomes flag. It's kind of like that's how they're operated sometimes. D-Lord says, come on, Chiefs. The 49ers fan base is obnoxious enough without getting this game. Come on. Come on. Come on. Appreciate you, Barry. Timothy Davis, thank you for subscribing, Timothy, to the channel. Appreciate you that, folks. If you could, for me, do me a favor and do smack on that like button if you could. It does help this channel out. Helps me grow. Helps me show up on all those fan channels and searches on YouTube and whatnot. I really do appreciate it if you could. For me, please. James Gordon says, did I say I hate both teams? I'm just here so I don't get fined. Gotti says, way lower score than I thought. Me too, man. Maybe we should have given these defenses way more credit. I didn't think it was going to get cracked down to this. It was like a 1972 Super Bowl. Boy, they showing a replay of that kick, and he just snuck that between a sea of hands. Niners had some guys who got some air and got their hands up very close to that kick with the low trajectory. Haley says, man, that's such a game changer when you only need to get to midfield for a field goal attempt, laughing out loud. Yeah, that's crazy. Especially have the guts to do that in the Super Bowl, Haley. You know, I mean, the fact that the 57-yarder is the longest in Super Bowl history speaks to the fact most coaches would probably, in that situation, just take the punt or attempt to get the first down. But that does loom large now. Deebo Samuel back on the field after he went down with a weird kind of strange injury before, so he seems to be somewhat okay. 1st and 10 for the Niners. 5 minutes to go here in the third quarter. Hand off inside here to McCaffrey. Taken right down to the ground there. Nice play. 69. I think is that Pennell there for the Chiefs? Yeah, he has played just an outstanding game inside. He's been right there with Chris Jones as being a force in there, especially in the run game, and he just dumped Trent Williams on his behind. Show you some of the power that he's bringing to play there. Great job by Pennell. 2nd down and 10. Purdy dropped back to throw again off that back shoulder. Another nice play out there by the cornerback to make the play on the ball. Very good job by Edwards out there for the Chiefs. These corners have played the ball nicely in this game. That's picture perfect. No backside hand on the defender's back. No curling it around the hip. Just picture perfect technique there. 3rd and 10, both of these two teams that have done such a great job throughout the year of getting into your 3rd and 4s, your 3rd and 5s, your 3rd and 3s, find themselves so often in this game in 3rd and 9s, 3rd and 10s, even more. It's pretty wild to watch. Here's the throw, and almost intercepted there by Brock Purdy. McDuffie jumped in front of it. He was there to make the play, cut it off, and again, the corners for the Chiefs doing their job. McDuffie step for step there with Deebo. Ran the route better than Deebo ran it. 3rd straight 3 and out for the 49ers. Christian McCaffrey, 10 carries, 33 yards in this game. 6 catches, 54 yards. He's the leading receiver for the Niners. But outside of McCaffrey, you just don't have anybody doing anything else. Or everybody's kind of doing one. Brandon Ayuk, 1 catch, 18 yards. Chris Conley, 1 catch, 18 yards. Kyle Juszczyk, 1 catch, 18 yards. Ray McLeod, 1 catch, 19 yards. Deebo, 2 catches, 24 yards, and then it's all McCaffrey. So Mahomes and company will take back over with the 1st and 10, 3:59 to go in this third quarter. Pacheco bouncing and looking for space and finding just a 3-yard gain there. I'm just here to see the Chiefs come back and win this. The 49ers will shut up. We'll pitch play on 2nd and 7 in here to Travis Kelce. He'll make the catch for a couple of yards. And the Chiefs will actually get a 3rd and short here. Boy, Creed Humphrey on the snaps have all game long. The snaps have been so low coming in from the center position. 3rd down and 2. Flush in the pocket here, and Kelsey's going to, throws it to the ground on 3rd and 2. Chiefs can't get a completion. Wow. Niner defense all over it. Bosa creating the pressure there off the edge, and quick pressure at that. No Kelsey on the field on 3rd and 2. Armstead also helping to force him out of the pocket there. A defensive slugfest. Oh, fumble! Fumble on the special teams. Ray McLeod, who's been wild with it all game long. He had an earlier attempt where he could have returned it back, and he didn't, and he fair caught it. Didn't do that on the last time. On this one, I thought he fair caught it, did the fair catch deal, but he just didn't reel it in. Oh, what are you doing, man? Oh, Ray. Oh, did it hit the Niner? Is that what happened? Is it hit the Niner and that's why he reached for it? Is there was a blocker blocking down there just not aware of it, and did it clip him? Is that what happened? Is it clip the other Niner player? Wow. Mahomes back out on the field at the 16-yard line, 1st and 10. It hit the guy's foot. Okay. Touchdown. Marquez Valdez-Scantling on a seam route. Momentum is so huge in this sport, and what it can do to a team, and just you can be running one way and something can just hit you in the gut and drop you to your knees in games. And that's a moment just like that there. And boy, you don't feel bad for Ray. I mean, it's not Ray's fault. He's doing what he can there, so it's not on him. It's the other guy's blocking. The ball's coming down a little short. It hits the leg of the blocker for the Niners. Sometimes these teams like the Bradys and the Mahomes, man, it's like they got a freaking leprechaun shoved up their butt. Some of these turns that happen at the times that they happen. No, it wasn't McLeod's fault. That's right. I thought it was at first, but no, it's not. Definitely not his fault. He's doing what he can there, reacting smartly to the moment of what just happened, where that's off the guy's leg, and he's trying to even tell the guy, like he's telling the guy, look out, look out, look out. But the guy's so into his block at that moment. Flag says, why doesn't Dixon do that every time? That's the next level of Dixon, is we get Dixon to aim his punts at the feet of the Gunners. It's like a chip shot, Flag, you know? It ain't about the power, it's about the accuracy on those. Wow. Momentum shifted in a big way on that. This game just came alive as right. And Ice Spice and Swifty and a lot of hotness there in that hug. A lot of hotness. All right. Let's go. Woo! That'll wake you up in the morning. D-Man says the scriptwriters for this game deserve an Emmy. I mean, who would have ever seen the twist of them scripting in the punt that hits the blocker in the leg? I mean, no one would have seen that twist coming. That's some M. Night Shyamalan type stuff right there. That's some he was dead the whole movie kind of vibe thing right there. You know what I mean? He was a ghost the whole time. Freaking inspired. All right, Shanahan. What do you got, Kyle? 3rd quarter, 2:28. You're down by 3. Your offense has had 3 straight 3-and-outs. Deebo Samuel currently not on the football field. What can Purdy do now? Does the Purdy legend get built here The Niners who tell us, Niner fans that tell us he's the real deal. He's not Brock Purdy, he's Brock Montana. And he has an incompletion on first down for 2nd and 10. Feliciano is down on the ground for the Niners, clutching at his arm. Injuries continuing to strike in this game on this Niner team. Already you have Debo off the field on that first down and Ray McLeod out there in his place. And then now it looks like Feliciano got ran into there at the end of the play. And Juan Washington says all those girls know nothing about football. Just a random shot of the guy's leg. Goldbreeze says Locke would have had 550 yards now based on the eye test, John. Yeah, I don't like seeing anyone injured either, especially this kind of game. One sec here, folks. Coffee going. All right, so San Francisco line that's not exactly super deep outside of Trent Williams is going to try to make this go now. Feliciano off the field. Debo back on the field now. Inside carried here to McCaffrey, bouncing off tacklers, keeping his feet moving forward on an inside zone. He'll get about 5 or 6 yards. Barry says, Fred Warner's just dirty enough player that I wish all the bads on Niners players. Yeah, he's definitely... All right, 3rd and 5, empty look here for the Niners. Single high safety look here from the Chiefs. Purdy going to have to call a timeout with 5 seconds going down the clock. It wasn't looking good there with the alignment of the Niners there on that play anyway. Maybe it'd been best just to get the timeout there. Scoreboard isn't updated? Yeah, you're right. It isn't updating, is it? What the hell's going on here? There we go. Make sure it keeps going there. Thank you for letting me know on that. Fame 206. It's crazy how stacked the Niners team is, though. It's not even fair, so no excuses if this goes downhill for them. No. And the Chiefs have their own injury situations that they're dealing with, too. So, you know, it's by this point in the year, everybody's got some guys that are beat up, not at 100%. Misfit, 4 of 11 for 10 yards is Brock Purdy since the first quarter. Pop Gun Purdy's having some issues. That's, yeah. Correct. 12-man reppin' says Kitty. She's super invested and excited in this, what's going on right now, as you can see. 3rd and 5. Empty look again for the Niners. 5-man pressure look from the Chiefs. They fall out of it. He drops back to throw. He's going to find Juwan Jennings out there with a nice catch and run after the catch for a first down there for the Niners. Purdy definitely doesn't look super comfy on a lot of these throws. What I've noticed with him a lot with the Chiefs defense and what they're causing from him today, which has been not typically what you see with Purdy, is the back foot throws, you know, trying to, rather than stepping into it, sort of trying to stay off the back foot so you don't take the hit. Maybe a little bit too aware of that pass rush at that point a little bit. 1st and 10. Niners on the 46-yard line in Chiefs territory. Bubble screen out to Debo Samuel. He's going to take it up the field and get taken down there after an 8-yard gain. So physical after the catch is Debo. Cooper's large jersey needs to be recentered. Shaking my head. Recentered. Maybe inside the deal it does. Yeah, probably I gotta get like professionally put into that thing. I've got to like stuck up on my own little way in there. Not professional. Hand off inside to use check on a fullback give on 2nd and 1. That'll be a first down. Crockbutt, it would be weird to get a Super Bowl right as a backup quarterback that didn't play. Steve Coleman says, Brand, let's go Chiefs. F the Niners. And that will be the final play of the third quarter there. So the Niners are driving with a first down, and we'll head in the fourth quarter with the Chiefs up 13-10. Yeah, at least his Paul Mall is a vicious player. Warner's a dirty player. I've seen him do some dirty things, that's for sure. And that DK thing to the back of the head was just definitely out of pocket. Sanchez, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, you think Denver cuts Russ tonight? Kind of makes sense to potentially do it tonight, Sanchez, because they know that when they do it, there's going to be the blowback. And they're like, well, everyone will be caught in the afterglow of the Super Bowl with the Chiefs and what's gone on with that, so that we can kind of bury it. You know how they'll say the government, if they got bad news, they'll have it delivered on a Friday because everybody's so busy with the weekend and that it'll get overlooked as opposed to releasing on Monday when all eyeballs will see it. So, it makes sense if they did do that, Sanchez. What's been weird for me on that whole situation has been the fact that they've been like the last through Super Bowl week and all that, and Sean Payton talking about it. There's been this weird like flirtation with we'll bring Russ back now. Like, and I don't get the whole why throw him under the bus with the, we asked him to take the discount. He don't want to take the discount because he's all about the money. And so now we're just going to have to sit him on the bench because we want to release him, and we don't want him to get injured because we want to make sure he can pass the physical so we can release him. And you go, okay, but then now you're talking about trying to keep him? Kind of weird, Sanchez. But this wouldn't be the worst time to do it. To your point. I mean, it would probably get kind of buried and people would pass right over it. You know what I mean? Thank you, though, man, for the don't know. Haley says, okay, let's think about this. 49ers score, Chiefs score. Purdy gets the ball back with one drive left. Interception. I could go for that. As Brendan said, I like your thinking on that. Barry says, Fred Warner's maybe a step below Vontae Perfect on the dirty scale. Definitely on the scale, I'll tell you that. Yeah, maybe not up to the Vontae status, but maybe not actively giving out CTE on every hit, but and blatantly so. But on the scale, registering. Addicted says a burger might be good right now. I had one before the stream, so it was sounding good to me too. That's what I went with today. Okie dokie. 15 minutes to go for who will decide the championship in the NFL for the 2023 season. Purdy in an empty look on 1st and 10, dropping back to pass. Finds Brandon Ayuk down the field for a big 15-yard gain down there. 15-yard plus gain. Niners finding a little bit of adjustment here from Shanahan with the empty looks. Maybe that's pulling one less defender off the Chiefs from being able to blitz, and that's then allowing them to be able to get Purdy a little bit of more time and space to throw this ball from what he's been given when they've got a back in the backfield. See if they keep leaning on this a bit. 1st and 10. Back under center here now is Brock. Play action pass. Looking to throw, going up over the top, and again, can't hit the 9 route over the top. He ends up overthrowing Deebo Samuel by about 3 or 4 yards, trying to hit the touchdown, and he had Deebo with a step of space. Deebo's open there, but Purdy just can't make that throw. And now he's got it. I'll give Purdy this. I can't be hard on Purdy on that throw. He's getting hit as he throw. He can't step into it on that throw. So you got to give him the benefit of the doubt on that one. He's got Chris Jones bearing right down in on him. It's hard to, but that's again another throw in this game where he's had about 4 of those. Just can't quite complete over the top. That's just not in his bag to do it, and good on the Chiefs to try to force him into doing it. 2nd down and 10. Carry here is to McCaffrey. A good carry at that. He's going to get this for an 8 or 9 yard gain there at that point. This will bring up 3rd down and short. Crocobot, I used to like him, but Romo kind of annoys me now. It seems to be what I hear from a lot of people when listening to him. Seems to not be quite where he once was. And Haley Schneid is a really good player. He's going to be a fun free agent this offseason for teams to look at because there's a lot of things that he can do and do well. 3rd down and 2. Niners on the 14-yard line in Chiefs territory. Tight alignment from the Chiefs defensively, trying to shut down the run, and they will do just that. Just like we saw earlier with the Chiefs. The Chiefs come out, they're showing the Niners, we're not letting you going to get on a 3rd and 2, run the ball for a 1st down. You might pass, you might play action us here, but we're not letting you run the ball. They showed you that with the tight splits that they had up front on the defensive line. 49ers, like the Chiefs did with earlier in this game as well, tried to still run into it anyway. And now we got 4th and 3, and it looks like the Niners are going to actually go for this, which is an interesting call here if I'm Shanahan, because the field goal's all but guaranteed where you're sitting at here. 4th and 3, shotgun look from Purdy. 3 wide receivers. Chiefs in a single high look with their safety. Looking to hit him on the out route, and he gets it to Kittle. And the mark is good for Kittle on the 1st down. Great catch by him to pull that in. And a wonderful route. Ballsy decision there by Shanahan to go to that there. Yeah, looks like a good spot. 1st and 10. Well, you don't get that 1st down there, and the Chiefs drive and get a touchdown. That's game over. Gutsy Shanahan decision. 1st and goal, or 1st down on the 11. McCaffrey again swallowed up there really nicely by the Chiefs. Got to give them props in this game, Chiefs. Niners have come out and they've said we're going to give McCaffrey the touches. We're going to give him the opportunities. And 14 carries, 46 yards. You've held him to 3.3 yards per carry on average. You've got to give the Chiefs teams props for getting that done in that way. Inside throw here to Juwan Jennings, and he's going to find his way into the end zone for a touchdown. 2nd and 9. Nice job on the completion catch. Lisa, much love back to you too. Misfit, who was the Denver dirty linebacker? Romanowski. Back in the day. He's even got Vontae beat. That's a guy to try to break your finger in a pile of bodies. Kick is going to be blocked. And so it will remain a 3-point. That's a big block there. Block kick, 16-13 will be the score as it remains. On the key, I'm sorry, Gino would have made that throw. He would have made that throw. Probably would have completed it. Haley says, I love Tony Romo trying to say what the Niners should do. Man has never sniffed a Super Bowl. Shut up, Tony. James says Sherm used to gamble at craps table at Muckleshoot. Dealers would tell. Yeah, he likes a little gambling. Haley says Debo's a tough MNFer. Man, hate the Niners, but respect that. He's a tough guy, yeah. He definitely is. He's built a little bit different like that. Juwan Jennings, Super Bowl MVP? Maybe. 3 catches, 19 yards. Fungus. The script did say they were going to OT. So that's 6 OTs. We just keep playing. Steven says, let's go. 12 man repping Kitty. You're in 12 man. I'll give her a little love for you. This is from 12 man repping. He says, you're a cool kitty. He says, you're pretty cool. He says, you're all right. Rally cat time. That's right. Vegas doing $500 million the next 30 minutes. $1 billion. Stay in OT forever, man. That's what I'm saying. All right, Chiefs, put in Gino. Maybe Jennings will be the MVP, 2 touchdowns. I thought he just had the 1. Did he have 2? Am I forgetting 1? No, he's only got the 1. McCaffrey's got the other one. Oh, you mean the passing touchdown. That's right. He's got a passing touchdown. Okay. I see what you did there. Put in lock. Sanchez, where's my chat where you say put in lock here? It's about the time you kick it in. I know you retired that, but if we got to bring that out of retirement. Do you mention the game's so rigged they're even trying to hide it? Put log in. Haley says, can I vote for Taylor Swift for MVP? I'm sure that the NFL would love to allow that. Taylor, you won an MVP? Huh. All right. Chiefs offense found a little bit of momentum on the back of the turnover on the punt. Let's see if they can keep it going here now on what's been a very tough day. Good job by the Chiefs getting that punt block, that kick block there. That's a big play in this game. Could loom very large. Shotgun look here for Mahomes. Single high safety look from the Niners. Dropping back to pass. Lets it rip. He's got it to Kelsey. Taking down the ground there for first down. Nice job by Travis. Good throw by Patrick. That's just one of those nasty wiggle routes Kelsey can run that are just about impossible to cover at times. Almost an option route with his leverage. Kelsey's starting to quietly have a little bit of a better day here as we go along. 1st and 10. Give to Pachenko. Running game for the Chiefs has done literally nothing today, really. Your culmination is 20 carries, 73 yards in total. Pachenko's averaging about 2.9 yards per carry today, and the Niners defense has just swallowed it up. Sanchez, I can't wait for another discussion about Gino versus Lock. Barry says somehow Grossi beat out Swift for fan of the year. 2nd and 10 now. Throw outside to Rashee Rice. He can't bring it in. Mahomes a little rushed today. Just everything's, and it's probably the Niner defense and that rush is causing a little bit of it, but the clock, you just felt like it's been a little bit sped up internally from Patrick. Third down and 10. Mahomes in shotgun. Niners bringing a 5-man pressure look here. Finds Kelsey. First down. Niners decide to dial up a little bit of pressure there. Mahomes able to make him pay there. Good job of standing tall in the pocket there and not letting that pass rush get to him. Waited long enough for that in-breaking route from Kelsey to get set up. Good job. Bosa and company right there. First and 10. On to the Niners side of the field here, just around the 50-yard line. Low snap again. What is going on with Creed Humphrey? Creed Humphrey, all this game, I swear that's about the 8th or 9th low snap from Creed in this game where he just cannot get the snaps up. I don't think that's been an issue with him recently, but my God, throughout this game, every snap is coming in at the ankles of Mahomes. Second down and 10. Mahomes dropping back to pass. Lets it rip out there. He finds his man. Nice throw there by Patrick. Skinny post route there to the outside. And Sorensen, I believe that is, makes the catch for the first down. Interesting as far as Niners going to a sort of a single high. They're showing a single high and they fall back into cover 2 there. Safety never took his cover 2 responsibility though. First and 10. Ball at the 21-yard line. Pitch outside to Pachenko. Pachenko, good patience on the play to wait behind his blockers before engaging his acceleration, and it bottomed the play going for what would look like a no gain to actually finding 6 or 7 yards there with that patience. Just gave those blockers that extra beat for that to kind of set up, and then was able to kind of squirm his way through a hole there. Second down and 1. 8 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. High formation look here from the Chiefs. Bell bang it right up the middle there with Pachenko. Big old hole right up the middle there. Is that Hargrave they went at? I think that was Hargrave. Thing with him is that he's a good pass rusher, but you can clear him out of a hole. First down and goal. Mahomes in shotgun. Handoff inside to Pachenko. Third straight give to him. Nowhere to go. Chiefs set up on the 3rd-yard line. 9-play drive, taking up 4.5 minutes here. Mahomes back to throw. He's got all time, all day in the pocket right now. Slides out wide, looking. Good play in space there by the linebacker for the 49ers, knocking the ball away. This will bring up 3rd down and goal. A little bit of a Wilkes has had some interesting looks on this drive, is trying to give Mahomes some different things to think about post-snap. He dropped Bosa into coverage on that one a little bit. I don't know if Bosa went into coverage or he just got chipped to coverage. He got double chipped. 3rd and goal, dropping back to throw. Looking is Mahomes. Nobody's open. Still looking. He's going to try to see if he can find something. No, not happening. Hargrave corrals him, and that'll bring up 4th down. All right, Harrison Butker comes out with a 24-yard attempt. He's hit a couple of kicks already in this game. He will send this one up and through. So that will put the Chiefs at 16-16 with the Niners. And I'll tell you, Butker ends up hitting the field goal through as the final kick, and he ends up four field goals in this game. Does a kicker end up with the MVP? Yeah, I think on that first down run, when they didn't get it on the first down run, I think Andy Reid's thinking there, I want to give Mahomes 2 passing attempts on this play, which I can kind of get. Let's put it in my guy's hands there a couple times down there near the red zone. Though those were some strange routes, Haley, they were running on that. And I would have tried to maybe set something up a little more scripted up to Kelsey there. The refs are licking their chops right now. Yeah, a little drip on. That's what I'm thinking. I mean, he's got a 57-yarder in this game. If he comes back and hits like another 50-yarder to win the game, how do you not give it to him? Mahomes has got 230 yards passing. Pachenko's run for 50. Kelsey's got 50 yards receiving. There's not a defensive guy I think you would give it to that you would say this guy was the game changer in this one. He was really controlling things. I think you could definitely at that point say he couldn't have missed one kick. He set a Super Bowl record with one of the made kicks. I know it's not the sexy choice, but this is why they throw the ball to DK at least once. Haley, okay, now we just need the Purdy choke jobs. The NFL can sell the narrative of you need an elite quarterback to win. There we go. Yeah, Pachenko definitely has got that shot out of a cannon kind of feel to him. Yeah, I love running back. Just you can tell he's given every inch of effort he's got on every run to get every last bit he can get. I said, Jamora, why not have Pachenko run the ball? I certainly get the theory, like, we're on the 3-yard line. And they tried on the first down carry, though, and they didn't get anything with that first down carry on the goal line. And I think with Reid, he's just thinking, if we don't come away with the touchdown here, I want to make sure that I've got Mahomes with a couple of times the ball in his hands here to make it happen, rather than let's just try to pound our way in here against an iron run defense that is pretty solid and has been pretty solid against us throughout the whole course of the game. Pachenko had some nice runs on that drive, but still for the game, he's 15 carries, 53 yards. He's still at only 3.5 yards a carry. So it hasn't been necessarily good open lanes there to carry the ball in this game. Little drip, has the kicker ever got MVP in a Super Bowl before? Did Vinny get one? I don't think there's ever been one. No. I don't think it's ever happened. I think I'd remember that one if it did. He says, how can the NFL sell high-priced quarterbacks if Purdy can win a Super Bowl? That's right. Mr. Irrelevant, Haley, especially being that guy, can make it happen, then that definitely doesn't help that narrative. Al Bundy says, go Niners. I can't stand the Chiefs. All right, 5:46 to go in the fourth quarter. Niners have 2 timeouts. The Chiefs have 2 timeouts. Purdy's going to start out in shotgun here. Dropping back to throw. Puts it up over the top here and finds Juwan Jennings for a completion. Big catch there for Juwan and making more of a case himself for the MVP here. Yeah, Cool Breeze says Rally Cat. Rally Cat time. Nice throw by Purdy. Juwan comes up a little bit limping there after the play. Niners already up at midfield after that throw and catch. 1st and 10. Purdy under center. Chiefs bringing a lot of guys in their line of scrimmage. We're going to get a fly sweep here to Deebo Samuel. Deebo's got a little bit of room to work with. Finally taken down, but not after a 9-yard gain. Hurry up and get this game over with so I can switch to bourbon. Clock continues to roll. 4:30 to go. Deebo Samuel, Juwan Jennings, both guys on the sideline kind of long season, bodies beaten up. Loftus is down on the turf right now. He's needing a second. Wouldn't DK be able to run a fly sweep past Hans? I don't know if it'd be as good with him because the fly sweep guy, when he's running that, there's a requirement to go from running a full speed, horizontal to turning it upfield. And that's that sort of change of direction stuff that's why the 3-cone was so bad for DK at the combine. That's not exactly his skill set to do, where it's more the straight line speed. Start trying to move lateral and slow down just a little bit. Loftus gets up and comes off, and looks like he's going to catch his breath for a snap. Second down and 1. Two tight end look here from the Niners. Hand off to McCaffrey, taken down there for a first down, 3-yard gain. There's not a lot of running room for either of these two backs today. Both teams have stayed pretty committed to running the ball, but just have not been much headway to be had. Hans says he's way better with the cuts, so that's why I was thinking that. I don't know, man. I think if he was able to do it, I think they would have tried to. I've never seen a lot of guys at Hans at 6'4" running the fly sweep. Kind of like you need to be in that sort of 6-foot size, running back kind of size body a little bit to be able to get laterally cutting fast enough to make that happen. But maybe he has it in his skill set. Possible. Pitch play here out to McCaffrey. And nice gain for the Niners, 4 or 5 yards. He'll be taken down. Niners perfectly happy here probably to try to just run this clock down. And ideally not even let Mahomes and company have another chance at the ball here. Tim says this is the most uneventful feeling game I've seen in a while. It's an exciting Super Bowl, and it's getting tight and interesting, but it's also been a little, it's kind of been uneventful is a good way of putting it. Okay, so through 2 wide receivers, tight end Kyle Juszczyk goes in motion, play action pass here with Brock Purdy. He's looking out. He finds George Kittle. Great job out there in coverage to bring Kittle down instantly to the ground, and this will bring up 3rd down. Clock rolls. I'm sure that the 49ers are probably going to be happy to let this get down to the 2-minute warning. Very, very good job out there. To get Kittle taken to the ground there so he couldn't get close to the 1st down marker. The Niners will come out at least to show like they're going to call the play here on 3rd down and 4. They are on the 35-yard line. Purdy's in shotgun. He's bringing a man in motion. Be surprised to see them actually call this play. Chiefs show a blitz and he doesn't call it. So maybe trying to get a little bit of a jump and get him to jump off sides kind of thing. All right. Well, big third down is right here. Who's got the voodoo stuff? Anybody got the voodoo dolls? Who brought the Brock Purdy voodoo doll? Remind me. Haley, did you have that misfit space? I thought we gave that to somebody. Who's ever got the Purdy doll, it's time to get the pins out. Drive those suckers in. Drive them in. So Jamora KC sold the game, bro. They've had their opportunities. Both these teams have had proper and good opportunities to make this happen and get it done. I think of it in Kansas City's case, it's to me a little bit about the conservative nature of you in that first half where you just didn't feel like you really wanted to go for it. Megan says the Hawks Nest I have, but I'm not using it. Young says I'm going to be sick to my stomach if I see the red and gold raising the Lombardi. Yeah, me too. Ugh. Emily says, yeah, if this goes double overtime, Schefter's going to catch heat. Chiefs defense been getting it done all day, like you said, Godly. They've done their job today. Finish it up. Finish it up. Wrap this sucker up. Come on. Come on. Carl says, I can deal with the whiners talking if they win. I can't deal with the Mr. and Mrs. Pfizer winning. I understand. I get that. Third down and 4. Both teams, 2 timeouts remaining. 2 minutes to go in this football game to determine the champion of the 2023 NFL season. Shanahan looking deep into his playbook. He's basically got it pressed to his eyes almost at this point. Thinking deep. Niner fans in the crowd, faces red, nervous. See it there. Purdy coming out now here on 3rd down and 4. Out here in shotgun. McCaffrey is going to go in motion. That's an interesting choice. Chiefs with a lot of guys near the box, so they're showing a too high shell over the top. Ball's going to get tipped at the line of scrimmage, and that will bring up 4th down. Tried to run a little slant route there. Chiefs were bringing pressure to the slant route side. The unblocked defender was able to get his hands being McDuffie on the ball and cause the incompletion. So out comes the rookie. Out comes the 3rd round kicker in this last draft here, Mr. Ticker. See if he can punch this through for the Niners. A 53-yard attempt for them. Niners looking nervous. The snap is down. The hole is up. The kick is good. Just through the uprights to the left side. And the Niners will take a lead. So in one respect, you feel good if you're the Niners. You got the 3-point lead. In the second respect, you go, well, we gave Mahomes a minute and 53 with 2 timeouts and 4 downs every single time to get back down there and go get a just minimum of field goal, say nothing of a touchdown. Mahomes legacy drive. Yeah, this is the type of drive that's definitely a legacy setter, you know. And that's when he took over against that Niner defense. He rose up from the ashes in that 4th quarter drive to stamp in his place as the best quarterback in the sport. At least as Mahomes pulls off this drive, he deserves the MVP. I'd agree. Niner defense has been damn hard to deal with all day long. Big Hawk says it's time to impress your girlfriend, Kelsey. He says, damn, that block kick is big now. That's the difference between needing a field goal or a touchdown. Huge. Yeah. Huge, Shaylee. Very, very, very big here in how that looms. That's a big degree of difficulty difference. Ryan Kennicott says the script has been written. Mahomes for the win. Bree says, save us, Patrick. Save us, Patrick. Brendan says, I'm sending good vibes and energy to KC. Okay. We have Mahomes here, 75 yards from a Super Bowl championship. 1 minute and 53 seconds to go in this football game. 3 wide receiver, 1 tight end. Mahomes. Snap, quick catch into Kelsey. He'll make the grab, get down for a first down at the 36-yard line. Hurry on up is what we're going to see right here. Mahomes prepped up. Quick snap. Blitz coming from the Niners. Mahomes moves around the blitz. He's going to just try to go ahead and scramble it on this play and take a 3 or 4 yard gain. Smart play by Mahomes there. Niners had a reactionary blitz if they went hurry up there with Burks coming off the linebacker, and Chiefs weren't ready for it with their blocking scheme with the quick snap, but Mahomes did a nice job of just circling around to Brooks, showing that escapability that he has. Why are they calling it 1st and 10 on that? Oh, that's weird. I missed. Okay. 1st down 10. Completion underneath. Boy, Niners dropping into soft zone defenses and leaving a lot underneath. I know this allows the clock to roll, but they're just kind of giving the field goal up here with their positioning on their defense. 2 high safety, and then they've almost got a 3 high safety look. Jesus. Jeez, you guys see what they're doing there? They dropped the umbrella 4-man high like safety look there pre-snap. They're leaving an 8-yard gain underneath, and this is going to wind some clock, but the Chiefs are going to get down into field goal, and then you're just basically, it's a matter of can they get the touchdown or not. It's no gimme on the field goal, but interesting strat here by the Niners. 2nd down and 2, and that'll be an overthrow there to Sorensen. 48 seconds to go in this game. All right, 3rd and 2. Probably 2 down territory here. I don't think that they would try another field goal from this distance for the tie. Niners showing a stack front. They bring in the blitz. Chiefs have got it set up well with a nice little check down throw to McKinnon. He'll get it there. Clock continues to roll for the Chiefs. I think they're going to call a timeout and just get this reset back up. Probably pretty smart with 1 timeout. Don't let the clock run there. You want to get the touchdown here, not simply the field goal. So good timing there. The Niners sold out for a heavy blitz there. It's basically a cover 0 blitz. And the Chiefs had the check down to McKinnon set up. Weird on that drive from Wilkes' standpoint. You go soft, all the way up that drive with the zones, the 3 safety deep, and then you decide to drive the blitz there, going the complete opposite road of it. $40 seconds to go in this football game. They give a couple extra ticks back to the Chiefs on the other end of the timeout. Chiefs right now in field goal range. As it stands, it'd be about a 50-yarder right now from where they're sitting. But we know they want to get down to pay dirt. Mahomes dropping back to pass. He's going to try to step up and take this for a scramble. He'll get a couple of yards on this play. And he's trying to get a quick snap here. I don't think he wanted to do that. It's going to take a lot of time here to get everybody back up. Clock is just really rolling. and he just throws that one away. So Chiefs might be in a situation here where they just try to get about another 5 or 6 yards here for Butker, as you may not have the ability to get it up to get to the touchdown, even to get a about a little wheel route to Kelsey here. You fake the wheel route on a little 5 yard, like you're going to take the 5 yards to get a little couple extra yards and then run them on the wheel. They probably will have and they're showing a single high safety. No, they got the 2 high safety look, so they're going to stay protective over the top on this one. Mahomes finds Kelsey. Kelsey up the football field, and he's going to get out of bounds at the 10-yard line. Wow, catch and run all the way up the field to give the Chiefs an opportunity here. Not only making this a much easier field goal attempt, but now with 9 seconds, the Chiefs are going to get an opportunity here to at least run one play to try to punch this one in. Whew. Jair Brown injured on the play. Harris says, more cowbell. Please, come on, score, Chiefs, now. You've played with your food enough. Finish them. Game-winning legacy drive is right. Boy, just a short drag route to Kelsey, and he gets the catch and run on the play. Still see he's got some acceleration to him at his age. Makes that catch, and right after he's got the ball in his hands, he turns into a runner. Here we go. This injury with Brown gives Andy Reid a good amount of time now to kind of think through his plays, too. You got one play you're going to get here. They give him an extra tick on the clock, so maybe even you can run 2 quick plays. But this gives Andy Reid a chance to kind of diagnose what he wants to do here. A little bit longer here. You don't want to give Andy and Mahomes already a little extra time to kind of set up, with that injury. Unfortunately, it does so. But what a drive here to get down here. Dick to the Hawks says, Brandon, thanks for more cowbell. We always need it more. Come on. First down and 10 from the 11-yard line. Another low snap from Creed Humphrey. Back shoulder attempted throw there to Kelsey. Well defended by Fred Warner. And I would imagine that the Chiefs would just probably take the points here. Fred Warner, good job with the leverage there. He played that to the outside from the jump. Nice job on his part. It's the leverage he set up and that took that route away as much as anything else. All right, Harrison Butker stepping up now, trying to hit another field goal in this game. I think this would be his 5th one if he's able to make it. A 29-yard attempt with 6 seconds to go in the 4th quarter. The snap is down. The kick is up. The kick is good. So overtime we go, 19-19. We ain't over yet. This ain't over yet. Overtime for the Super Bowl. The NFL season with a little extension to it. A little extra NFL this year for you guys. And Mahomes' legacy does improve. He just went down and drove down in the Super Bowl to go get that field goal. I mean, these are the type of things people will reference, in your greatness down the line and what you did. And it's no easy thing when you're talking about going against this Niner defense to pull that off today. Everything has been tough sledding for both of these offenses. They've both had to earn everything that they've gotten. Both defenses have put on wondrous performances, I feel like, today. And so to get it done with these kind of conditions and situations like Mahomes did in this one is, fantastic on his part. Excellently executed drive there. Camille says, are we still going to troll the Niners when they lose, Brandon? I don't know. It feels mean to do that. It feels mean if they lose to do that. It does. I don't know. It sort of feels right, but it also feels wrong and dirty. Jesse has it coming for him. All right. So the Niners are going to go ahead and take a knee here with 3 seconds to go, take us to overtime, and here we go. Here we go. Alex says, I'm glad Niners and Chiefs can experience some heart attack football like the Hawk fans experience weekly. I know. We go through this on a weekly basis. For them, they're just visiting. They're a tourist here. We live on the heart medication. We live with the pacemaker already put in. Ran the cut says it doesn't feel wrong or dirty at all. They gave us S for losing. All right, it's on then. We're going to do it. My people have spoken. Come on, Chiefs. Come on, Chiefs. Jesse must be having a blast. I'm sure he's on about his 3rd heart attack of the game. See, Lord, if the Seahawks were in this game, I'd be a quivering wreck right now. I wouldn't be able to speak on stream. I would just be sitting here in pure nervousness, sweating, my eyes darting everywhere, half reading the comments, half just kind of unable to sit, probably walking around a lot. It wouldn't be a good look. But you guys know that feeling. Hands are sweating and your hands never sweat. Why are my hands sweating? What is this? The Hawks, Richard Sherman will be trolling Crabtree if the 49ers lose. I don't know. Richard kind of considers himself somewhat of a Niner now, I think. Haley says, if the Seahawks were in this game, Gino would have 3 touchdowns and easy MVP. I think he probably would have got a little more done than Brock was able to do, even against the stuffed Chiefs defense. But the Niners will get the ball first. Big Talks brand, if this was a Hawks game, Punk would settle you down. I know. She knows that I'm not as invested in, so she doesn't have to be as on, like, she's not on the clock right now, so she's feeling good about it. She would settle me down. Luckily, I don't have to be settled, though. It's all good. Right, Eris? They learned to operate in the darkness of the heart attack game. We were born in it. We were molded by it. Nobody heard us before we put on the mask. Second says, good chance Penix is our quarterback soon, but who knows? Hey, man, who knows? Maybe. Possible. He says, I don't want to hear the Niners talking stuff, though. I don't either. He says, I'm like that all the time, B. Severe anxiety disorder here, Hawks Nest. Yeah, it definitely will clip me too. It still gets me at times. Certain kind of games especially where it's just like, I like how they're trying to make this Dev Patel look like he's like an action guy. Like, here's a John Wick. We'll call him the Monkey Man. And you look at him, and I don't know if there's people you can tell at times, but there's people that try to do athletic stuff, and they're not athletic. And so it's just like, dude, you're doing the choreography here, but you're not that dude. You're not that guy. It's like you watched John Wick movie and was like, I'm going to do the John Wick. No. You watch some of those kicks and moves he's doing there in the trailer, and you're like, that would not work. More time in the jiu-jitsu thing there, buddy. Okay, here we go. We got the kickoff to the Niners. They'll go through the back of the end zone, and they'll take over the 25-yard line. Second career overtime contest for Brock Purdy. He lost the only other one that he was in. Purdy today, 19 to 33, 200 yards. Got 12 yards rushing too. He's going to come out with a 3 wide receiver look to begin things here. Chiefs stack front. Oh, almost intercepted. I think it hit the ground. Boy, that was close. Another great play. The corners of the Chiefs throughout this game have done a great job of making a play on the ball. Not simply being there tight in coverage or looking to get grabby, but actually looking to make the play on the ball as it's arriving. And that was again the case there. I think that's McDuffie making the catch incredibly hard to be made. Tips it up for a second there and just looks like Nick Bolton couldn't quite get his hands underneath it there. Almost. Second down and 10. Another single high safety look from the Chiefs in a stacked box. Purdy dropping back to throw. We've got a little bit of we got a flag, maybe a false start here on the Niners. Taker 610, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate you for that. Says, Brandon, do you think we'll need to be patient this coming year, or do we have a 10 to 11 win talent? That special teams blunder screwed the Niners. Definitely is going to be something that could potentially loom very large on their part over the top of this. Both the missed extra point and the fumble, Taker. The fumble's a tough one because how do you coach that away? I mean, you tell those players to be aware of it when they're blocking, but it's Super Bowl. He's trying to block hard. And that was offsides on Brandon Ayuk. So 2nd and 15 now. We've got a bubble screen here. They're going to try to throw fake bubble screen, and then they actually pitch inside to McCaffrey. Kind of a little bit of a misdirection type of play there that does not misdirect anything. Chris Jones is all over it. 3rd down and 13. But we do have to be patient in this next upcoming year, Taker. It's something that I'm going to be advising fans on quite a bit with the Seahawks team going forward. You've got a whole new defense and a whole new offense that you need to install, and that doesn't happen overnight over one mini camp. It takes some time, and you've got to be patient for it to come in there. We have the talent right now to be an 11, 12-win team. We have the base talent to be there with what we will do this offseason. 3rd and 13 here for Purdy. Shotgun look, single high still coming from the Chiefs, so they're still kind of pressing up on this play. Purdy's looking. He sort of throws it, and is it a fumble? I think that's I don't think that they called it a incomplete pass because they wanted to make sure, but we'll see here on this play. They're going to call it an incomplete pass. So 4th and 13 now. We do have a flag on the play, though. We have a holding on the defense, automatic 1st down. Trent McDuffie. That's brutal, man. 3rd down and 13, and that's an auto first. Yeah. That's a defensive hold. You can't drape around like that. It's a great route by Juwan Jennings. I don't know why Spagnuolo would get mad about that call. He drapes his arm in around the player. He's hooking him. You can't do that as a corner. He's hooking him because he's cut inside on him to prevent him from getting open. It impacted the play. Handoff here to McCaffrey. He's going to gain himself a couple yards. So the talent there is there, Taker, I think for sure. Is it still young talent that needs its time to develop and come into bloom? Yeah. But then it's more about the defense and the offense needing to be instilled and get all of the ins and outs of that into place. And when McDonald took over for the Ravens, he was going to do things a little differently from Wink Martindale. That took 10 weeks for that Ravens team to kind of figure out what's what. And then they clicked in, and then it was rolling, and it was good to go. So I think likewise, we might have to have a little bit of a time process with our team to give them that time to kind of, find their footing there. 2nd and 7 now. Purdy checks it at the line of scrimmage. They're going to hand this off to McCaffrey. McCaffrey will get taken down to the ground after a 2 or 3 yard gain. Another nice job by this Chiefs defense as they continue to do really well with not allowing McCaffrey to get any real movement. George Kittle going back to the locker room there with some kind of injury, it would look like. But Taker, thank you for the $5 donation. It'll be something we'll definitely be talking a lot about this offseason, and the necessity for that patience because of the fact that this is so much new and that there is work to be done to get yourself there. It's not the same as having a same coach in here for 14 years and it's like, kind of get this going, coach. You've been in place. You've had this instilled. 3rd down and 2, Brock Purdy in shotguns. Trips to the far side of the field. Purdy back to throw. He completes it in there to Brandon Ayuk. Brandon Ayuk taken down to the ground there. First down. Nice throw there by Brock Purdy. Good poise in the pocket there on that to let that play set up. And a nicely run route there by Brandon Ayuk. Thank you for the donation, Taker. I appreciate you for that. First down and 10. 49ers on the 46-yard line, still in their own territory. Kind of an I formation look with two receivers to one side of the field here. Hand off to McCaffrey. McCaffrey will take it for about a gain of 4 yards. Brought down there. Christian's 19 carries, 66 yards, 27 touches in this football game. He was my MVP of the season for this very reason. This offense leans on him and leans on him heavily. Second down and 6. Dropping back to pass. Pressure. Gets it out to McCaffrey in space. McCaffrey breaks the first tackle, and he is down the football field. Big time play there. Chiefs blitzing. Niners making them pay. They blitzed and left the hot route open on that play. Specifically, McCaffrey basically ends up uncovered on that play because of the blitz that you're sending. And he is able to take advantage. First down and 10. 49ers on the 26-yard line. Purdy under center. Pitch play out wide to McCaffrey. McCaffrey cuts it up and cuts up wide there. 7-8 yard gain. McCaffrey going off the sideline. Blood pumping out of his elbow there. He's got to be tired and hurting. He's breathing heavy. 8 yard gain there on that carry. Second down and 2. Niners, another under center. Heavy look here. Give us to Elijah Mitchell. Mitchell taken down to the 13-yard line. First down. Megan, how long, as Hawks Nest, how long is OT? Well, it's technically 15 minutes, but if it's still tied with the Super Bowl, Megan, or if you were in the playoffs, then you continue on to another overtime period. Looks like we had a hold there on that play, so we'll get a 2nd and 12. All right. 29-yard line back in shotgun is Purdy here. 2nd down and 12. Dropping back to throw. Scanning. He's got actually some time in the pocket here. Jumps out of the pocket, jumps back, looking. And nice catch by Kyle Juszczyk. They're going to say a first down there. Ooh. First down and 10. I think the Chiefs defense definitely got to be sucking some wind here. Hand off to McCaffrey. And that's what this drive has been really as much as anything. Some good conversions on third down too with Purdy and some throws, but it's been McCaffrey handling business, doing his job here. Just lean on your guy, lean on your playmaker. Second down and 4. Hand off to McCaffrey, runs up into a wall of defenders there. Might be a negative yard play at that point. I'd almost think of doing a timeout if I was the Chiefs here defensively, just to make sure you got everybody with at least a blow and trying to as fresh as they can be for this play. That'd be silly to do it, but I'd be thinking about it. You're 7 minutes and 20 seconds into this drive. You've the fifth quarter of the football game. Those guys got to be so tired up front. Empty look here for the Niners on third down and 4. Purdy off his back foot, just throws that one away to nowhere's Lyle. Nice defense there. Chiefs looked like they were bringing the blitz again on Purdy. Didn't let him get comfortable. You can't let him do that. Was that another blitz? Was that a 5 or 6 man blitz there? 6-man blitz by the Chiefs. End up with a free rusher almost, basically. And it's been a very, very great game called by Spagnuolo. I'm Spagnuolo, and I come away with just getting him a field goal here in OT, and I give Mahomes the chance here. I'm like, all right, you got your shots here today, guys. You know, through 4 quarters plus a possession, we've kept him to 22 points. You know, it's now on to you guys to be to do what your part. D-Man, we have a trader in the admin and the chat. It's all good. D-Man, I don't care. If somebody's for the Niners at this point or against, you know, she's a Seahawks fan. If she wants to be for him, she can be for him. We got other people who might be for him. Not that big of a deal. Oh, Lordy. Gibson says that was a nice stop by KC. They sucked it up in the red zone and got that stop. They did. They did a great job. I mean, it's a hard drive there at the end. You're tired as hell. You've been on the field for so much of this football game because your offense has really struggled to find itself through a lot of it. I mean, Niners got 38 minutes of time of possession in this game. They've run 71 plays. So, you know, the Niner defense being tired and trying to hold on there, or the Chiefs defense tired and hold on there is understandable there at the end on that note. Megan says, Hawksnest, I thought you were in charge. Be my bad. Exactly. Sanchez says, somebody just win. Oh, let's not go too far. Lordy have mercy. All right. So the field goal is made. The Kansas City Chiefs get an opportunity here with 7 minutes and 22 seconds left here in the overtime period. Kick will go back through the end zone. We've got 300 people in the chat here right now. Do me a favor, please do hit that like button if you could for me. I would really, really, really appreciate it. Well, Mahomes had a great drive to finish this game off, to get them a field goal, to get them into overtime. Now he gets the opportunity with a do or die. They can get a field goal, of course, still tied up, but touchdown wins it. 3 wide receiver look here for the Chiefs to start this off. Inside handoff to Pacheco. He'll take it for a 4 or 5 yard gain. 2nd down and 8. Low snap again to Mahomes. Boy, Creed Humphrey has got to get his snaps up here in this football game. Nice job of tackling by the 49ers in space. This will bring up a 3rd and 1. Every snap into Mahomes, just about, it feels like today, has been down at the ankles. Mahomes is going to call a little bit of a hurry up here. He likes the formation he's got from the Niners. Quick snap. And boy, I don't know if he got it. I do not think he got it. Yeah, he does not have the mark there. Mahomes tried to quick snap it. The Niners linebackers were jumping on that play quick. They made sure that they got up on that line and they weren't a hair beat late there. And the Niners jumping on it that quickly there was what prevented that play from getting a conversion there with Pacheco. Pete Carroll play calling. Yeah, kind of. Niners had that whole thing read out from the jump there. They had 3 players all on top of that play. Chiefs will call a timeout to get this figured out. Jake Doc says, why is Pete Carroll making Waldron run the ball up the middle all the time? Exactly. All right, 4th down. 4th and 1. What did the Chiefs do here? Mahomes back in shotgun. Just a 4-man front from the Niners here with the 2 high safety looks, so they're not totally buying into the run here. Mahomes is just going to run this in, and he's going to get the 1st down. Good read option keeper there by Patrick Mahomes. That'll do. And worked well there. Nice job. I might go back to that on this drive if I'm Patrick. The Niners are fully buying into the run play there where they're not staying with Patrick at all in that read option. I know he's not fleet of foot, but if he's got to go back to a play there like that, he's got that in this drive. 5:33 to go here. Chiefs on the 41-yard line in their own territory. Shotgun. Mahomes drops back to pass. Lets it rip out there to the receiver. Marquez Valdes-Scantling goes backwards 25 yards after the catch, it feels like. I think he actually ended up losing yards. Boy, that was moronic. Just take the catch and get down. Like, what is the I'm going to run backwards thing? It's stupid. I don't know how you lose yards on a play like that. Ridiculous. The receiver needs to run laps after the game. Yeah, after that one. We just need yards here, buddy. Like, I don't need you to go and turn into Percy Harvin with the ball after the catch. 2nd and 14. Scantling comes back, makes this catch, gets a lot of the yards back on that. If we can, the second, try if we can not to do too much of publishing what's happening in the game ahead of time versus where I'm at on the telecast with it. We're trying to do it as kind of a play-by-play along with it, right, second? So if you're sort of, if you want to do it, I'd go for it, but it's kind of the thinking in theory. I know you might be ahead of it on it. Sorry, I'm a little slow on my timeline with it, but possible. 3rd down and 6 for Mahomes here. Shotgun, pressure look from the Niners, dropping back to pass. He'll get it out to Rashid Rice in space on a little drag route there. Nice catch and run. 1st down. Camille, Brandon, how's your pick'ems? You got the Sky Moore pick right. Yeah, I got the Sky Moore one done good, which is good. I have to check and see where I'm at. What do I have on that? I haven't actually been keeping track today. So I had Christian McCaffrey over 92 yards rushing. I don't think I did well on that. He's at 80. Debo, I had at more than 3 carries. Debo Samuel's at 3 carries right now. Travis at 7 receptions. He's at 8. Mahomes dropping back to pass. He was looking deep, checks it back down to Pacheco. Pacheco keeps his feet for a gain of about 3 or 4. So I did really good and close on all of them, but I had Kittle at 4 catches. Kittle's at 2 catches, so I kind of missed all of them right now. I'm close on all of them, but I missed all of them too, with the exception of my Sky Moore pick. Second down and 6, 3 minutes to go in this football game. Second down and 6. Already in field goal territory here at about the 37-yard line. We got a timeout for the 49ers. Haley says, honestly, a nice long drive here is good. Gives the defense a breather. Yeah, they just certainly could use it, Haley. They were definitely looking like they were sucking wind on that last drive. So mighty beneficial. They give them this opportunity here to kind of catch the breath a bit. I'm thinking even the Niner defense is definitely in that same place at this point. Everybody's like, it's been a long year. We played all these extra games. Our bodies beat up and tired. Taker610, thank you for the $2 donation. If the Chiefs score a field goal, it's the next score wins, right? That's correct. That is correct. They get a field goal here, then it's do or die from that point forward. No more extra shots. Not like the college game, for instance. Allison's trying to be Rashad Penny reversing the field. Yeah, he was. That was weird. He had like a 6-yard gain that he turned into a negative 4-yard gain. Second down and 6. Niners with their wide 9 look up front. A little bit more of a... Oh, we got a little screenplay here to Pacheco. And he's right close to the first down marker. Boy, that lines judge has not been happy or has not been good with the Chiefs today as far as handing him good spots. He has been tight with those spots all game long down there. And not to say he's inaccurate, but he's definitely not giving him any extra inches. And Fred Warner, a good job of getting over there and getting that tackle made. Keeping him from the first down. See, that looked like a first to me. Third down and 1, though. Mahomes is going to scramble with this, and he's still on his feet in the open field all the way down to the 12-yard line. Tell you what's nice about this drive from the Niners standpoint, or from the Chiefs standpoint on this, is if you do get a field goal here, 49ers are not likely to get the ball back at this point. You can run the clock down to where now it goes into the next overtime period. I forget exactly how that then functions if it's another coin flip. It's been a while since I've done a double OT, but the clock running at 1 minute and 30 seconds now does give them that opportunity. First down and 10. Touchdown wins this football game. Mahomes in shotgun, handoff inside to Pacheco. He does a little dance at the line of scrimmage and then plies his way through for about a 2 or 3 yard gain there on first down. Second down and 7. 55 seconds to go in this football game. Kelsey in shotgun, too high safety look from the Niners. Kelsey dropping back to throw is Mahomes. He's going to throw a little bubble screen here to Travis Kelsey. Kelsey running hard, running strong, fighting and biting and scratching, and he might have been able to just get himself to a first down. Hey, the official line judge liked him on that one, gave him a good spot and says the number 1, that's a first down right there from the 5-yard line. Clock still continuing to run here. Interesting the Chiefs wouldn't kind of call this the timeout at this point. You don't want to tighten yourself up too much here, I wouldn't think. They have 2 timeouts, though, so I guess you've got plenty on that standpoint to kind of do what you want to do. But, dude, it's at 13 seconds. What are we doing? Wait, what are we doing? That's confident as hell, man. Touchdown, Chiefs! And the Chiefs on a little out route there. Easy little throw out into the flat. Caught the Niners unaware. Chiefs confidently let that clock just roll down with the 4 downs. I mean, if they don't get that, there's no other play. They're going for a field goal. I don't know if they were just so confident knowing the play call that they had set or what it was. But the game finishes up. The clock winds out. The Chiefs and their dynasty becomes set in place in a fantastic performance by Mahomes. Brings the team from behind at the end of regulation, brings them down and goes and gets the touchdown when you need it on a day where You could not get much done against this Niner defense. Niners gave it a good fight. That defense played like crazy all day long and doing what they did to Mahomes and keeping him under wraps. And they gave their team a lot of opportunities, but the Chiefs defense matched that effort throughout the course of this game. They matched it. They brought it to play too, and they were put into some pickles and some tough situations in this game, but they stood the test. They stood tall, and you can only hold a guy like Mahomes down for so long. You're only going to be able to hold them up for so long before eventually, it's going to wind out like that. And in the Niners, it's those two plays on the special teams. It's the missed extra point, which is why you get into overtime in the first place. And then it's the fumble, of course, that you didn't have as much you could really do about in that situation. And wow, well, it was a hell of a game. At least got a good Super Bowl game. That was a fun contest to watch, and the Chiefs earned this one. I don't think we can say that the officials gave it to them, or it was a badly officiated game, or scripted up to this. Like each team had their opportunities in this game. Each team had their chances in this game to go out there and win it. And I say, as Gibson does, congratulations to Reed and Mahomes and the crew. They had to get it done the hard way this year. They didn't just have the sensational talent offensively. You had to carve it up. You had guys like Kadarius Toney that kind of went in the tank for you. Sky Moore, a former second-round pick that never really fully developed. And so you had to really, really try to just make it go. And they did their job. They made it happen, and thank God the Niners didn't win, because we would have heard endlessly this offseason from Niner fans. Second, I don't think you can blame Purdy in this game either. 23 of 38, 255 yards. I think if you look at it, the way you ran with McCaffrey throughout the course of this year and how good you were in running the ball, and the fact that is a little bit of a place where you can theoretically go after this Chiefs team, how you don't find more rushing success over the course of this game with McCaffrey. And that's the part to me that's a bit surprising in the Niners, in this Chiefs defense. And it's a good defense overall by the Chiefs. They're right there neck and neck with the top of the pops in this league this year, being the Ravens and Niners defense, and they did prove that to you today. But a little bit surprising they weren't able to be more effective on the ground there with McCaffrey. I've got to give Shanahan props, though. He came into the game and you said you can't let McCaffrey come out of this with 10, 13, 14 touches. You got to work him. And he worked him this game. He gave him every opportunity to be the guy that could, and almost sealed at the end. You almost got that touchdown drive from them at the end, which would have put this one to bed. But not able to get it done. Camille, are we going to do a 49ers raid? You guys want to do a 49ers raid? Let me see here. Go find a 49ers channel. Are we gonna be those fans today? I'm not above it. I'm not below it. Whatever it be. Let's see what we got going. Who's going right now? Who's going? Well, no, none of them are alive yet. They're all licking their wounds right now. They're all licking their wounds. Do they have nobody who does a live play-by-play in the Niner fandom? I think that's a dropped opportunity. Man, there's a lot of Niner channels. There's a lot of Niner channels. We'll just have to wait for Jesse to go on. We'll crush on Jesse with it. He'll like that. Oh, Lord. Let's see here. All right, hold on, guys. There we go. All right, guys. I'm going to set this up. And, you guys do what you got to do over there. I'm not saying go and do anything. I'm just saying there's a link to a Niner fan channel. If you happen to have something that is on your mind in there, then, you just, you feel free to go in. If my people want to go over there and do a raid and help out Jesse's channel with the analytics, I'm with it. Here we go. Let's go in there and just say Hawk fans, just saying what's up. There's the link in the chat if you guys want to pop on over there. It's so mean. It's so mean. Long live the king. Bang, bang, Niner gang. Thank you for the $2 donation, King. And Jesse is live. Jesse is live. Sorry, Jesse. I got to do it to you, man. I got to do it to you, brother. I can't not do it. Do we get our people in there? You gotta be subscribed to do it. He's got only subscribers. Oh shoot. Oh, that's hilarious. Boy, they look pissed. They look so mad right now. You guys are awesome. Jesse's having no part of it right now either. No part of it. He got $100 donation. There's not even a crack of a smile. Camille. You guys are awesome. Boy, they look so mad right now. Hey, Jesse saw it. Can't blame him. Oh man. Well, at least he posted my message up for the raid, so he took acknowledgement over there that we're in there and whatnot, which is cool. 'Cause I can see on his face, he's got his hand on his face. He's hanging in there. Maybe I should probably. You guys popped on in. That's awesome. That's awesome. That's my peoples. That's my peoples. I love it. Successful raid there. What's Jesse's pod called? Last Second Sports. Is his pod over there? 100 head top. I bet $20 on that game, bro. I was meaning to try to bet it on the Chiefs, but I just didn't get it in time. But I was thinking, man, they're gonna take this one. You know, they're gonna take this one. And I love it. Nice raid, Camille. It worked. We got it. We got it. And we brightened the day a little bit. Get some extra views in there. Get some extra subscribers in there for our guy over there, Jesse. He does great work over there, and I know he's feeling. I mean, how hard has it been for a Niners fan where you know you have such a great team over the last couple of years, and you have come so very ever close, like as humanly close possible as you can get without actually getting your hands wrapped around the trophy, and then it just slides out of your grip on a yearly basis. It's got to be rough. It's got to be, you know, it's got to be rough. I do still maintain, King, that last play was really stupid. Like, that could have been an epic, dumb move by the Chiefs, letting the clock roll like that. You have the 2 first downs, and so why take it down to one play like that? That's the part that I don't get as much of why they made the choice to do that there. Why let it go down to the one play? Why? I mean, it was almost like they had so much confidence that play was going to work. It's like, we don't need more plays. This will be enough. And I think you got to, as much as I thought the kicker had a good option at 5 field goals to get the MVP here, I think you got to give it to Mahomes. Those 2 drives, clutch when you need them. I mean, you can't deny them. Jeffrey Thistle, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, game makes me feel better about going with the defensive coach. Mike Shanahan is 0-3 in Super Bowls. 0-3 in Super Bowls, and if I'm not mistaken, in all three of these Super Bowls, he's had the lead at one given time or another. And I don't think he did anything poor in a play calling standpoint today where he just got conservative or tight or, this was just a well-played game by two really good football teams going back and forth and doing what they do well and attacking their strength on strength at times. And, that was going to kind of lead to that, it seemed like, in the way this game played out. We didn't foresee it being like this where it was going to be a matchup of defenses holding it down all game, but that's just the way that it ended up turning out. And I feel good about going defense too, because today's show, it's a great offense is not always going to overcome a great defensive performance. Is it hard to put a great defensive performance together? Is it hard to put a great defense together? Yes, it is. But it doesn't still not mean that a great defense can't still take apart an offense, can't still hold an offense down. And today definitely has shown that. We've seen that throughout really as much this year as a guiding light. Scoring was down a little bit this year. The ability of offenses to convert on third downs was down this year. The red zone effectiveness was down this year. And I think that the defenses should find a way to come up just a little bit more this season, where so many years they've been losing ground to offenses, where offenses are gaining further and further and further up ahead of them. Jay says they turn their comments to only subscribers. That's how you know it's a successful raid session. That's all I'm going to say. That's how you know we killed it on the raid. Niner fans literally crying. It's been brutal, man. My sympathy goes out to them on this. Fred O'Sullivan, thank you for subscribing to the channel. Adrian Space Age, thank you as well for subscribing on up to the channel. I appreciate you for your enjoying the Hawks Nest. But it's brutal. Cool says, Jesse's cool, man, but his chat, lame. They're in shambles right now. They are. That's a tough way to lose. And this is go back to the Packer game on the road a couple of years ago, or the Chiefs game from a few years ago that they lost to them on that one where they had the lead, and you need Garoppolo to just complete that one pass down the middle of the field. It's right there. Complete the pass. Couldn't do it with his arm. They've had so many of these moments that have been so close to reeling it in, to pulling it in, to getting the job done. And last year, Brock Purdy's injury. It's tough. I feel their pain on this one. I don't like to have a lot of sympathy for 49er fans, but on this one, I've got the sympathy. I do. Ray Barrios, rule change in overtime. There would been a second quarter if the clock ran out. Oh, would there? My bad then on that, Ray. I didn't realize it was just a second quarter. I thought it flips all over back. This shows you how often I see these 2 overtime games. It's like you're not used to them. So it's like, what are the rules on this? How do they do it? And they always kind of slightly change these every couple of years, it seems like. And Elway bringing up the championship for the Chiefs. That seems weird, doesn't it? AFC West, Elway and a Bronco, handing the Chiefs the trophy. Oh, that's just odd. Yeah, that's new to me too on that, Thomas. I didn't realize that was how the rule. Well, that makes sense why they're taking their time there at the end then, I guess. That definitely adds up at that point. Gabriel says, this loss feels like heroin. Camille says, they blocked me because I said go Hawks. Well, we got in there with a pretty successful raid. So we had a lot of our people doing go Hawks. And if you saw the looks on those guys' faces, they look like soldiers that just came off the beaches of Normandy after a full day of the first day at Normandy. And they're coming out for some chow now. And that's the looks on the faces of the Niner channel in there. I was like, oof, it's dark. It's dark. Harris says, now we have to unsub from Jesse. Don't unsub from Jesse. Sub on up. Haley Hawks Nest, the timer would have been like a new quarter, and they just start like quarter 2, overtime QT at whatever down and distance they're at. That makes sense. I'm glad they do it that way. Learn something new every day on this sport, I tell you. Mr. Dog, the Hawks Nest, how long does Reed coach for? Well, quite honestly, there was a thought process here that if Reed did win the Super Bowl here, that there may be more of a drive inside him to be open to moving on at that point. And I don't know if there's truth to that. There's rumors of it, but there's not a lot of, we've got smoke, but no necessarily fire on this one. But that's something that you certainly heard a lot about, that maybe he would be toying and playing with that notion if this was to occur. Brandon says, yes, today has shown that defenses can dismantle the best, but Seattle has shown that strength. Hell yeah. John Proper, Steve Spagnuolo needs more recognition. I think he's going to be considered in a guy that when it's all said and done and people look at him, it's going to be very similar to how they used to look at Dom Capers with the Pittsburgh Steelers, and one of the original bringers of that. I think it's Dom, not Dom, but the other Steelers coach they had there for a long time. I keep forgetting his name. But he was the longtime guy that really helped to engineer the Blitzburg defense, known as being a great coordinator, maybe not the great head coach. I think the same thing with Spagnuolo, where he did great work with the Giants there, helped them win that Super Bowl against Brady, and now he's done a couple here with the Chiefs as well. I think he'll be held up in that high regard when it's all said and done. And he did a fantastic job today. He did just what I thought he would do against Brock Purdy, which is bring the heat, congest the line of scrimmage, stack the box up front. Don't let McCaffrey be the guy to beat you today. Force Purdy to throw those balls over the top on those 9 routes and hit you over the top, and he couldn't do it. He just couldn't do it. Docs Brandon, I subscribed, but I was gentle on Jesse. Told him, now you know how Hawks feel about the Patriot loss. He's a cool dude. Jesse's a great dude. He deserves the success he's been having with that channel, and he covers the Niners awesomely. It's definitely tough, these kind of games. We know that. We've been there before a couple times ourselves in our franchise. You get all the way down the line, right up to the end, and then the rug gets pulled out from under you. Yeah, Barry at Ray, we got to read these Niner content creators here a little bit, They do it to us. They ain't shy about doing it to us when it goes down. Tommy says Shanahan effed up by not going to CMT until late. Yeah, definitely a little bit. I mean, you ended up with still 30 touches on the game, so you definitely gave him a good amount of things, but could you have gotten up to 40 touches? Yeah, maybe. Haley says, 49er fans before the bowl, Hawks haven't won in 10 years. Stop talking about it. Yep, they haven't won since the 90s. Ruth Harper says, I can't believe Kansas City won. They didn't even play that well. I'm shocked. They will say that the game was rigged. Yeah, I don't know on that with where the evidence is on this one for it being rigged necessarily. From my standpoint, Ruth, it was a very evenly officiated game, and I think that the Chiefs did play a good game, Ruth. They just played the best of their game on the defensive side of the ball. And I think the Niners were the same way. And that these are two of the better defenses in the league for a reason. Not because that they are Swiss cheese and there's holes all over that you can go and attack, but because quite the opposite. You got to really earn your way through whatever you do against them. And the offenses weren't able to bring as much, but felt like as much of the defense is bringing it to them and on them on being disciplined on their P's and Q's as much as it was the offenses, not driving it or not getting it done. I think, too, the Chiefs were a little conservative in that first half. Randall McDaniel, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate you for that, Randall. Short of the Hawks winning a Super Bowl, Niners losing a second for me, forever F the Niners. Don't like them. Well, thank you, Randall. I appreciate the $5. And I can't. The people asking, we were having a couple of Niner fans coming in here going, NFC West solidarity. No, sorry. I have no solidarity with the Niners on that. I can't do it. Can't do it. So I don't like the Chiefs either, but somebody else said earlier in the stream, and it was aptly put, Randall, sometimes you got to choose the lesser of two evils. Sometimes you got to choose the lesser of two evils. And thankfully, I think we did that. the lesser one today. The lesser one today, Randall. Thank you for the $5, man. And I'm with you on that 100%. Jesse White says, time to start crying like last year when Philadelphia Eagles dog walked San Francisco. Bang, bang, loser gang. Haley says, Taylor Swift really grinded all year for this. She deserves more credit. Hey, how about inspiring Kelsey, huh? Getting old in his career, maybe a little bit, winding down a little bit. Like, I'm getting close to the end. Suddenly gets the pop star into him, and he's like, okay, let's go. Let's go. Thomas says, I think this will hurt the Niners team more than people think. They had the lead most of the game, then lost by 1. It's shown, too, with this, to your point, the Super Bowl losers and trying to come back the next year after losing. I mean, look what happened to the Eagles this year as they started to wear down. There's a rich history of those guys, wearing down and coming back the next season and not quite being as strong. Especially in this Niner team now, where if you think about it, those guys that are the Kittles, the Fred Warners, the Trent Williams, these guys have played now collectively like a whole extra season worth of games in the playoffs on their bodies. And some of these guys are getting older. Like a Kittle or Williams will be 36 years old next year. It's hard to, keep rolling out at that every year, bringing that same energy and effort when you, especially getting that close. And maybe this does knock them back a little bit with it. Eric Barrera, a Bronco legend, hands over to a Super Bowl trophy to the rival. I know, I caught that too, Eric. I'm like, maybe not John on that one, right? Maybe not John on that one. Maybe DK should have assaulted Pete. That's right. Once Kelsey assaulted Andy Reid, he started to get productive in that game. Yoda Soda says, guys, shut up. Niners deserve to win. Deserve ain't got nothing to do with it. I'm going to take the line from Unforgiven. Kid, we all got it coming. Awesome Review says, thank you to the Kansas City Chiefs for beating the Niners and sending them home crying. Sincerely, a Seahawks fan. James Stradley says, here's to the tears in your beers, 49er fans. Tears in the beers. Haley says, can we all just recognize that Taylor flew back from Tokyo tour to be here? That's commitment. It's definitely not just a relationship for show at that point if you're doing that kind of flight. That's love right there. That's a deep love. Ran the Gut says, even the rooms were dark. Sad vibes all around over there. Ha. It was definitely, I couldn't stay for long just looking at their faces. And I was like, whoa. Sorry, boys. Brandon, Andy is from the Holmgren tree. Got an offensive line background. Thomas says, yeah, I thought they would have based the control of line of scrimmage, but Niners needed to put KC away. Just couldn't. They had opportunities early on in this game, especially. For Sean Proper, 49ers should have lost to Green Bay. Detroit should have probably beat KC. Football's crazy sometimes. Sometimes it works that way, Sean. There isn't always the rhyme or reason to it. Taker610, thank you for the $2 donation. Are you saying the Chiefs didn't try to run it in? Are you saying the Chiefs didn't try to run it in? Didn't try to run it in? Sorry, Taker, I know it's a donation. I don't know what you mean on that. I'm sorry. Are you saying the Chiefs didn't try to run it in? They didn't try to run it in. If you want to just put in a normal comment below, I'll look for your comment. I'm not sure what you mean on that. I thank you for the $2 donation. But I'm not sure what you mean on that. Camille says, 49ers fire Shanahan. Seahawks hire him as an assistant OC. 100 head tops. Lamar sold us. He almost stopped the Swifties. Nothing can stop the Swifties. I think we've learned that at this point. There is no power greater in this world than the power of the Swifties. Ruth says, I can't believe they won the game. They weren't even playing that well. See, the game was rigged. You watch and see. I think I responded to that one. Secret Asian dude, there's no way in hell anyone's giving Purdy $40 million plus next season. Not even the 49ers. I wouldn't think so. You have to pay him something after next year, though. But then that's going to be one of the great debates probably in the Niner fandom is what is he worth? What does he deserve? What should we pay this guy? Can't give him this, but we got to give him something. James says Niners were a score ahead in the beginning. It would feel they threw it away. I think they had opportunities. I don't know if I go full on throw it away, but they had opportunities. And maybe it's a bit of a semantics thing, but they certainly had their chances in this game. Zen Lunatic, how big was that extra point missed kick? Rookie kicker? You kind of wondered at some point this or another if the rookie kicker thing on a Super Bowl team that was trying to get there, if that was going to nip them in the bud. Even though they did put a 3rd-round pick to the kid, he still is a rookie in that moment. And you do wonder with that a little bit if that was the best of routes for the Niners to go, kind of getting cute with that position a little bit this season. But yeah, that's the big difference in that game is that missed extra point. And boy, does that sting. Jake says, I'm still baffled they didn't call a timeout in the final seconds of OT, but ultimately they pulled it off. Did not make any sense to me. Jake, you understood it like I'd understood it, where the rules used to be prior, I think, when you went to a second OT, that everything changed back over again. It sort of reset again as an OT. But I guess that it's now more treated as like a second quarter. It's just another quarter onward. So they were letting the clock run out. They weren't worried about it because they knew that they would still be taking the ball if the quarter ended and went to the second overtime at the other place. Makes sense. Totally makes sense. Mr. Dog, I understand how you can say the Niners are trash after that, though. They forced a 4th down in overtime in the Super Bowl. Yeah, I wouldn't call them trash on that. Both teams played a good game. You know, it's not always a team's got to like mess it up and screw it up, and that's why they lost. Sometimes it's a matter of both teams played a pretty strong, clean game on both sides. There were mistakes, but there were equal mistakes on both sides, and you know, it was a tight game between two of the best teams in the NFL. And this is what you would hope you would get ideally in a matchup like this, is it would be close and come down to the wire. Randall McDaniel, thank you for the $2 donation. He asked, will the 49ers blame the practice fields or the fire alarm? They'll say it's both. They say we could have overcome the practice fields, but then you did the fire alarm thing 2 days before, and that's what basically ruined it for us. So they want to build their case, so they're going to try to utilize them both to fully build it, Randall. They're going to try to get them both going with that. So, yeah. Fire alarms and all those things. Dirty business going on through the Super Bowl week, I guess. But Randall, thank you for the triple dip donation today, man. I appreciate you for that. Secret Asian Dude, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, no way anyone gives Purdy $40 million plus next season. Not even the 40 whiners. Well, I could see definitely where people are coming from, and yourself included, on this Secret Asian Dude, and that there's no way that they would do that and be that silly with it. But let's remember, by the time that we do get to next season, the highest paid quarterback in the sport is probably going to be somewhere around $65 million a year on average. So we get to that point where we go, okay, yeah, Brock Purdy's he's not worthy of being paid a top 5 quarterback in the sport. But is he worthy of being paid 60% of what the top paid quarterback is paid in the sport? And I'm with you, Asian Dude, that I wouldn't want to pay Brock Purdy $40 million. So I'm not saying this from the standpoint of this is what I would want to do. But I think this is the pickle the Niners are going to find themselves in a little bit, in that there is no Brock Purdy $20 million per year contract you're getting away with. Because the market salaries will be the market salaries for quarterbacks, $40 million is going to be the standard rate for them. And that's not a top of the market rate. That's a rate of you going, we're paying you and you have some limitations. You're not in the Lawrence, Herbert, Burrow, Mahomes stratosphere, Lamar Jackson stratosphere, which is the $60 million or the $65 million. So I agree with you that it's going to be a tough call for them to have to make that on that. But then we come down to Secret Asian Dude this. You're the Niners next year. Maybe you try to draft a quarterback in this draft and he's okay, but not as good as Purdy. Darnold's not as good as Purdy. So do you just let then Purdy walk for nothing? And then what is the quarterback you're bringing in? Who's the alternative option? Because you're not picking high up in the draft to go get a prime quarterback up there. You're not going to have the money to go spend on the open market to go buy some high-priced free agent option. That's where we get to where these decisions often come down, Secret Asian Dude, to the not being in a vacuum, but having a lot of different points that come into impact the decision, specifically being the alternative options. But I wouldn't like to be in their situation with having to make that determination, paying Brock Purdy $40 million a year. I've been on my road with him and where I see him and who he is as a player and how he benefits. And I think you saw that in this game today. He made some good throws in this game. He made some great decisions. He had some great conversions, and he was able to escape the pocket at times and get away. He didn't necessarily play a purely bad game, but like you say, when you get to that paying now that $40 million versus on the rookie contract, it's a different way that you view the guy. You start looking at him through not just purely the lens of his productivity, but his productivity up against his cost. So I understand where you're coming from on some of you saying that there's no way they would do this, right? There's no way you would do that. That just doesn't add up to making sense. But I wouldn't preclude the Niners from feeling like they're forced into that box to do it, right? Because something that we learn about these teams that have these young quarterbacks is they rarely get to the end of the rookie contract and say, okay, we got our value out of you. Now it's time for you to walk. Don't they all end up buying in, right? Didn't the Rams buy in on Jared Goff after 3 years? Didn't the Eagles buy in on Carson Wentz after 3 years and then buy in on Jalen Hurts after 3 years as well? Doesn't it happen at every single turn? And it's the thing that I've railed against is all these teams just take it for granted that they pay the quarterback. Well, you got to pay him, you got to pay him, you got to pay him. And then it hinders their cap and removes their ability to really build up the type of strong team that they need to build up in a lot of times, in a lot of cases. But I think that's what they're going to be facing down the barrel of next year, next offseason, Secret Agent Dude. And it's not an easy decision, but it's one where I think you end up just landing and going, well, we got to do what we got to do here. We got no other options on it. Thank you, though. Appreciate the $5 dono. Janeth Kumar, thank you for the $10 donation. It says, rest in peace, Niner Super Bowl window. Well, it definitely shuts down a little bit tighter now. It definitely comes down and closes up just a little bit more now at this point. When we look at the Niner situation as far as from a sports track standpoint moving into this offseason, if I can find my window capture, what we are left with here. Let's find the Niners. You got the Niners here right at the bottom. So the Niners, as we go into this offseason right now, have $570,000 in functional cap space. But the thing to consider and remember about this is that they're going to be rolling over money from this year's cap because they finished off this season with the most cap space in all of football at the end of the year, which means I think there's a lot. Let me look at it here and see where it was exactly at. Okay, so $37 million does get forwarded over to the 2024 cap. So even though there's 7, think of it like there's actually $40 million of cap space the Niners still have. But you do need to make a decision now on Brandon Ayuk. There may be a couple of secondary players that not in the secondary, but secondary players that they have to kind of decide upon if they're going to give a contract extension to or not at this point. So they do have still some cap flexibility to make some moves here. But they're going to be tied up in it, and they're not going to be able to go out and make a Javon Hargrave-like move like they did this offseason. And they very well could end up losing Brandon Ayuk because he's going to want his contract extension. You can make the argument he's a year overdue from getting that contract extension. But, yeah, some interesting calls to make. Say nothing of the fact you have Trent Williams, who's going to be 36 next year. And I'll tell you what, they're in real big trouble if Trent Williams decides to retire this offseason because at that point, he's carrying $29 million of dead money, and you've got to go find your left tackle in addition to it. I mean, you could almost make an argument if that happens alone, say nothing of any of the other moves with the Niners, that clips their wings for next year and maybe into the future. No pathway to find your next left tackle in the future. Certainly not going to find a guy as good as Williams, and the dead money still sits on the books from Williams. That wouldn't be easy. I imagine he'll come back, but you also then are now with a 36, 37-year-old left tackle trying to hope he can start up for another 17-game season with all the games he's played in his life. I definitely think, Janeth, if it's not closing, it's down a couple of, it was maybe wide open coming into this year. It's come down a few notches. It's shuttering shut. Drunk says, no more NFL until September, though. Nah, that does suck. Haley, the Hawks Nest, real question. Did Purdy pass the eye test, sniff test, or lick test? No to all of the above, Haley. The lick test, and especially, was a big no. Haley says, didn't Geno set the record for most fourth quarter comebacks in the season? I think in getting like a touchdown on those fourth quarter comebacks, I think that was the way the record went. But I don't know if it was for a full-on season. That might be right. I think I'd heard that was a fact, and then somebody else corrected it on later on. No, it wasn't, not a fact. Ringo says they played good. The Chiefs are almost unstoppable. They might just keep winning as long as Mahomes is there. They're tough to deal with, man. And Mahomes showed you why he's the best quarterback in the sport. Even when he has a hard day, you can kind of only keep him down for so long. It's the kid Rex says, do not pay Purdy. I agree. I wouldn't want to do it, but I think they're going to get stuck. Big Hawk says, I need a tissue. Tears of joy. Kevin says, Commanders will pay Purdy once Quinn flops this year. Swedish Shinobi, wonder if Niners subreddit is in lockdown. Byron the Black might be in need of a wellness check. They're all licking some wounds right now. Haley says the thing is, it doesn't matter what the Niners want. They either pay him 40 to 50 million or someone else will. That's the thing. Market very well might be willing to do it at that point, especially for that kind of what will be considered more now, even though I know it's weird to say this at 40 million, but you're getting sort of the quote unquote mid-tier deal at that point. I wouldn't do it. I'm not saying that, but like Haley says, it ain't about the individual fan wants. It's about the market, what the market dictates, and then what the team needs, and then what are the alternative options. Medicine Man, I feel like it was ultimately the Niners defense which was the biggest contributor in the loss. They have talent, but their scheme wasn't very impressive. Chiefs just figured them out by the end. It's not a Niners defense with a lot of moving parts. It's a Niners defense that's going to line up, and they're going to come right at you. And so there is an opening to solve them because you're not dealing with kind of the complication, for instance, that Mahomes and company were dealing with the Ravens and Mike McDonald's defense. And that is the place that does hold the Niners back, is if their front four isn't getting back there and wrecking shop. The back end is not super talented, nor is it really going to try to do a lot of disguising on the back end in its coverages. And so there is for a smart quarterback and for a smart offensive mind like Reed, there's a way to attack it and go after it. And that is a little bit of their Achilles heel as a defense, is the simplicity of it. It's very talented, but it's also got a little simplicity to it. And as we've learned with our defense here through the recent years, when you run such high amount of simplicity or a high amount of straightforward, this is what we're going to do, and you know it, you are giving at times a little bit of an advantage to the offense. Jeff Logan says Russell Wilson to the Niners. Boy, wouldn't that be wild? Russell goes to the Niners and whoo! That would be cray-cray. David Adams says Patrick Mahomes and Russell Wilson, prime time, are the most clutch quarterbacks ever, in my opinion. I like it. Yeah. I think that's a fair way of putting it, David. David Bloom, GG's, David. Tommy says, how long until the Niners have to blow it up? That is the next thing on my mind. 1 year? No, it's at least a 2-year process. Because you've got $40 million of cap space to roll into this season. When I look at the free agents for the Niners, let's take a peek here. But I don't think that they're facing a lot of free agents. You know, you have everybody basically still under contract as it stands that are their main, probably their top 7-8 players are all under still contract moving into this offseason. I think they're actually okay. At least for 1 more year. Now, in 2 years, it probably gets a little bit tighter at that point. Haley says if they let Purdy walk, the Niner fan base would riot. Probably. It wouldn't be happy by it. Especially if they don't have any good options behind it. James Gordon, you're the ass hurt Niners next year. Game was a banger. Game was a banger, man. Good Super Bowl. Kings is Mac Jones under Kyle's offense. Might be something, not going to lie. Maybe a guy they look at. Certainly Kyle was reportedly very interested in Mac when he was coming out. That was really more of his pick than it was Trey Lance. And that seems to be kind of true in retrospect, I suppose. Brendan says, can't wait to see Coach MMM and staff kick ass next year. Me either. Me either. Seahawks Blue and Green don't need to pay Brock yet, so I don't get it. He signed a 4-year rookie deal in 2022. I think they're more talking about after next year, where he's eligible after 3 seasons to have a contract extension. And if he's a 7th-round quarterback and he's had 3 years of similar productivity to the first 2 years that he's had, you know, at that point, Blue and Green, you can't really, as a franchise, come back to him and say, no, you need to sit a 4th year on the rookie deal. You got to give him the contract at that point. So technically, yeah, he could be under the 4th year of club control, but you're giving him the contract by that point, you know. Addicted Brandon, is $49 million a better place than the Seahawks are right now? Granted, Adams and Diggs are going bye-bye. Well, it's only 40 million, not 49. It's just, I think, just 40 million. It's kind of like two different scenarios. Because what you have in Seattle is you have the cap flexibility that's there that they can create the room with. With the Niners, they already created the cap flexibility room to get to the $40 million they're rolling over from this year's cap. So it's like they've already made the moves, Addicted to Hawks, that we're going to be making this offseason. And we're going to collectively be about the same place when it comes to this for the next year. You're in kind of a similar place to where the Niners are when it's all boils down to the cap situation. Now, 2 years from now, when the Niners get into the second year of the cap, from not next year, but the year after, 2025, that's when now Nick Bosa's contract starts to hit and hit heavy. Fred Warner's deal's hitting heavy. Kittle's deal's hitting heavy. I think Armstead's in the last year of his deal at that point. Hargrave's deal is coming fully to bear because you took Hargrave's deal and you lowered down the first year. That cap hits tremendously. So you get to the third year of Hargrave's deal, and you know that's where they're going to be in some trouble at that point, I think. But we're in an equal footing place going into this offseason for the most part. They just already made those moves with conversion of base to bonus this last year, during the year, right before the year, to get them that cap space. Jamie Cruz says, let's go Chiefs. Once the Niners didn't get that touchdown, I knew that there was blood in the water and the shark Patrick was on his way to eat. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Zen Lunatic, how'd that dude hurt his Achilles just running down the field? I don't know, man. Achilles is a weird-ass injury. It just sometimes goes pop. That's the one that scares me of any of the lower leg injuries. I mean, the ACLs is right there with it, but the Achilles one's just seems just so random when it can sometimes hit, and it's hard to predict always. Flash and Skills says Seahawks got a super staff now. Well, maybe not super staff. It's maybe not full on Avengers staff, but maybe Justice League. Yeah. Jay Tuff, I wouldn't be surprised if Cousins goes to the Commanders. Me neither. I hadn't thought about that as a fit, but that does make a lot of sense, Jay. He's going to want a lot of money, so whoever we look at for him as a prospective team's got to be a team with a lot of cap space to get that done. He's probably going to sign only a 3-year contract. Haley says Russell to the Niners and still can't get a win on the Hawks in his career would be epic. I'll tell you this, Mike McDonald's defenses would confuse the hell out of Russ. He wouldn't know which way was up. Eagles Snuppers, the Seahawks Super Bowl window opens while the Niners closes. I love that. Great way of putting it. And we will soar, Ricardo. We will soar. Secret Asian dude, Cousins to Niners is also a possibility. The only thing I've come to with that is you got the $40 million to spend, and you're going to have to sign Cousins to probably like a $50 million deal, which when you slice it down, that first year cap is probably going to be around 25, 30 million. So then do you have the rest of the money to get the rest of the business done? You know, it's possible they can do it, but you can't go hog wild with that cap space. You can do some certain set things, but not go over the top. And Haley CMC has a lot of wear and tear on his body. A lot of wear and tear. I think this year alone, he set a record for most total touches over the course of the season. Looking at him from a statistical point, he had 272 carries during the regular season, along with 67 receptions in addition to that. So well over, 320 touches before you even get to the playoffs. And then you get to the playoffs, and I guess he didn't have that many carries in. Oh, yeah, there we go. So the playoffs, he's got another 59 carries and another 19 receptions. So over 400 touches on Christian McCaffrey this year. That is a lot A lot to run him, Haley, on that. That is a lot. And the hope that CMC is going to be able to run just as strong for the next couple of years after going through that. That's not what we've learned in recent history, what happens to running backs typically. Some guys can hold on and last longer, but that's tough when you've gotten that much beat up on. Flash Girls Magic Raiders fans having to see the Niners and Chiefs in the Super Bowl they're hosting. What a nightmare. Yeah, not fun. Not a good time. Henry Diesel, Kyle Shanahan is Marty Schottenheimer 2.0. Great regular season coach. Horrible in the playoffs. Could be on that, Henry. There's some evidence mounting where that might be the case. Haley says Birdie was not fine. You need to watch all 22 comes out. He was blind to open receivers. Yeah, he played already. Wasn't great. And he's still kind of a second-year quarterback. Some of it, too, was Haley. They were bringing a lot of pressure with the Chiefs, and they were getting free rushers back there, and the pass protection wasn't necessarily holding up at times, But he didn't play a perfect game. I wouldn't say he did all his part, and he did fine. You can't put it on him. He had some throws he missed in there, too. But he did play a clean game, didn't throw any interceptions, didn't throw any real even close to turnover-worthy throws there. Zen Lunatic, CMC would look smoked at the end. He hits the wall soon. They used the hell out of him this year. That's so many carries in one season, so many touches. Bravos, predictably, it's ugly on the Niners forums. Saw quite a few Niner fans say they are now new Buffalo Bills. Maze Guru, you have a good night, man. I appreciate you for watching. Go Hawks, brother. Haley says, Christian McCaffrey at 1,393 touches. Isn't 2K when they say the wheels fall off? Yeah, but keep in mind with that, Haley, they say that the 2,000 touches fall off when in total, right? So that would mean that also is supposed to theoretically include your time in college, because those are considered hard carries as well. So he has 2,000 touches, but then let's also remember that he has another additional 700 touches, Haley, at Stanford. Scratch that, even more than that. Because he's got 24 returning attempts and kickoffs and punts. So 750 touches out at Stanford, in addition to the 2,000 touches at the pro level. Megan, have a good night. We'll see you on Twitch here in a bit. King Bomber laughing out loud. Seahawks is trending on Twitter. Hell yeah. Our time has come. Now is our time. Thomas says, now I feel it'll be Caleb Williams to the Commanders. They're going to make the crazy trade. Possible. Seems like the Bears are open for business if you're willing to swing it. And Caleb Williams is seemingly having some little bit more of divisive opinion on him recently. Rams are getting better. Cardinals are getting better. Our Seahawks have a new regime, and we should at least be competitive. And then there's the Niners, who have to fight for wins. Not easy. Not easy. This division's not getting any easier anytime soon, to your point. Will says, if McDonald has the brain capacity of Batman, we're in solid hands. Amen. Amen. Taker610, thank you for the $10 donation. Sorry, I misunderstood your previous comment there. He says, my previous comment was simply the Chiefs proved it is possible to win a Super Bowl with a passing red zone touchdown. Did you watch that, Russ? There you go. And, to your point on that too, Taker610, what you like about that kind of play, and what I've always said about the thing with Russ is I don't as much get as hung up as some people do on the Russell play in the Super Bowl, throwing the pass there or the willingness to throw the ball there. For me, it would have been more about that kind of call there with the Chiefs. You have a first down, you run a little play action, you roll your guy out to the right, you give him one read, you still have 2-3 downs there to attempt to go and take it a different direction if you want to. You make it a nice, easy throw. It's there or it's not, or you throw it out of bounds, or you try to run it in, Patrick or Russell. And that's the type of play, that call there from Andy Reid, that's the kind of play call you want to bring in that situation. as opposed to the one we did, which was a timing-based route, and you just have to kind of have the quarterback throw it blind a little bit. So, yeah, that was the exact kind of play I would have tried to call in the kind of the Super Bowl for what we were running. Something rolled out to Russell's strong side. Don't need a lot of reads. Give him the easy, simple read. Give him the option of running it in. And that's what they did there. It's one reason Andy Reid is such a smart play caller taker, and so has done such a great job through the years. Is he'll dial up the right call at the right time. Thank you though. I appreciate you, man, for all your donations. Sorry I misunderstood on that other dono you dropped as far as the message goes. Julius Robinson, thank you for the $5 donation. Who do you think the Seahawks are going to bring in next year, and how do you think it's going to happen based on the cap? Which players do you think? It gets hard on the players and which ones they're going to go out and which ones they aren't, Julius. I think that you're going to try to re-sign Leonard Williams. I think you're going to try to re-sign Bobby Wagner. In free agency, I think they will at least try to make somewhat of a run of Patrick Queen, who is, of course, going to be the free agent middle linebacker or will linebacker essentially for the Ravens, who Mike McDonald is familiar with. So those would be some guys that stand out to me that they might look to target this offseason. You're not going to necessarily have a ton of money to spend, Julius, this offseason right now to go hog wild. And even next year, the cap isn't necessarily in a place where there's some year that we've set it up here to where we can just go out there and buy everybody up. You know, they're going to have to do this through drafting and player development and updating the schemes. But that would be about the beginning place for me on who you'd look to target initially out the gate here. You might look to go for a Connor Williams in free agency, a guy that can play a little bit of center and play a little bit of guard, start to build up your offensive line with a little bit of help from that. I do think they're going to draft a little bit more heavier in the offensive line here, Julius. But I don't foresee there being a big major free agent signing because they're going to, I think, target in on Leonard Williams, target in on Bobby, a couple of their select signings to get guys that fit to the McDonald scheme, and then you roll from there. It's also not normally John Schneider's MO to really look to free agency as the place to, go out there and find the real prime guys that a lot of people might think about as options. He tends to go wave 3 guys, and he wants to get it done with the internally and the development of the young guys stepping forward. So those would be the guys I would think. Leonard Williams, Queen, and Wagner really stand out to me for this offseason. But I can't go much further than that because that'll probably eat up just about almost all the cap that you have to eat up outside of going for the wave 3 guys. That'll be like vet minimum or 1 year, $3 million a year deal, kind of like we did with the linebacker from Pittsburgh that we signed at the kind of deep into free agency. That'd be the way I think they go, Julius. But thank you for the $5 donation. I don't think there'll be anything major other than that coming through. I've looked at, Julius, some of the offensive line options, and there's just not a lot out there right now. It's pretty skinny. Free agency in general, the talent isn't great out there as far as the availability goes. Appreciate you, though. Thank you for the donation. Cash says Mac Jones would be better for the Niners. He just might. The one thing the Mac doesn't have that Purdy does have that's been very, very important for Purdy and for the Niners offense is mobility. Mac Jones ain't getting away from some of these guys that Brock Purdy's getting away from. And one thing the Niners offensive line hasn't necessarily done a great job of in recent years is pass protection. A lot of scripted throws, a lot of fast scripted throws to get the ball out of your quarterback's hands. And you put them more in that predicament of having to hang in there a little bit longer in pass pro, and you might get them exposed. Potentially. Cousins to Denver, says Jeff. All right, it's possible, I guess. Secret agent dude, where I think Kirk Cousins will go. I would say, good question. Let's see. Kirk Cousins probably will go to someplace, I would say. I don't think the Vikings are going to have the money to retain him. I mean, the Commanders, I think, makes a lot of sense because they have the money to spend to bring him in. It's not a lot of really a market out there to give Cousins what I think he's going to want as far as contract goes. I don't think Atlanta brings him in. I don't think they feel like they're in that mode to do that. New Orleans, Tampa Bay, their situation's kind of set where they're at. As I look at it, there's not really a lot of secret agent, dude. There's not a lot of real plentiful landing zones for Kirk Cousins as it currently stands. It's going to be a pretty light market for teams, I think, that'll put in consideration. Because you want to be a team that's competitive if you're signing him. You want to say, hey, we're making this signing, and this is going to put us over the top. This is going to give us a chance to go to Super Bowls. I don't know if the teams out there that do need a quarterback are going to look at it in that way. Maybe Denver. But then Denver's not going to have the money to spend on him, so that doesn't even make sense. Because they're going to eat the dead money of Russell's deal, so they're going to have to go cheap at the quarterback position. Camille, I do think the Niners will sign Brandon Ayuk when it's all said and done. But that's going to stretch their cap that will stretch it. Because he's going to get over 20, he's going to get $25 million per year. And you're already with that team, you're already spending so much on guys. George Kittle, Fred Warner, Trent Williams, Christian McCaffrey, Deebo Samuel, all guys making top of the market rates for their position. And now you're going to add another one into that mix. It's hard to do. That is really hard to do. Big Docs, Brandon, yeah, it kind of sounded like the 2024 is the same story for the Niners and the Hawks. It's a push. 2025, go Hawks. Exactly. Might just be. Thomas says, I think the Niners will be good, but it will be like the Eagles. Maybe a playoff team, but won't win a game. I feel how they play will take a toll. I kind of feel that way too, Thomas, and all the games they played in recent years and this long run they've been on. And, we saw with our Legion of Boom team when they played a lot of playoff games. Like, these are hard games, these playoff games. There's an added intensity, There's little extra hitting, a little extra going 100 miles an hour than you might even see on a normal regular season game. And the history is pretty long for Super Bowl losers and coming back the next season and struggling to find their path and their way. Or maybe initially they start out strong like the Eagles did this year, but then they start to wane as the season goes on. You start to feel like they're wearing down or wearing out a little bit. And Julius, again, thank you for that donation, man. Caster, the Niners will be able to retain all their star players as it stands right now. They don't have anybody that's due to be a free agent this year into this offseason. Even Brandon Ayuk is on technically the fifth-year option. So I don't foresee them losing anybody unless they decide they don't want to pay Brandon Ayuk $25 million. So they say, well, we're already paying Deebo. Let's go draft a receiver and keep the cap open for other things at that point. I think you could make the call that if your intention is down the road to pay Purdy $40 million a year after 3, that you have to start to make a bit of that plan right now with this cap, which means maybe that's an indication that Brandon Ayuk's got to go at that point. Mark Songberg, Elway handing off the trophy is such a sweet burn on the Broncos. It was. He did not look happy doing it. He was like, get me up to the stage as quick as possible. This sucks. The Real Cheese, thank you for the $5 donation, Real Cheese. I appreciate you for that. Very kind of you guys on all the support to the channel today as ever. He says, I saw a post saying 7 of the last 12 Super Bowls have had an NFC West team. It's true. We've got the Niners have been in there 3 times, basically. If you go back to the Ravens game, so the Niners have been there 3 times. You've got the Rams in there twice. And you got the Seahawks in there twice. That indeed would be 7. It's been the most competitive division in football for going on 10 years now. And even a year like this where we thought there was going to be a dip, you still end up producing 2 teams that went to the playoffs and 3 teams with a winning record. Hell, even the Cardinals were still competitive this year. It is what it is, man. You want to get through this division, you ain't getting no feast factor. You're not getting no beat on the weaklings. You got to legitimately go through the toughest of the tough to get there. Thank you, though, Real Cheese. Appreciate you for that. Cool Breeze says, I'm not allowed to troll on Jesse's chat. I'm in timeout for good, it seems. I wasn't even that mean. I was just spitting facts. Hey, I can't blame him after a loss. Everybody's spicy after a loss, you know? And they clown on us too, Andrew. Turnabout's fair play, man, you know? Brandon, it would have been ridiculous had San Francisco won because they barely got by Detroit and Green Bay. Whew, dodged a bullet there. Yeah, thank the Lord. Thank the Lord. The Axe Blue and Green, CMC fumble, special teams return fumble, and missed extra point were the biggest mistakes to the Niners. They were. They didn't have a lot of mistakes, but their mistakes were really big and loomed large in this game. Loomed large. And Robert, they had their opportunities to put the game away. They just couldn't do it. Couldn't pull it off. And awesome review. You'll never see Lumen Field hosting a Super Bowl. Too much potential for a bad weather Super Bowl, and the NFL doesn't want that. See flights. Now it all comes down to the few days. Do we keep Geno or trade? You'll keep him. He will remain on the roster. That's my bold prediction. Bold prediction. And I think Cryptic Doug's challenge, I do think a lot of those quarterbacks are going to get taken very high in the first round, probably off the board even by the time we select. AI, Queen and Clowney, sound me up. Give me the Queen Clowney combination this offseason. I will be a happy man. Carl, that's why I want a mobile quarterback in Seattle. The statue quarterbacks aren't getting it done in the NFL anymore. No, they're not. Got to be able to move. Tommy says, man, Cousins gamed the entire NFL. He's made more money than anyone at being mediocre. Now, he's been a pretty good quarterback in his career. I mean, he's done his part, but he's definitely worked the system well to his advantage. Mike Tomolini, is Lamar Jackson the most overrated player of all time in any sport? Ever? No. Oh, there's been much more overrated players, I think. Much more. Julius Robinson, Brandon in Seattle? Brandon Seattle. Mike Skinner says Patrick Mahomes are literally mediocre receivers versus Brock Purdy with the Avengers. D-Nugget, how much of this win is more on Andy Reid's play calling versus Mahomes' play? I think that it's hard to separate the two, D-Nugget, in my opinion. I think that that's what's made them such a great combination. It's the combination of their working together that makes that greatness work. But I think it's both. I know that's a lame answer, but I think it's the true one. And Cryptic does challenge. You'll have to give me a bit of a respite or a break on with the Geno one. With it, we did 6 hours yesterday. It was almost all Geno talk, and I got my Geno. I'm good on the Geno stuff for a bit. Got to move on to other topics just because it's been one that I know it's very important for a lot of the Hawk fan base on it, but boy, it's been one that just has worn me down a bit. Talking of it over time. Marcus, if these offseason hires are a hit, we have officially entered the Super Bowl window. Let's go. Agreed. Mike Tamoli says Cleveland, Pittsburgh, Baltimore, and Cincinnati is by far the best division. Do you even watch football, bro? Well, I mean, I know that you guys out in the AFC, what is it, North, South, or whatever, has been hot to trot on your division, and that's something that it seems I hear from the most people on this of AFC North being it. If you want to give them the AFC North this year, okay, sure. You had one more team that had a winning record, so you can give it this year. I was speaking more to the last 10-year period more than to this year, but if you want me to give you them, I don't think it's they were by and far just blasting everybody else away. I think that we have 3 teams in our division here too that had winning records as well. So I think it's close. But okay, it's not a hill I'm trying to die on, Michael. It's just a general opinion. Jesus Christ, dude. I think Docs Brandon, first 5 players that come to mind overrated. Oh, I don't know. That's a tough question. 5.5 hours in stream. David, thank you for the $5 donation. Sorry if this has been asked already, but how long do you think the Niners window stays open? Well, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate you for that. They've got another year. So I think by the end of next season that definitely you're in close zone at that point. The cap starts to add up. The players are starting to get to a certain age at certain positions that you don't have ready-made replacements for. I think it starts to narrow down. I think that there's still a chance next year that they can be a very elite team and be every bit as good as they were this year. You know, you still have a cheap Brock Purdy contract, but they set the stage for next year to still be set up to be able to make some moves and still able to get to the hot to trot point of things. So they've at least got one more year to make this kind of go, David. But I don't know if that's 2 years. They still might be a decent team in 2 years, but I think you're starting to have to now cut off some moves and make some things happen in order for it to work. I don't know on 5 overrated players, by the way. I don't know on that. That's a good question on that. I don't have some good answers for you off the top of my head on that one. Addicted. Sorry, man. I'm not sure. Not too sure. But I go 2 years, David. They got $40 million of cap space this offseason. No major free agents they're sitting on. They're going to get the compensatory picks back, which will help them round out some of the roster and the depth. But 2 years from now, sure. Chase Stern, thank you for the $5 donation. Appreciate you, Chase. Let's go, Brandon. We can enjoy the rest of the offseason in peace. Amen, man. Don't have to worry about the Niner fans coming in with trolls or getting their another trophy and have to hear about that endlessly. Nice and relaxed. Get this team built up. Get them rolling, man. Free and easy. Let's see if we can have a great offseason. See if Schneider can kill it. Unfettered, unhindered, untethered. But thank you, man. I appreciate the $5 donation, and we're going to have a hell of an offseason, man. Mock drafts, free agency projections, scout and breakdowns, tape on McDonald, tape on Grubb. We're going to go through it all this offseason. BB 1989, on another note, I hope Richard Sherman never gets a Ring of Honor in Seattle. Stay with your fan of 49er fan base. Yeah, I mean, if he wants to make that pick and that's where he's decided he's going with it, then go ahead and pick that way, Richard. Fine. Suits me. I've had your back and everything else, but he's made it a lot harder and harder through the years in the way that he's spoken, not only about the organization, but the fan base itself. Pretty rare when players are going to go after a fan base or talk about the fan base, and that's their way that they want to do it. But, you know, that's the way you want to do it, then fine. I'm not sitting here, I'm not polishing your nuts when you talk crap about us. You know, you want to consider yourself a Niner, and that's who you are because you played there for 2 years. Good luck. Good for you. Enjoy yourself, you know. But you're not getting the Ring of Honor at that point if you're going to talk that trash. If you're going to say the Seahawks fans are ungrateful, then don't expect to be revered and celebrated here. Don't be shocked when you aren't given what you might think is your just desserts. You're going to be left with an empty plate instead. Brennan says, what do I do now that there's no more football for a while? I'm going to keep you entertained here, Brennan. We're going to pump out the video content. We're going to get the stuff cooking this offseason. We got a lot to be excited about and a lot to talk about and the way that this team's going to look into the future. Regardless of that, I might get hate for this, but I thought that Taylor and Kelsey were cute kissing after the win. She didn't try to take the spotlight away from the team as I thought she would. No, I don't have any problem. I know some people bristle it. I don't mind it as much. I don't really care with the Swift thing. I joke about it, but it's really not, at the end of the day, much of a blip on my particular radar, that's for sure. Alex says, I forgot the old stadium in Seattle. I think it was called the Sky Dome. The Sky Dome is in Toronto, Alex. The King Dome. You're close. You're close. Metcalf says the Niner X accounts are real quiet right now. And they're just slamming shots at this point, hoping that it'll make them forget. Hoping it can make them forget. Taker610, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, I've been enjoying Brendan's draft ranking shorts. Yeah, I saw that he did. That was pretty cool. That was a cool little way to utilize the shorts. It's a tough part for us content creators in figuring, how do I exactly use this short thing? 60 seconds. How do I, make something that's going to be cool? And it's a different kind of content, different kind of audience at times. So it's a little bit more of a challenge. But he found a cool little track with it. And usually Brendan does find a nice little angle on things like that. Good stuff. Good stuff, Taker. Yeah, they're not getting Chase Young back, that's for sure. He's not coming back as a free agent. They won't re-sign him. But if you listen to some Niner fans, they're maybe okay with that. I know he played a pretty good game today, but they seem to be probably pretty okay with that. What I've heard from them is a little bit what I heard from Washington fans, which is that you feel like he sometimes is taking plays off. Bill Amon, do you think the Seahawks would be able to sign Chase Young? I'm not really sure what Chase Young's going to be worth out on the open market. There is a bit of this rep that he takes plays off. Is that a guy that's going to get feasibly $20 million? I think he'll get somewhere in the neighborhood of at least a $13, $14 million kind of deal. But I think even at that point, that's a bit too expensive for the Seahawks. When you're already paying Uchenna, you're already paying Draymond Jones. He goes instead to probably some team like an Atlanta team that'll pay him that money and not flinch and has it as a real desperate need. They need to make him out there as the one. The other two is we got our two starters in place. And Chase is going to make starter money. So you have to kind of roll with your two guys and hope they can stay upright and then just get some solid depth behind them. It's where it might make it even hard bringing in Clowney, where it's like, who's going to be the starter at that point? Or besides, rather have Gregory. He's not bad either. Dave the Geese says, Sherman should get clowned. Played 2 seasons for the 49ers and lost a Super Bowl. Laughed my ass off. Yeah, I don't get this whole thing with this. I understand the bitterness of getting cut and all of that stuff, but at the same point in time, it's the way the NFL goes for all players. It's not you in particular that you got attacked in that way of getting cut, and they did something especially bad to you, especially with the Seahawks as an organization who showed a lot of care and patience with that Legion of Boom team through the years, who was willing to pay plenty of guys through the end of their contract. Earl got through the end of his contract. Cam got through the end of his contract. Cliff Averill got through the end of his contract. Michael Bennett ended up making through the end of all of his contracts. Cam Chancellor got through the end of contract. Like, they didn't do people bad. So you can't really press that narrative out there like Sher might try to want to do in regards to his own situation. But the big issue I have with it is the saying fans are ungrateful or calling us spoiled or acting like the whole Seahawk fandom was only coming alive at the moment that he came into the house, the Legion of Boom. Like we were a dead fan base that didn't root for our team, didn't care, never had done anything worthy of any mention before they graced us with their wonderful arrival. And when he starts speaking about like that, you can miss me with that stuff. And he's out of pocket for talking like that. And he's doubled back down on it a couple of times. He's had an opportunity to catch himself and go, oh, I'm doing the Richard thing where I'm talking with before I'm starting to think. But the hell with that. Don't talk to me about ungrateful fan. To hell with you if you want to speak about that in that way. Especially as I've spored you on a lot of shady stuff you've done through the years. Been like, I'm not, no. Roberts says 49ers are overrated. I don't know. They've been a pretty good team, man. They've gotten close there with it. Kevin Close back-to-back. Congratulations, Chiefs. The dynasty is alive. King, I feel bad for Sherman the way his career ended here, but him putting on that on the Hawks fans is lame. Yeah, I do too. And I had a lot of I lost sympathy for the way his career ended here too, to a degree on that. But to go back at the fans for that, I didn't cut him. I didn't sign up to cut him. That wasn't on me, but you'd think that we were the ones that all signed up to do it. And like, oh. But that's Richard, ready, fire, and then aim. And I thought with age, he might gain a little bit of perspective and wisdom on that, but once a live wire, always a live wire, I suppose. King says, not the fans who praised you and loved you for decades, and when it came to not being resigned in Seattle. Yeah, exactly, King Bomber. I thank baby Jesus for the Niners losing. Thank you, baby Jesus. Ricardo, got to get a celebrity girlfriend or wife in Seattle so we can get some ref calls. I don't know. We had Sierra here for years. Didn't work out a lot for us with that. Dak dumpster cot. I love the 40 Whiner tears. Wahoo! Bang bang, San Francisco 40 Whiner gang. Duquan Quack, thank you for being a member of the Hawks Nest for 26 long months. Those them Niner tears taste so sweet. Suck it, whiners. I love the energy in the chat tonight. Red A's, also, that's what I'm hopeful on Cam getting the golden jacket as the representative of the Legion of Boom, considering ET's extracurriculars and Sherm's continued saltiness. I do think Sherm's going to probably get into the Hall of Fame, Red A's. I think he'll get there as maybe the most likely of the defenders in the LOB. But the thing that does give me some hope, Red Ace, with Cam is that Patrick Willis gets in. If Patrick Willis gets in, then Cam Chancellor's got to be on the radar at that point to a degree. It's maybe a long shot. He's not statistically going to be it. It's going to be a little bit of the impact of Cam and the feeling of him more than it is what you can point to on a statistical basis. Thomas says, I did a draft with 2 trade backs. I drafted Fatanu, Cooper, Sweat, Rattler, Peyton Wilson, Taj Washington, and Luke McCaffrey. What do you think? I think that would be... I think that'd be a sensational draft, Thomas. I think you would have dealt with and addressed both the necessities, and I can see where you were operating with probably a value standpoint on a lot of those picks, where you were taking them. So you accomplished those 2 feats in addressing needs, deal from value, on top of the fact getting some really fine players who should be, Platano, instant starter, Cooper, instant starter, Tavondre Sweat at least gives you an instant, really good role player, and Peyton Wilson is also going to be an instant starter. So you came away with that with 4 starters out of that draft, and instant starters at that, Thomas. So I think it's a good one. Really good one. Herbicide, I tried checking out some other Niner sites to troll, but I didn't see any familiar names. I didn't either, Herbicide. They're all pretty quiet right now. It's licking wounds time, I guess. Randall, thank you for the $2 donation. Rather take a flyer on Trey Lance or Mac Jones? Trey Lance. I've never understood the Mac Jones love that's out there. I thought that he was very unimpressive coming out of college. He's a statue in the pocket. He doesn't have any he doesn't really have plus or even average NFL arm strength. So I do not at all. With Mac, it seems to be about processing and his big brain power, which doesn't seem to have added up to a whole hell of a lot with the Patriots, Randall. But I still have a lot of faith or hope in Trey Lance. I think the Niners did him a little bit dirty. I think that Brock Purdy's emergence just kind of got them caught up on that, and they didn't want to do the hard work on Trey Lance, but still maintain that the upside's there with Trey Lance if you can get the right opportunity in the right situation. Shanahan just didn't seem signed up to him from the jump there, Randall. It almost seemed like what we've heard with Mac Jones being the guy that Shanahan preferred was the truth. He preferred Mac and ended up getting sort of handed, you will take Trey Lance and you will like it. Like he was being asked like a kid to eat his vegetables. Awesome review. There are rumors out there that Andy Reid might be even contemplating a retirement this offseason if he won this NFL championship. We'll see what truth there is out there to that, but that's been something that has been talked about and presented as maybe a possibility if this was to come to be. Randall, again, too, thank you for all your donations today on the channel, as always. Mike Skinner, Chase Young's a grown man who makes millions of dollars that has to be motivated to do his job. Hell to the no. I'd be hell to the no on that too, Mike. I can't do the players that want to turn their engine off, that want to decide when they want to go hot and cold. Or in his case in Washington, he wanted to be a pass rusher, didn't want to play the run. I can't, don't got a place for that. He played a good game today, but like you say, it almost seems like he was just sort of turning on because he knew he was on he's on a basically, job interview for all these other NFL teams as a free agent in this game. Metcalf, imagine the newscast would have been if DK was the coach, was in the coach the same way Trav was today. Yeah, if DK was to push his coach over a little bit like Kelsey was, you wouldn't hear the end of it from a lot of fans. You're absolutely right about that. Dax is Bang Bang Wider Gang. I love your username, Dak. That's awesome. Dak Dumpster. God. Mike says, Sherm low-key a traitor. Man's really thought it's okay to go to the enemy's team and then goes and acts like that. Yeah. He wants to be the bad guy. That's his intention in life, it seems at times, is he wants to revel in that. Go revel in it. But then don't sit there shocked 20 years from now when you're not as held up on high by the Hawk fan base. Don't be shocked when nobody really talks about you very much, because they're going to remember shots you take at them like that. It's unwarranted. It has no place. You have no standing to have those kind of opinions, and they're bullshit. And it's again more of what you've seen from Richard at times in his career. And he was a hell of a player, and he should make the Hall of Fame, and I ain't taking nothing away from him with that. But he can get out of pocket. And that's his personal freedom to do so, but it's not my personal freedom to have to support it at that point going forward. This fandom has been here well before the Legion of Boom arrived, well before Coach Carroll arrived. And guys like Richard, I wish would maybe give a little more realization for that. If maybe just to have some respect for the players who came before you. Right? Because when you say like you guys are nothing but you're also speaking badly about those players who came here and gave their blood and guts to this team, gave their lifeblood to this team. The Joe Nashes of the world that put 15 years on this team. Go tell them that they weren't shit before you came here. Right? Talk about putting respect on the name. Put respect on Joe Nash's name. Put respect on Jacob Green's name. Put respect on Jeff Bryant's name. There's a lineage that comes before you. The world does not begin with your arrival onto the earth or onto the arrival of the football scene. Thomas says Sherman had said that Seattle wasn't relevant to the Legion of Boom. Seattle had a solid team that went to the Super Bowl in 2005. For a Stanford degree, he acts ignorant. Yeah, I remember him saying that, and it caught me my ankles up as well. Like, what? Huh? What are you talking about? Like, San Francisco is a perfect example of how great teams still usually lose when they have an average quarterback. Yeah, maybe. Maybe on that. I'm open to being sold on that. I don't know if I'm fully convinced of this being a representation of that. Simply the fact, flick the switch, you're able to get a quarterback like this to the Super Bowl would seem to maybe go headlong against that a little bit. You shouldn't even be able to get to the big game if you have that average quarterback. And they were an inch away from winning this. Thomas says Sherman's one of my favorite players, but bashing Seahawks fans because Schneider cut him is BS. Absolutely. Metcalf S season, do you think Sherman goes in the first ballot next year? Ooh. I don't know if he goes first ballot. I do think he goes in. I don't think he has to wait for Veterans Committee or something like that, but I don't know first ballot. That might be a little bit fast. Then Lunatic, does Wilkes lose his job? Seems like someone has to take the fall for another loss. I don't think so, Zune and Lunatic, because the Niner defense played pretty good throughout this game against that Chiefs attack, They did that. I feel like from their standpoint, they can look to the 49ers offense and be like, look, we did enough here to give you guys this game. We got you some turnovers. We didn't let their offense get rolling at any point in this game. I mean, they really scored those 10 points kind of in there at the end. It's possible, Zen, but I don't know if anybody loses their job on the end of this one. Mr. Isaac, how you doing? It's good to see you in the house. You got Rosengardner in the 7th? Man, I don't think Rosengardner goes in the 7th, Thomas. They got to update that. I got a high grade on that guy. But hey, hell to the yes if you're able to pull him off there. Yes, sir. Mike, how far is Richard CTE when he thinks fans of any fan base are going to be okay with a homegrown player betraying his team and then going to their main rival? Yeah, I mean, you make a certain choice at that point, Mike. And then if you pick that lane, then you pick that lane. And then don't get shocked when people are like, if you want to play the villain role, don't be mad then when people or don't be confused then when people look at you like a villain. And that seems to be his speed when it comes to Seattle fans and his outlook of him. And c'est la vie, Senor Sherman. Jeff Logan, hasn't Cam been in the opening round for Hall of Fame voting before? He has a slim chance to make it, but hopefully he does. For years, people said easily had 0 chance. Yeah, I didn't think myself, I thought it would be very hard for him to get in. But when you look at Willis, and this is Patrick Willis, I think has had a couple of opportunities to get in there as well, Jeff. And for him to get on the short career that he had, kind of opens this door up more than it has in the past for me. And I think Robert of Abeka, I think that the Chiefs are going to go ahead and try to make a trade for a receiver this offseason. I don't know, is it going to be they'll go out there and probably try to target your sort of a Stephon Diggs type. I don't think the Bills would move Stephon Diggs, but I bet you that the Chiefs try to find a little more talent rather than leaning to the young guys to make it happen. Addicted to Brad, you need to make a short video of Pumpkin cleaning herself, 49er fan licking her wounds. That would be very cruel. That would be very, very mean-spirited, but it'd be awesome at the same time. Slip Reed Drew says, every year that 28-3 haunts me more and more. Splitface says, how's Pete or John never won a national recognition? East Coast awards are hard for West Coast teams to get, Split. It's just the way of the nature is you have most of the writers are on the East Coast. A lot of those guys are in bed at times, I think, when we're playing or having ongoing. So it's just, you get forgotten about over on the West Coast. This happens not only in the coaches or general managers situation, split face, but also on rookie of the year voting, defensive rookie of the year voting. I think we're always a little bit behind the eight ball. Like, if we're going to win the award, we got to be great, and then a little extra 10% to take it over the top. Ran the cut. I hope Bobby plays another year too, man. I as well. Adam says, Hawks, is the fumble waiting? Sherman lies. Dude, disgusted. 3 things are certain in life: death, taxes, and Kyle blowing a Super Bowl lead. I had the lead part there. Dude, disgusted. Ran the cut. Yeah, sometimes it's just out of pocket. Sometimes a little out of pocket. Ricardo says, I mean, he hates the Seahawks for cutting him. I can't really think of many players that haven't been cut. Even Peyton Manning got cut. That's it. I mean, that's why when the players get all brutally angry about that, it's just, I understand that it's cold-blooded and you don't like it and it gets you angry that they do this and they do that. But let's also understand with this, like, Seattle didn't just say cutting Sherman and say, oh, the F with you, right? Sherman went out there and self-negotiated his contract, and the Seattle came back and looked at the contract and had Sherman make adjustments in the contract. So Sherman would be getting paid more money, that the contract would be better suited to Sherman in San Francisco. Is that a cold-blooded move by the team at that point? If they were truly just cold-blooded, they would have cut him and it wouldn't have helped him with that contract. But they did so. And he acts like they took him like like they all used to do with dogs when they didn't want a dog anymore. Rather than taking him a pound, just take him out the middle of the forest, open a door, and it's like, there you go, Benji. Go live free. And pull away. It's like they didn't exactly do that on this scenario. But even if that, like, you want to be hard on the organization, you want to attack John, you want to go at them, I get that. Go for it. Do it. But don't go at the fans. That's the part where it's like, come on. We had no hand in this. So I haven't thought highly of Sherm since he beat up his in-law's front door. Robert, Mahomes' ability to run is a huge deal. It is. Guy was a 4.7 40 guy coming out of college, but he has found a way to be mobile at the NFL, and he kept a couple of read option carries in this game that were just vital on some of those drives to keeping the chains moving. I think there was one was a 4th down, I believe. Mr. Isaac, dude, I'm so happy the Niners lost. I wish they lost to someone else, though. I really hate the Niners, but so sick of the Chiefs as well. It's kind of hard to find anybody you could root for in this one, Mr. Isaac, to your point, But I think we got the best result, or as someone put it earlier in this stream, the lesser of two evils. The Nuggets super disrespectful and totally out of line where Travis yelled and put his hands on Andy Reid. I hope he doesn't rage out on Taylor. Hopefully not. Yeah, it was a pretty crazy moment. It was a pretty crazy moment there. Things are looking like they might be sliding off the rails for that Chiefs team in that moment. Brian E. Sherman was always a mouth. Want to set him off? Tell him how much he reminds you of Donald Trump. Easy to trigger probably a little bit too on there, Brian, with him on that. But yeah, and I don't have a problem with the mouth. I don't have a problem with being vocal about what you think and all that other thing. But when players want to go after the fans, that's where you're going to kind of cross a no-go territory for me, and I'm going to take umbrage at that point. Utero, obviously Kelsey didn't mean to bump Andy. He was just hyped. Addicted, where's Garth been? I don't know. Garth's probably out there chilling. He might be a little liquored up after this last game. David Baldwin says, this one stung. Great job, Casey. It did. It did. Ricardo, I couldn't root for the Niners after Harbaugh. He was such a classless buffoon. Hard for me in general just to root for him. But yeah, that definitely made it easier at the time to root against them, Ricardo. He of the punchable face. You discussed it, says Mr. Irrelevant lived up to his name in this game. Adam Barney is commenting a secret code. Rico says, oh, come on. He didn't put his hands on Reed or anything. He barely bumped into people trying to make something out of nothing. Yeah, it's not a big deal. It was a little wild to watch, but it ain't that. It won't be a huge thing. It'll get forgotten about quickly, I'm sure. It'll be quickly forgotten about. Mike Skinner is incoming Michael Dixon MVP season. Equilibrium. Imagine if Reed retires and the Chiefs sign Belichick. That would be insane. Boy, that would be just cray-cray. I think Vrabel would be the most likely guy if he retires. And bear with me, folks. I'll be right back. All right. Nick, is the Niner chat really down bad? They didn't look good. We did a little raid earlier, Nick, and they didn't look too good. They were looking a little peakish. Can't blame them. I would too be in that case. But, yeah. And Jason Kelsey's always wearing cool shit, Rand. Thought he had the hangover shirt on a couple days ago. Saw Goodell talking to Taylor before the game, just fangirling. Robert, I sure was a good halftime show. I couldn't hear him sing on it, so I just saw him doing the dancing and. Dude, Duskus at the front office extended Kyle, and now he's 0-3. Fans now want him gone. Oh boy, did the Whiners make a mistake. Yeah, it's gonna be kind of fun tonight. A little bit looking at the Niner boards, and so sort of just as someone else said above, I'm sorry, I'm not too proud to say I'll be drinking up the tears a little bit. Ooh, a little warm. Just let's blow on that a little bit. Tasty. Damp winter 7393 says 49er defense sold an OT. Come on, man. I think they were both those defenses there at that end, Damp, were I think pretty wore out. A long season, you've given everything in that game, laid it all out in the line through 4 quarters, and you're just wiped probably by that OT period. Couldn't blame them. I think both teams were flirting with 70 plays on both sides of the ball by that point. Eris says, where's the other kitty? She's usually not allowed to be up on here because Pumpkin doesn't let her up on the cat tree. Pumpkin pretty quickly kicks her off. This is Pumpkin's domain. Dave Baldwin watched some Niner reaction vids. Half of them are off the deep end saying the whole staff should be fired. Boy, I can understand being disappointed in this loss, and I know that Shanahan has got some in the Niner fan base that aren't as hot to trot on as I think other fan bases look at Shanahan and view him. But this was a well-played game by the Niners. They didn't crap the bed on this one. They didn't come out and just lay an egg. It was a great effort on both teams' part. It was a Super Bowl effort on both teams' part. It's not easy to win a Super Bowl. John Elway lost 4 or 5 before he was finally able to crack through. It's, this is why it's so valuable to get one when you do and to cherish it so much when you do, because it isn't easy. And it takes both being smart and great and chemistry and a little luck and the ball bouncing your way at the right time. Kind of gets it all together is what it sort of takes. Metcalf, what are the chances Marshawn gets in the Hall of Fame next year? I think that's even lower than even a maybe potential guy like Cam. Not because he doesn't deserve to. I do believe that Marshawn deserves. But because Marshawn, of course, was the guy that wasn't very media friendly. And who votes for the Hall of Famers? The media. So when it comes to Marshawn, is he going to get the benefit of the doubt from the media? Or are they going to say, hey, you were the guy that I'm just here to get fined. You messed up my job. You made my job harder. I want my quote from you. Those media members can tend to be a little bit of a bitter group when it comes to that type of stuff. I hope they're not. I think Marshawn, along with Adrian Peterson, should be 2 of the backs of their era to get into the Hall of Fame. I think if we end up with a guy like Frank Gore, who ends up just accumulating over 20 years the yardage to get into the Hall of Fame versus the impact of Marshawn and what he brought, that means we're not doing the Hall of Fame right. So I think he eventually does get in, but I don't think he's getting in fast. Russell Marqueux, thank you for the 5 months as a Hawks Nest member. Who did the 49ers lose in free agency due to the cap? Probably they will lose Randy Gregory. Probably they will lose Chase Young in free agency. Everybody else basically stays. There's no free agent of their main guys that's due to be up. Brandon Ayuk has still got his 5th-year contract. They'll sign him to a contract extension or probably trade him where they make the decision on that this offseason one way or the other. But they've got $40 million in cap space to spend. They're not going to necessarily have to start slicing and dicing with guys that are on the books. But only Chase Young and I think Randy Gregory are your only 2 that are. And I'm not even sure if Randy Gregory is technically a free agent. Dick Dox says, Brandon, Weiner tears at liquor store near you soon. That's what I should do is I should get one of those custom liquor made and have it as Niner tears. I think that'd sell out. Wouldn't even have to taste good. Mike says, Niners will never win a chip with Kyle as their head coach. He's a choke artist. Some can only dream of achieving. Definitely a lot of Niner fans will be saying that tonight. Dude Disgusted agrees. He says, Kyle's the most overrated head coach in the NFL. I think we're going to hear a lot of this coming off the heels of this. I don't know if I fully agree with it, but I mean, I get it. It's been a tough, these 3 losses are brutal from the Atlanta game to the 2 Super Bowls and some of the other Niner playoff games. Herzog, I cared more about Taylor's than anything else in the Super Bowl, including Usher. I couldn't name more than 2 songs. I couldn't either. I don't know many of Taylor's songs, but I'm old too. So. Avery Sutherland, thank you for the $5 donation. I do appreciate you for that, Avery. He says, I just finished watching the game. I'm so relieved we never would have heard the end if the Niners had won. No, we wouldn't. And that's what I was lamenting at the start of this, Avery, is like, please God, no, it's going to be an offseason of them letting us know on this. I can't go through it. I can't have it happen. This just, no, please, dear God, no, don't let it go down. And they didn't. Chiefs made it happen at the end. They did just enough. So thankfully, we're not going to have to go through an offseason of complete pain and suffering with Niner fans coming in being, bang, bang, Niner Nation. Bang, bang. What's the next part? Niner Nation. Go Niner Nation. Yeah? Did you say go Niner Nation? No? Don't go Niner Nation for you, huh? Tan May says, if Reed retires, who do you think is a good replacement? Bieniemy, Ben Johnson? You think the Chiefs give Johnson the mega deal he was supposedly coveting for the head coaching gig to continue the momentum that they have? Great question. And Avery Sutherland, thank you again for that $5 donation. Glad you feel the same way as I do on that one. And Tan May, I think my impression in hearing in the rumors in the background on this is that Mike Vrabel would be the option here. Well, remember with Mike Vrabel, Tan May, that he had 4 years of playing with the Kansas City Chiefs after he left New England. And he is a guy that's held in fairly high regard, as I understand it, in the Kansas City organization. So if you're looking for my prediction of the likely guy that I would put my betting money on if Reed does retire, it would be Mike Vrabel. Ben Johnson would be the number 2 as the outside-the-box replacement at that point as a potential then. Certainly this would be a pretty attractive place for him to go to with the Kansas City Chiefs as far as your first head coaching job. And maybe enough so, Tan May, at that point, to where those coaching requirements to be paid $14 million per year he was reportedly asking for would be lowered down. Or maybe even the Chiefs would just be willing to pay for it at that point. I don't think Bieniemy will be that guy. He just doesn't seem to be getting the love, Tan May, out there in the league to get that. Gerald Chapman, thank you for the $5 donation. I love watching Mahomes play. We are witnessing the GOAT in his prime. I love my Hawks, but stuff like this is why I fell in love with football. It's a great point, Daryl. I wouldn't say anything against that other than I would feel the same way. I can appreciate great play of other NFL players in this sport. You can appreciate when you are seeing greatness. And when you're watching Patrick Mahomes, you're watching a guy who is playing at a really high level. And he's doing it where it's not always just super ready to made easy for him. It certainly wasn't ready made easy this year. It wasn't ready made easy last year. You're having to get a lot more into the dink and dunk kind of phase of things and less about him just opening up that big arm down the field, kind of like he could do when Tyreek Hill was there. So he's a fantastic player, Daryl, and he has earned the recognition he's getting. He's earned the accolades that he's gotten. And he showed you in a game like this where maybe he didn't have his best fastball today, Daryl. Maybe he wasn't able to hit the gun up there at 99, but he was able to grind through those at-bats and find a way to just get some outs and get himself to the end of the game where now he was able to find a little bit of momentum and some heat. And it was those back 2 drives at the end of the game get you through and allow you to win the game. And it doesn't matter what you do the rest of the day at that point, those final drives, that is your day. That is your day. And that's the power of when you can be clutch at the end like that, like he was. But he only solidifies and builds upon that legacy, not just with this win, Daryl, but with the way that he won this game today. And coming from behind and having to get those 2 drives at the end to make it happen. But thank you, Daryl. I appreciate the $5 donation. And I think you got to appreciate greatness where you see it. Enjoy it where you see it. We love our teams, but nothing wrong with looking at these other players and going, wow, that is an awesome player. He is so good at his craft. He does that so well. Alessandra Lycianiado Cruzada says, greetings from Havana, Cuba. Well, thank you for the greetings. I'm sorry if I butchered up the name. Didn't mean to do it. I gave it a good run. But with us gringos, it gets hard to roll that tongue. It's a hard roll on that tongue for us. Any San Francisco positional coach for the Seahawks? None that I foresee here. I don't see anybody really fitting to that mark for this team as it stands right now. I think the San Francisco coaches are all going to be retained. Shanahan just got a contract extension. I don't think that Lynch is going to be pushing him to be firing anybody in particular off of that staff. So I think that does then mean there won't be anybody that we'll be able to pull from on that either. Zen Lunatic fans won't care about the effort. They were sold that they were winning. Yeah, that's true. Fans are not real big on excuses, right? I dig dogs, Brandon on point. How can 49ers be upset? Losing Mahomes and Reed in the OT? 49er fans kind of leaning on past history, IMO. Yeah. which, you know, you can't try to force fit this into the prior narratives, you know. But this was going to be a tough game. Chiefs are in the middle of a dynasty. It's like, you know, it's tough, but it's like, hey, they're that good of a team for a reason too, you know, and the Niners aren't riding on high where they just sort of are floating above everybody on this whole other level of play. It's going to be a close game. It's going to come down the end, and ball bounces weird, a bad call, a bad turnover, a punt that goes off of one of your gunners, or one of your pass protecting punt returners, you know, one of your blockers. Hard to anticipate. I mean, is that on Shanahan there? You know, it's the biggest swing point of the game really is that fumble, and that's not on Shanahan, you know, and that's not even on the player. It's just kind of a random stuff can happen in these games like that. Dude Disgusted says, B, there's a new script out, Seahawks Raiders Super Bowl. I would love that. That'd be awesome. Sign me up for that Super Bowl, man. All day. All day long. But Face says, Marshawn's an icon. It's going to happen. Possibly second ballot. I do think eventually they find a way to do it. And I hope it does, but for the record, I want to see him in there. I would love to see it. I just know that these reporters and journalists are known for being bitter little bitches, you know? And if they've got a way to sometimes twist the knife, they'll twist the knife. It ain't right, but it'll happen. Brennan says, I hope to see the Seahawks in the Super Bowl again. Me too, Brennan. Ringo says, can you imagine if the Seahawks never crashed in with the Legion of Boom and 1-1? Changes fast, and you never know when you're going to get another chance. It could be a long time. Absolutely. Absolutely. And I could imagine it happening, man. It's the way the NFL can sometimes go. It's a heartless place in that way. You know, talk to the Minnesota Vikings of the 70s that went to 4 straight Super Bowls, or the Buffalo Bills that went to 4 straight Super Bowls, and those teams lost every single one they went to. Bills' case, they've never even gotten back, never even come close to sniffing one now since they lost those ones. It's a brutal game with some brutal beats. We faced it in Seattle in 2014. It's as brutal a beat as any fan base would ever have to be faced with. Don't be complaining to me, Niner fan. We were in the game the whole way. Like, I got to hear for the rest of my life, should have ran it. You think anybody's going to say that about your Super Bowl here with the Chiefs? You know? Ain't nobody going to say that. I got to hear from every other fan for the rest of my life. Like, oh, you're a Seattle fan. Should have ran it. Should have ran it. Should have ran it. You know, Niner fans, come back to me when you got something like that, of that kind of scar left on your body, and then we can, you know, speak to the pain. Niner fans have no reason to be, you know, crying about their poor lot in life. You got all those Super Bowls in the 80s. You've been to 3 in 13 years. Look, this Swiss brand's got cat treats in his pocket. She's definitely at that spot where she's like, it's been a long stream, and now it's time for me. My time. Dude Disgusted says, being a Hawks fan is bliss right now. We get a new coach, new staff. Whiners lose. Kyle's job maybe in jeopardy. Hawks going to fly high. I love it, man. I love the optimism in this fan base right now. I really do, Dude Disgusted. Mike Skinner, the Hawks Nest. The 49ers have a longer championship drought than the Dallas Cowboys. Woo! It's been a while. It's been a while. Both have been sitting on the sidelines for quite a bit and cashing in. At least with the Niners, they've been to some Super Bowls. Cowboys can't even get to conference championship. You know what I mean? Nick says the Niners are resorting to saying it's rigged. That'll be a tough game for Niner fans to try to sell on as being rigged. I thought that was a really well, evenly officiated game. I thought there were especially some spots for the Chiefs where it's like they didn't get some spots in the ball that was kind of brutal at times in that game. Where if it was rigged, I think those spots would have been a lot better. Dude Disgusted B, I did send you some tweets. One was the script. Let me know if you checked them out. I'll take a look at them. Did you send to my Twitter, or did you send to the Gmail? Brandon, I got my first kryptonite watching the Vikings lose their first to 4 Super Bowls as a 6-year-old kid. Now, not a sniff of success. Holmgren and Pete did this city well. They did. They did. And yeah, that's brutal what happened to that Vikings team. I mean, Purple People Eaters, hell of a defensive line. Bud Grant, Coach Carroll's, mentor. There's nothing there, Does the 49ers call for Shanahan's job? They deserve to lose tonight. Reed and Mahomes are Hall of Fame first ballot, no questions asked. Yeah, I know that I think what it comes down, there's some people that have been on the not loving Shanahan, and this is the way this goes at times where people that will sit there with that, I don't like Shanahan, I just don't like him, and I don't like him, and then he's winning and they have to kind of shut the hell up and stay in the corner, and then the first time something comes out to where then now your point of view can be confirmed, they come out of the woodwork and you hear these kind of things start to get spoken about. And that's, I don't think that's right. Shanahan should keep his job. That's not, on him. Micah says someone on X just put out a stat that said Mahomes has as many Super Bowl wins as his dad has DUIs. People are merciless. Nick says, Brandon, that should have ran it. That other fans say is like triggering World War II PTSD. Yeah. No other fans have something like that, by the way. You know what I mean? Nobody goes to Sacramento fans and go, how about those refs and what they did to you with the Lakers back in, 99, huh? No, nobody says that. Nobody goes to the Raiders with the immaculate reception, right? But we've got that. We've got that. And not just for the next year or two. For the rest of our lives, when we interact with any other fans, there is a very good chance of them uttering, why didn't you run it, asking the question, or just telling you what you should have done on a decision that you had no impact of and you could have done nothing about. But that's the way it will be framed to you eternally for the rest of your life. And no other team or fandom has to face something like that as an equivalency. Because like you said, it's PTSD. It's literally starts giving me the shakes. Why don't you guys run it? Like scanners where their head blows off in scanners. Basically that. Mr. Kane, my brother from another mother, how you doing in here? As football fans around the world should send me a thank you. I knew as soon as I bet on the 49ers that they were destined to lose. Oh, shoot. You did one of those, Mr. Canes. I'm going to win either way. If they win, I get some money for the fact I got to know that the Niners won. And if they lose, then I win, even if I lose my money, because I don't have to, then the Niners didn't get in a Super Bowl. I like your thinking on that, Mr. Kane. I like the hedging of the bets, man. That's what you got to do, is hedge them bets. Hedge. New Blacks is also a Viking fan edition, a Seahawks fan. 1998 Vikings loss was one of the worst. Yeah, there's another one. And wasn't that the one, if I'm not mistaken, that's the one with the kicker Anderson, who's one of those kickers who had kicked in the league for he ends up playing 25 years. And I don't think that he had missed a field goal all season long. And then he's got to, I think, make a chip shot field goal for the game. And that was like that Viking offense that had Moss and Carter. And I mean, they were souped up to the nines. Robert Smith, great offensive line. And Gary Anderson, that's it. And that was the only kick he missed all year. Oh, talk about that's a brutal beat. The kicker loses it for you. Got that team. That kicker loses it for you on that. And it would have been so much of a better matchup of the Broncos taking the Vikings on that year versus the Falcons trying to take on that Bronco team. Ringo, 100% should have ran it. Marshawn said whenever he leaves the house, people say, I can't believe they didn't hand it off to you. And it never stops. It never stops. It never stops. On my stream in the chat, when their fans come in, when I'm in person talking to people and they learn I'm a Seahawks fan or see a Seahawks shirt I'm wearing, it never stops. It will haunt us forever. Hey! She's in attack mode. Tanmay, if you were variable with the Chiefs, who would you hire as your OC? With Mahomes helming the offense, that would be the most critical hire, no? Especially replacing Reed as a play caller. Well, I think that with having already Bieniemy on the staff at that point, Tan May, and his familiarity with Mahomes, and you're looking to just try to keep this thing rolling, right? Rather than trying to reinvent the wheel. So why not just then have Bieniemy as your true OC and the play caller at that point? That works for Bieniemy because now he starts to get to raise his profile for maybe that eventual head coaching job. You can keep the status quo and everything just kind of rolling as it is. That would make the most sense to me. And Bieniemy does seem to be re-entrenching himself back within the Chiefs organization. DJ says, you had me rolling with the should have ran the ball. So true. It's brutal, brother. It's freaking brutal. And I might have passed on to Megan. That was my bad, Tan May. I didn't mean to miss it on that one. Eyes getting a little bit crossed here. It's a great question, though. I think part of what hurts this at this point, Tan May, in trying to go find a dynamic OC out there, if you're looking at Vrabel, first off, Arthur Smith was the guy I know he wanted to probably bring along with him. He's in Pittsburgh now. On top of that, I don't know if you want to pair Arthur Smith with Patrick Mahomes. I don't know if that's the greatest of ways. So yeah, I think you just go to the status quo on it. The coaches remain. Vrabel comes in, and he's probably fine with that role at that point. Dick to the Hawks. Brandon, ouch. Yeah, Anderson, the kicker, missed the one against the Eagles. Another knife in the heart. Yeah, that's just, the kicker got you. St. Louis take their coach need to stop the fourth down stuff. Dan Campbell. Stale says Falcons fans have 28-3B. Yeah, but I don't know if it's because it was more of a collapse than a single play. I don't know if they get it. I don't know if they get their face pushed into the poo like we do on that one. You know what I mean? It's looked at historically in that way, an epic collapse and all that, but like you can't shorthand that. There's no fancy phrase like should have ran it that encapsulates all of the frustration down into that just a couple of word phrase. All of our anger and bitterness over it into just one little particular phrase. Kyle Moki, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate you for that, Kyle. He says, they always bring up the 1 yard line, but not the dominating 43-8 against the number one offense the year before. Game was over after the first snap. Thanks, Peyton. Indeed, the should have ran it almost seems to at times to eclipse the legendary defense, the legendary performance against the number one offense of all time. You don't necessarily hear about it much because it's just people do tend to get so much more caught up with that second game. And, to people's point on this, I get it. I get where they're coming from to be caught up in it. And the players themselves have said that they felt like this was this game and the decision of that game, whether they were in the right or wrong for thinking this way, seemed to have been one that held this team back from getting back to that prominent state once again. And that's unfortunate. And it's never going to go away. It's part of our Hawk history. It's a scar on our body that will never maybe fully heal. There'll always be a little bit of blood seeping out still from the wound. But at least we're all in that together and feeling that pain together, right? Kyle. You know what I mean? Erismana, Brandon, have you ever watched Bench Warmer Brand? I have never, I've never watched that before. No, I've never heard of it. It's good stuff. New Blacks, is Reed retiring? Maybe. There was rumors he might if they win this game. So it's possible. Micah says Peyton's still salty about that loss to us. I still hear him talk about that game once in a while. Yeah, I've heard him talk about it too. Luckily, he does a pretty good job of acknowledging that they weren't winning that game. We had no chance. It was over before it began, so to speak. Dog Watcher, Chiefs have to be at Disneyland tomorrow for the 2 p.m. parade. That's a small, short flight. They're going to be hungover as hell, though. Oof. They're going to be in some brutal shape tomorrow. Dig Docs, Brandon, yeah, Hawks versus Broncos. Makes me very happy we chose McDonald. If Grubb is for real, the future looks bright. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. New Blacks, I watched 48 today again. That game was amazing. Russ and the offense really got underrated at how well they kept Manning off the field and never let off the gas. No, they never were trying to just, even when they got that great lead like you talk about, New Blacks, they didn't try to just sort of hit cruise control. I mean, they were going for the throat. They were going to put that game away. There was definitely the killer instinct in that team, and not just defensively, but on the offense as well. Hell, even the special teams with Percy getting that kick return like he did. They were locked in as any team you will ever see in the Super Bowl, that team in the state they were in. And I don't know who in NFL history would have beaten that team on that day. Hey. DJ says, remind us how the Steelers game went when we were robbed. Yeah, we were definitely robbed in that one. That was a fixed game, so it's hard for me to be bitter about it. Like, they just fixed it. So it's like, team didn't choke. Team played well for the most part. They just ripped it out of our grasp. Sanders says it's BS. People always say Super Bowl 48 is the worst Super Bowl. Seahawks highlight reel is better than most entire Super Bowl games. True. And there were some fun, great plays. The kick return, the curse broken tackle for the touchdown, the Doug Baldwin broken tackle for the touchdown, the hits from Cam Chancellor, the great defensive performance from the Seahawks D against, again, the number one offense in all language, a good offense, the number one offense in all of NFL history. You took it apart. Herbicide, Seahawks Nest, Seahawks record next year. I would go with the 11 wins. I think we're 2 wins better next year. I think we get better as the year goes along, as there is the learning curve. But I do think you're immediately 2 wins better under Mike McDonald next year. I've heard Will Valdez, sometimes people say 48 was the most boring. Not the worst, maybe just, the most boring of Super Bowls. Nick says the Seahawks era had the greatest blowout and greatest joke. It will be remembered forever. It's true. And hey, isn't that at least a nice part of it, Nick? A lot of these Super Bowl teams just get forgotten. I'm like, oh yeah, they won that Super Bowl that year. Oh yeah. But we will definitely be remembered. We will definitely be remembered. Garth in the house. What's up, Garth Knight? Good to see you in the house, brother. Thank you for the $5 donation. Says thanks for the work, Brando. And I beg those in the chat to stop by Jesse's channel to console the Babe boys. We kind of went in there. I think it comes off to him a bit as troll. We did a raid earlier, Garth, as soon as the game wrapped up, and went over there to Jesse's channel. And yeah, they were looking pretty dark, Garth. They look like they could use definitely a bit of a pick me up, man. So that was tough. We've been there before, man. We've been there before. I know the feeling, and that's a brutal loss to have happen like it did. Overtime and after a long year when so much went right, and they've had a couple of seasons that have ended tough like this, Garth. Which just, I think it makes it harder and harder the more those years that go along like that, where your season ends that way. But I don't think that they have anything to apologize for, that team, or to feel bad about. Both those teams I thought played really hard and played good game. And she's able to play just a little bit better with a legendary crew of guys that are going to be Hall of Famers and first ballot Hall of Famers. And in Mahomes' case, might end up going down as being the GOAT when it's all said and done. Pumpkin. Cat's going on the attack all of a sudden. What's your problem? Give it a rest. Goodness. But we'll stop over there. I'll check on Jesse tonight, see how he's holding up, make sure he's doing okay, and keeping it together over there. It's tough, especially because tonight he's getting peppered with, we got to fire Shanahan, and he's got to try to walk people off the ledge. I've been there, Garth. It's hard to bring him back on the ledge when they're that dead set on throwing Kyle off. No, he goes off the edge. It's good to see you in the house, Garth. Drop Top says, here's to another Niners Super Bowl loss. Hell yeah, brother. Clink those glasses. Cheers. Herbicide says, do you think we draft best player available this year, or do we try to fill the gaps we have? I admit BPA has been working, but we also can't ignore the holes forever. I think John's been pretty hardlined on this herbicide, when he's talked about it over and over again, he's harped on the fact that value is the way now, that they've learned their lesson from this, that it's not merely that we choose to try to take a value-based approach with the draft, but that we have learned our lessons and that we drove too hard for need back in the late 2000s, and we've got to go now to this value point. So I do believe that the value is going to carry the day here, herbicide. I do. I think that still remains, and that will bear out the best drafts. It still does have the downside to it that you are intimating here, which is that you leave yourself at times not addressing the pure needs you might have. You might end up stacking at a position now that's a super strength that you can't take advantage of all the depth you have at a particular position, but it's still a better pathway and approach than going with need. The need still just does, it's good in theory, but it just doesn't work out in practice. Kieran, should we call all the trolls the 49er fans? Is it time to fire Shanahan? Can we get to the game and can't win it? Fire him now as vengeance for causing us to fire Pete? I think anything's in play. All is fair in love and war and football. That's how I think I've heard that saying go. So anything's in play tonight, Kieran. We did a raid on Last Second Sports right after the game. I know they didn't love seeing all the Go Hawks in there on the chat. I think a few got themselves, without even saying much, got themselves kicked off the channel there. But we had to do it, you know. Garth says valid points. They lost to a great team. That's what I feel like, Garth. I feel like both teams had opportunities. Were there mistakes from both sides? Sure. But I think both sides of the ball had points in this game that they played really good football. And the part that can't be overlooked for when you get a defensive battle like this is you have two of the better defenses in all in football. So it's not something that happens by chance or by mistake or whatever. It happened because this is what you're going to get with two of the better defenses in football, regardless of how good their offenses are collectively on the other side of it. And for those folks that say Garth defense wins championships, proven right today. Snail says, B, are you streaming the Sea Dragon games here or over on the Dragon's Cove channel? I hadn't planned on streaming them. I guess kind of maybe open to doing it if there is really truly the interest. I'm just not sure if there's going to be really truly the interest, which is the part that I wonder about. But I'm open to doing it. If people want to do it, let me know in the comments if that's something you guys would be interested in me streaming through. But we, of course, will have a very deep, thick stream schedule going this offseason. Draft coverage will be day one of free agency going live and all of that set up. So we'll still be streaming a lot. I will, as well, just as a note to everybody on the stream here, I am doing a lot more over on the Twitch channel. So you can find me at the Seahawks Nest over on Twitch. And if you do find me over there, you'll find me streaming a lot more on that side of things as well. Good place to look for me in addition. Well, we're about 6 hours and 24 minutes on into this stream, so I think we'll go ahead and get the last couple of the questions on in. I can wrap it up and go get some food because I'm starting to get a little bit hangry at this point. Tan May says, Brandon, to you, is there ever a scenario where a team should go for need over BPA in the draft? Well, let's take a scenario like this, Tan May. Seattle's picking at 16, and let's say a great left tackle like that you didn't think would be available is there now at 16, Joe Alt. Well, you have Charles Cross at left tackle. So what do you want to do there if you're Seattle? You know, do you go with, you can't stack up two left tackles, right? But that's the value of the guy. That's the best value you have on your board. So I think there are certain times where you can't put it down as a rule that's the hard and fast rule that you never break. There are going to be exceptions to it. But you drive as hard as you can, absent facing those kind of decisions, Tan May. You don't go back into that need unless you're really running up against that, you know? And even in that scenario, you can make an argument, Tan May, that, maybe you draft Joe Alt. Maybe you see if you can flip Charles Cross for a first-round pick or extra picks at that point. You know, maybe get creative with it at that spot. But no, for the most part, you lean hard, but it's not 100% of the time you go that way. There are times, at Tan May, we get in the second round of this year's draft, if we can get in the second round, and there's a running back on our board who's the highest value running back. We're not going to draft him, not sitting on Charbonnet and Walker. It just wouldn't make sense to do that. But as much as you can, as hard as it is to not, as much as you can lean into it, I think is the best route to go. That's my personal opinion on it. Thank you, Addicted to Hawks. It's great chopping it up with you today, man. Kieran says, I really wanted Purdy to get a record-setting contract. That way the 49ers would have to drop some of their studs to free agency. This having a quarterback take you to the Super Bowl for a league minimum is BS. It's a good thing for them to have to be able to pull this off right now, Kieran. I do think that whether they're going to have to give him a market rate deal, a market setting deal or not next year, you're going to be on the hook for probably $40 million. And even if they're on the hook for just $40 million a year per on average with Purdy, that'll be enough to start to cost them a couple of players to keep him there. And if that costs them a couple of players, I think that's enough to lower down their overall upside as a team, because a lot of what makes this work is Purdy's rookie contract. I think there's a little bit of an uptake, Kieran, on what he's going to make as far as performance bonuses go into the third year of this deal. So it will be a couple million. It won't be quite a seventh round contract, but it's still not going to be market rate, market setting, that kind of thing. Megan says, Hawks Nest and 12s. Take care, be safe, and stay kind. Remember, we are 12s. Hear us roar. Love you all, and talk soon. Go Hawks. Well, thank you, Megan. Appreciate you for that. I want to thank again all the folks donated today in the chat. Again, had a lot of donators on there. If you guys could for me too, please hit that like button for me. I would really appreciate it. It helps the channel out. I want to do one last time of at least thanking to the sponsor of this show. Sponsor of this show, as they've been throughout the years, Underdog Fantasy. Click the link in the top of the description section below, and that will take you to their site. And as a first-time person signing up on that site, they will match you up to 100% of your first deposit when you use the code NEST. Or click the description link. It'll take you right to the channel, and you'll get up to 100% of your first deposit, up to $100. So $100 on me, to you, from the Nest, and you support me at the same time. As I like to say, that's what we call a win-win-win. They got some great ongoing contests. Just today, they were for new customers presenting a 0.5 yards over on Patrick Mahomes. They were giving you kind of a freebie with that if you were a new customer. So they've got some great ongoing contests even this offseason with basketball, baseball, hockey, still ongoing out there. But thank you to Underdog Fantasy for sponsoring the show today. As they have, I want to thank to the chat. Kept it on great, kind, respectful, funny, as you guys ever do in here too as well. So thank you all of you for that on that side of things. Well, the Niners weren't able to put it home. So we're not going to have to hear from Niner fans this offseason. Their window shuts down just a little bit more close to getting shut. Now, it ain't closed up. There's still some hole. There's some wind getting through that window still, but the window's coming down just a little bit, and we're rising up a little bit more. We're getting a little bit closer there. Their shots are right now to take advantage of it, and if they miss, we're going to step forward and be ready to take advantage of that and be the team ready to step forward and take control of this division. With Mike McDonald here. So this is a good day for Seattle, and this a result, a good thing for us that they're not winning on this. And hopefully we can tighten this gap more next year, and we can be, rather than just kind of somewhat close to the Niners at the end of the season, be actually dancing with them in this division, with the Rams in this division, to truly try to take hold of this and say, hey, no, we're ready to not only now close your window, we're ready to start to prop up our window, open up, and to take advantage and see where we can take this. So hopefully we start to do that next year. It's going to be a fun off season. I'm going to be covering a lot of different content. The B&B show is going to continue. We got free agency preview. Day of free agency will be going live. 3 days of the draft previews. I'm going to be trying to get some interviews here if I can ever nail down some of these players on getting them in-house. So we've got a lot set up here for the channel moving into this off season. Don't go anywhere. Stay subbed up as you guys are. I want to thank all the new subs as we've crossed well over 15,000 and now on our way here into 20,000. That's the goal for this year. So if you're not subbed, please do get subbed up, as it does help this channel. And I'd love to get to that mark by the end of the year. Mana Scrooge, I live in Vegas, so forgive me for sending my party with Chiefs and Niner fans. No worry on that. No worry on that. I hope it's a great party. Nick says Kyle Shanahan choked 4 double-digit leads in Super Bowls and NFC Championship games. It's going to haunt him this offseason a little bit, and until he is able to do something about it, it will continue to haunt him. Burris says 49ers are cursed and will never win another Super Bowl. Maybe not. Maybe not. I hope you're right. I hope you're right. Kieran says, I wish I was as optimistic as everyone seems to be here with McDonald and this young staff. I'll be stoked if we aren't the first. We aren't the first pick. Go hot. I understand, Kieran. There's some that aren't as hot to trot with McDonald, but I think it was as solid and as good a hire as there was out there to be found. And I think that at least on the surface of it looks good at the beginning. We'll have to see how it plays out now going down through the rest of this. But to me, at least on the peripherals of the deal, the fundamentals of why you would bring this guy in and what's behind the approach and process to bringing him in to be your head coach, I can see the plan, I can see the vision, and it makes sense to me. It adds up to me on that. And yeah, Scrooge, you have yourself a good night on that. Good night on that. Well, thank you to all of you for watching today. Please, again, hit that like button if you could for me. Niners lose. It's always a little bit of a happier day for the Hawks when that's the case, especially when it happens to come in a Super Bowl. So let's see if our Seahawks can get back to this kind of stage next year with this great offseason. They're already making the kind of right moves that we'd hope they'd make. They're making smart moves. They're making smart hires. Let's see if they can just kind of complete the process on down through. Appreciate you guys for a fun season, this 2023 season. It wasn't great for our Hawks, but it was a great time here in the chat with you, a great time with my Hawks Nest family. And I love doing this every time we're able to go live. So from Brandon here, from Pumpkin, who came up to say bye here at the end as well, we thank you for watching. Appreciate you watching. And we move into this offseason now with a lot of hope and hopefully also a very, very bright future. I love you. I appreciate you. And until we speak this next upcoming Wednesday with the next upcoming show, I would hope you don't forget. I hope I wouldn't have to remind you after the excitement you could feel after tonight for the future that is oncoming, both for maybe the slightly less brightening of the light with the Niners, the little dimming of the Niners, and maybe a little bit more of us brightening up a little bit on the other side of it. Hopefully so. Appreciate you. Love you guys. We will be back soon, but until that time, please do not you ever forget. Go Hawks.